Chapter 398. In front of the Eternal Night Cult, the experts of West Earth teamed up to fight the Nether King. Wave after wave of attacks were launched without any gaps. The number one swordsman of the Divine Palace turned into a stream of light. His heavenly sword slashed out streaks of sharp light as he tried his best to seal off the opportunity for the deity to attack. Nu Chang transformed Buddha Mountain into a weapon to cleanse sin. Dazzling golden light followed like a shadow as it continuously attacked the deity's vital points. Is this all you have? The Nether King raised his hand, and his true essence surged. The 7 divine weapons suddenly became sluggish. Shortly after, the divine aura spread out, and everyone was sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of vermilion red. It was the powerlessness of humans to defy the heavens. Even someone as strong as Nu Chang, a peak expert who was half a step into the great perfection realm, and 6 of the top experts of West Earth, who knew the deity's weakness, still couldn't shake the divine aura. The Nether King lost his patience. He flipped his palms, and raging waves surged out from the surroundings. The divine aura shook the 9 heavens. Seeing that the divine aura was about to descend, Nu Chang raised her cultivation to the limit. The spiritual light of cleansing sin sublimated to the extreme. The holy light pierced through heaven and earth, resisting the divine aura, illuminating the world. Yu Tianhong and the others concentrated their true essence at the same time, gathering everyone's strength to increase the power of the divine weapons. The 2 extremes collided, and a huge explosion occurred. The sky collapsed, and the earth collapsed. The ground cracked, and sand billowed, spreading out for thousands of feet. With a crack, the divine weapons broke and flew to the side. This was the most despairing ending. Humans couldn't defy the heavens. Before the deity, they could only accept the judgment. Figures fell to the ground one after another. Blood spurted out from their bodies, dyeing the dust and sand red. They were forever buried in the East Domain. Only the 2 of you are left. The Nether King raised his hand and flipped his palm. Heavenly fire surged. The next move would completely end the lives of the blasphemers. Immeasurable life, immeasurable death, reincarnation after reincarnation. Seeing that her life was at stake, Nu Chang used the spiritual heart in her body to activate the life-saving move that she could only use after reaching the great perfection realm. Suddenly, an ancient and majestic dragon gate appeared, blocking the divine flames. The 2 extremes collided, and the space rumbled. The dragon gate responded and dissipated. Nu Chang and Yu Tianhong had already disappeared in the sky. The Nether King coldly snorted. His figure flickered, and an afterimage flashed as he quickly followed. When Bai Jiang saw this, he stomped his foot and also followed. The hearts of the 2 people who were seriously injured as they fled to the east became heavier and heavier. The power of the gods was not something that could be resisted by the power of human beings. Could it be that the destruction of the human world 30,000 years ago was going to happen again? It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or some other reason, but the 2 of them escaped to the Ascension Valley. If they went further east, they would reach the easternmost land, the end of the world. At the same time, cultivators from the Divine Prefecture walked out of seclusion in the holy lands of the 4 ultimate realms, indicating that the final battle was about to begin. Luo Li and Li Luo fused together, gathering all of their power, reaching the peak of their lives. Their might continuously rose, reaching the peak of the 3rd calamity. The hierarch of the Eternal Night, the number 1 cultivator in the Divine Prefecture, and the former number 1 figure of the Eternal Night Cult. Although he had a mortal body, he was astonishingly powerful. If it were not for the lack of time, perhaps the Divine Prefecture would really have a supreme cultivator in the great fulfillment realm. Are you ready? The red light gathered and knowing destiny appeared. He looked at the figures in front of him and said calmly, "We can set off at any time," said the Eternal Night Hierarch. Xiaozi also walked out, surrounded by demonic qi. The demonic mark between his eyebrows became redder and redder. What little humanity he had left was about to disappear. Too many people had been sacrificed in this divine tribulation. Now, no matter the price, they had to send Pluto back. Everyone moved and headed to the top of the ninth heaven. The final battle had finally arrived. In front of the Ascension Valley, a god appeared. Tianhong and Nu Chang had nowhere to go. The god's might shook, and the two of them flew back more than 100 feet. Blood kept dripping from the corners of their mouths. The two of them were severely injured and covered in blood. Before the god, the three calamities and the great fulfillment realm were just illusions. Pluto glanced coldly at the two people who had been sent flying. He ignored them and walked to the passage between the two realms. He flipped his right hand, and the divine flame roared out, crashing into the seals set by knowing destiny. With a loud bang, the heaven and earth of the two realms shook. The seal flickered continuously, showing signs of instability. At this moment, a five-colored flowing light swept out from the space passage. It was extremely sharp and carried a majestic fate energy. It slashed toward the god in front of it. Pluto raised his hand and blocked the divine weapon. The god's might spread, and the Nianqing flew out and stabbed into the ground. The last remaining fate energy dissipated. At this moment, many figures walked out of the space passage. The cultivators of the divine prefecture who had disappeared for a long time appeared again. There was no turning back. This battle would be the last chance for the cultivators of the divine prefecture to stop the god from destroying the world. If they failed, the human world would be doomed forever. Are you finally willing to show yourself? Knowing destiny, Marquis. Pluto looked at the red-robed young man behind the crowd and said lightly, "Sorry to keep you waiting," Ningchen replied calmly. "This is your last chance. Don't disappoint the god again." Pluto raised the hand of God again. In an instant, the heaven and earth collapsed. The Ascension Valley disappeared for no reason, and the land within 100 miles collapsed violently. Heavenly fire rose all over the sky with destructive power. The ultimate god's might once again made people feel the despair of the end of the world. Just as the god's might was about to appear, knowing destiny did not wait any longer. He leaped into the sky and stood at the end of the sky. Blue starlight overflowed from his body and condensed into the most beautiful figure. Knowing destiny and military counselor worked together for the first time after 6 years. The scroll of light and the scroll of chaos slowly merged. Suddenly, the rules of heaven and earth collapsed. A strange destructive aura descended from the sky and enveloped the entire land of the divine prefecture. "I'll take my leave first." Fan Lingwell looked at the young man beside her. A smile flashed across her beautiful face. "Take care." Ningchen nodded and said softly. Fan Lingwei took one last look at the divine prefecture below her. Her figure immediately dissipated and merged into the two scrolls. In the next moment, the divine prefecture suffered a great calamity. Tens of thousands of people cried in grief. Figures collapsed one after another and blood splattered. Regardless of gender, age, millions of bloody light soared into the sky. Endless sorrow and resentment instantly covered the moon in the sky. The shocking scene shocked everyone. Only the pair of emotionless eyes in the sky looked at the desolate scene of the divine prefecture without any change. Emotionless, heartless, and fickle. At this moment, no one could understand the figure in red in the sky. Could it be that knowing Destiny's heart was really made of iron and stone? Oh! Shinming's eyes flashed with a strange light. Under the suppression of the resentment, the rising divine flame immediately weakened. The moment he attacked, his true essence shook violently. The hierarch of eternal night, Xiai, Marquis Kai-Xian, and the others came to their senses. They joined forces to block the attack and retreated 3 steps. The true qi in their bodies surged violently. Nianqing flew up. Knowing destiny held his blade and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yama. The extremely fast blade slashed across the sharp edge of death. Somehow, the blade had turned blood red. The resentment weapon, strengthened by resentment, was so cold that it made people tremble. Seeing this, Luan Fengshen and Zhang Hua also waved their blades and rushed forward. They defended knowing destiny with all their strength. Yama shifted his body and dodged the sharp edges. He turned his palm over, and a vigorous palm power surged out. Marquis Kaixin, Xin Tian, and Xia Zi blocked the attack. With a bang, they retreated several steps, and the corners of their mouths turned red. Outside the battle, the falling star drew the star mark. The green arrow light gathered and shot out in an instant. The true essence around Shunming's body appeared and blocked the arrow light. Before he could counterattack, the blood-red resentment weapon closed in on him and blocked his chance to attack. The bright and chaotic scrolls merged into one. Fan Lingyue's last consciousness scattered between heaven and earth, adding the resentment of millions of creatures to the body of Yama. Shunming's body was restrained and couldn't use his full strength. He showed signs of defeat for the first time. Dawn appeared. The hierarch of eternal night circulated the true essence around him. Red lightning rumbled, and the smoke cloud divine spear shone with red light as it slashed toward Shunming. Luoli, your opponent is me. Bai Zhang's figure flashed and blocked the divine spear with his sword. Wu Guan, whose cultivation had doubled, coldly looked at the first person in the eternal night hierarch in 1,000 years. The hierarch of eternal night's expression also turned cold. Without any nonsense, his body moved, and the divine spear fell with great force. The swords and spears clashed again. The sharp edges kept flashing around the two. Their grudges were hard to resolve. Only death was the end of their hatred. The two sides had different opponents, but they were equally tragic. Drops of blood spilled and dyed the ground red. In front of Yama, there were 3 blades. One was attacking, and the other 2 were defending. Each blade was faster than the last. Marquis Triumphant Return, Xin Tian, and Xia Zi used all their strength to block the attacks. The falling star formation was clear on offense and defense. In the distance, Luo Fei, who was the only one who knew Ning Chen's plan, stood outside the battle. She watched with rapt attention, but didn't participate in the battle. Not bad, huh? Yama grabbed the blade of resentment weapon and waved his hand to send Zhang Hua and Luan Fengshen flying. The divine flame around him rose again and slammed toward the knowing destiny body. Vast military might. Marquis Triumphant Return's figure flashed and blocked the attack with his blade. A brilliant slash fell and blocked the divine power. Void Extinction, Xin Tian. Xin Tian coordinated with him, and endless sword flow crashed into the destructive divine flame. Demonic sword, reincarnation. The Emperor activated his demonic vitality and blocked the divine power with a reincarnation sword. With a bang, the 3 figures retreated more than 10 steps. Blood kept dripping from their arms. After the divine power was used, the blade of resentment weapon broke through the protective true vitality and pierced into Yama's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Xia Zi rushed to the front of the god and stabbed the vital part of Yama's heart with the demonic sword. Do you think it's that easy? Yama's face turned cold. He endured the pain in his chest and pushed the demonic sword away with his palm. In the next moment, there was a loud bang in the sky. Lightning fell from the sky and gathered on the god's palm. The divine power spread out and forced the people who wanted to help to retreat. Knowing destiny, Marquis, your existence makes the process of the gods destroying the human world more interesting. However, it's time to end it. Yama raised his hand and pressed it on Ning Chen's chest. An endless gravitational force spread out. Suddenly, the knowing destiny body collapsed. Yama, the human world won't be destroyed. You can't win. The phoenix origin left his body, and Ning Chen's figure kept flickering. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared and returned to the god's body. With the origin back, Yama opened his eyes, and a terrifying divine power spread out. The 12 wings of sin spread out on his back and disappeared in an instant. Yama, the lord of the 7 ultimate celestial realm, and the god of creation of the 5 regions. At this moment, the last flaw disappeared. The vibrating true vitality around him gradually stabilized. Chapter 399. The Underworld King used all of his power, and his divine might shook the world. Black energy continuously spread out, exuding a destructive pressure that frightened even gods and ghosts. The aftershock of the attack caused everyone present to be pushed back by more than 10 steps. Blood continuously flowed from their mouths. The most extreme result was that the 7 ultimate divine body was complete. His true yuan was endless, vast, and heavy. It's over. The Nether King raised his hand and thunder roared. Dazzling lightning bolts shot out and blasted the people in front of him away. Blood splashed out, dyeing the sky red. There was no longer any hope. The destruction of the world had already become a foregone conclusion. Xian Tan, who bore the brunt of the attack, forcefully withstanding the majority of the divine might. His sword broke, and he fell to the ground. Xian Tian, grief flashed through Luan Fengchen's eyes. He waved his hand, and the resentment soldier flew into his hand. He took a step forward and turned into a streak of light, slashing toward the god. You can't. Jiang Hua was startled and rushed forward to save him. Are you angry? Are you filled with regret? Unfortunately, you've already missed the last chance the god gave you. The Nether King flipped his palm, and divine flames surged like an ocean. Jiang Hua was immediately sent flying. Blood spurted out as he crashed into the ground. The shockwave sent Luan Feng Chun flying back dozens of feet as blood flowed out of his body. Jiang Exen. Before he could finish his words, the light in Jiang Hua's eyes dimmed. A genius of a generation, the hope of the general family for 100 years, had died. Jiang Hua. Luan Fengchen's heart was filled with pain. He staggered back, but he couldn't defy the heavens. He couldn't resist his fate. Only anger and regret could devour his heart. On the other side, the Eternal Night Hierarch saw the sudden change in the battle. He quickly rushed forward to help. At the same time, Bai Jiang moved. Blue blood sky tears streaked across the sky, blocking the path ahead. You won't be able to go anywhere today. Wu Guan swung his sword to block the attack. The divine weapon glowed with a green light as it drew out streaks of cold light, adding a touch of sorrow to the tragic battle. The sword stabbed into his body, causing blood to gush out. The Eternal Night Hierarch grabbed the sword with his left hand and slashed down with the smoke cloud divine dagger axe. Luali, don't think that you're the only one who isn't afraid of death. Whether it's courage or anything else, I've never been inferior to you. Bai Jiang snorted and blocked the dagger axe with a flip of his palm. He didn't give in at all. He wanted to defeat his opponent. Bang! However, at this moment, a green and red figure separated from the Eternal Night Hierarch's body and pressed a palm on Wu Guan's chest, bringing forth a great waterfall of blood. Bai Jiang didn't have time to react. He was sent flying backward several paces. His body flashed, and his spear slashed through the air. A head flew up into the air, shocking the world for the last time. All that remained was regret and unwillingness. Wu Guan had lost his life, and the enmity between them had dissipated. The Eternal Night Hierarch didn't linger in the slightest and rushed to the rescue with his spear. This was their last chance, and they couldn't afford to lose again no matter what. Scarlet lightning surged, and the divine halberd slashed down. The deity flipped his palm to block it. The boundless scarlet lightning was unable to move even half a step forward. Wild sand spread 10,000ly. Marquis, victorious return, stepped forward and brandished his saber, causing the sand to churn violently. With a slash of his saber, the earth split open. You did your best. The Nether King remained motionless like a mountain. He raised his hand and grabbed the brilliant world blade. With a loud clang, the blade was broken. His powerful palm imprinted on Triumph Return's chest. A pool of blood splattered as he retreated several steps. In front of the divine might, it was difficult to return victorious. The great Xiao War god looked at the ground in front of him with reluctance. This life was over. There were regrets, but no regrets. Triumph Return. The Eternal Night Hierarch revealed a sorrowful expression. The situation in front of him was so difficult that he couldn't see the slightest bit of hope. Sword style, heaven overturning sword. At that moment, a sharp sword light rushed over from afar. Soon after, two different sword lights appeared and intertwined, transforming into a dazzling sword that slashed towards the deity. Jian Air, and Mu Qianshang appeared on the battlefield. The three swords joined hands to resist the divine might. The Nether King waved his hand, scattering the sword lights. He turned around and released his true yuan. Boundless divine might surged out, attacking everyone present. With a loud bang, everyone retreated. At the moment of crisis, 5 more silhouettes appeared and stood around the deity. Qing He, Zhongyong, Ji Yu, Taiping, and the few remaining martial marquises of Grand Xia had all arrived. Even the Beiwu Marquis who had betrayed Grand Xia had come. At this moment, they had cast aside their enmity and joined hands once again. Pillars of light soared into the sky. The 5 martial marquises' strength soared to the extreme. The heavens and earth sensed it and sent down a demonic tribulation. The 5 pillars of light pierced through the heavens and earth. The martial marquises' karma brought about an unprecedented great tribulation. The resentment that filled the sky seemed to have found an outlet and crazily gathered. The heavenly demon tribulation instantly transformed into a terrifying destructive force that drowned the 5 martial marquises. Within the 5 pillars of light, the Nether King felt his body sink and his aura become suppressed. World wave. East flow. Under the demonic tribulation, Qing, he took the lead, and the 5 martial marquises moved together. They forcefully endured the pain of the heavenly tribulation and instantly arrived in front of the deity. Using themselves as the weapon and the demonic tribulation as the power, the raging waves surged out. This was the scene of humanity's will reaching the pinnacle. Even the deity was moved. The surrounding divine flames roared, and his palm shook the raging waves. He used his full strength without holding back. This was the deity's respect for the opponent in front of him. The powerful resentment added to his body. The Nether King took half a step back. The true chi in his body trembled violently and forcefully blocked the might of the demonic tribulation. The heavenly demon tribulation dissipated and the divine flames engulfed the martial marquises. A drop of blood quietly fell from the corner of the deity's mouth. He was actually injured by the demonic tribulation. "You guys' name?" the Nether King said seriously. "Grand Xia Martial Marquis." Qing he opened his mouth, and in the next moment his body scattered. Beiwu chuckled and then also disappeared. In the end, he was still unable to get rid of this title that he had carried for half his life. I'll leave it to you guys. After the final words of farewell, Ji Yu, Zhongyong, and Taiping scattered and disappeared from the world. The Grand Xia martial marquises were finished. Thousands of miles away, Marquis, Amling, and Kong Yu looked at the disappearing pillars of light and became silent. A newly conferred martial marquis and a future martial marquis. At this moment, they finally understood why Marquis Ji Ming was unwilling to express his opinion on the matter of the two being conferred marquises. In front of Ascension Valley, the divine tribulation shook the world. Heaven and earth wept in grief. The unceasing falling figures were the stubbornness of humanity. Facing the deities, they would rather die in battle than lower their heads. The 3 swords once again trembled. The star-marked bow was drawn, and the arrow pierced through the sky. Bearing the will of the martial marquis, the battle began again. The Eternal Night Hierarch and Xia Zi clashed with their swords. Demonic power and red lightning surged as they joined forces to shake the deities. Blood was spilled and injuries were swallowed. At this moment, there was no way back. There was no other thought. There was only battle until death. In the distance, Yu Tianhong and Nu Chang, who were shaken out of the battle by the aftermath of the battle, looked at the fierce battle between the divine prefecture's powerhouses and the deities. They were shocked beyond words. Outside the battle, no matter how fierce the battle was, Luofei did not make a move. She stood there motionless. In the sky, the brilliance of the bright and chaotic scrolls that had merged into one became dimmer and dimmer. Fine cracks appeared and spread horizontally and vertically. The two scrolls that caused chaos in the human world had suffered too much backlash and were on the verge of collapse. The bloody light of the resentment of millions of creatures gradually weakened. The Nether King's body became stronger and stronger. As the palm roared, the heavens and earth trembled. Divine power descended. Jin Air could not dodge in time. Seeing that he could not escape death, he used a broken sword to block the attack. With a bang, he was sent flying. Senior brother, Jin Air's pupil shrank. His body was also sent flying by the aftershock. Live on! The broken sword shattered and the swordsman fell. The desolate cities, Sword 1 disappeared. In the most tragic battle, the sunken ground was dyed red with blood. The will of the humans made the deities look askance. Since the creation of the world, this was the first time the deities put down their pride and treated the people in front of them as real opponents. Divine flames rose in the sky, and their power rose rapidly. Although they were suppressed by the resentment, they were still shockingly powerful. The Eternal Night Hierarch and Xia Zi joined forces to block the deities' attack again. However, after a loud bang, the smoke cloud, divine spear, and demonic sword could not withstand the deities' power. They cried out continuously, and cracks appeared. In this hopeless battle, sword light and halberd light intertwined. This was the humans' last struggle to delay the deity's destruction. Time's up. It's time to end this. At this point, the battle was about to come to an end. Pulling back the other 4 regions was imminent. Pluto didn't want to delay any longer. He waved his hand and forced the people in front of him to retreat. Then he raised both his palms. With a rumble, thunder fell from the sky and gathered on the deity's left palm. Then, divine flames surged out and turned into a huge vortex. It roared and swirled on the deity's right hand. Both moves were used at the same time. The earth moved and the mountains collapsed. In the distance, Lan Fengtian saw this. He used the 2 blades in his hands to support his injured body. He took a step forward and entered the battle again. The resentment weapon and the blood blade slashed out, and a dazzling blood-red light pierced towards the deity's heart. With a clanging sound, the deity's protective true yuan blocked the blades. However, at this moment, the divine spear pointed to the sky and forcibly absorbed the remaining power of the deity's attack. In an instant, red lightning surged, and its power increased several times. Extreme lightning, sacrifice to the heavens. The deity's most powerful attack appeared in the world again. The hierarch of eternal night slashed down with his spear. Red lightning with endless destructive power roared out and crashed into the deity's protective true chi. When the 2 attacks collided, the divine spear shattered. At the same time, the red lightning broke through the deity's protective true yuan and penetrated the deity's body. The Pluto groaned. Blood flowed out his mouth. It was the first time he had been seriously injured since the battle. With a cracking sound, the lightning illuminated the dusky horizon. The deity endured the severe pain in his chest and used both of his techniques at the same time. The extremely powerful divine technique pressed down with a loud bang. In an instant, the space around him collapsed and disappeared. The land within 100 miles was devastated. The attack that could destroy the world was not something that humans could resist. Seeing that their last hope was about to be destroyed, the deity's endless resentment in the world fell from the sky and blocked the deity's destructive power. In the most extreme of collisions, light and light shattered, annihilated into nothingness. The divine might also subsequently dissipated, scattering between heaven and earth. The resentment was exhausted, and the last shackle on the Pluto's body disappeared. Just as the deities were about to attack again to end the battle, a piercing phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. In the deity's body, the last of the great righteousness left by the headmaster burst out. The 2 forces collided. The true yuan around the Pluto shook violently and showed signs of instability. At this moment, outside the battle, Luo Fei, who had not made a move until now, finally moved. The open heavenly book and the bright moonlight illuminated the world. Chapter 400. Luo Fei attacked, and the moonlight shone on the mortal world. In an instant, the void froze, flowers stopped blooming, birds stopped chirping, and heaven and earth seemed dead. Phoenix cries shook the sky as knowing destiny's consciousness resisted fiercely, drawing out the righteous energy from the headmaster. As the two forces clashed, Pluto's true chi stagnated, and a flaw appeared in his protective true essence. Knowing destiny, Marquis, do you want to fight me to the death again? Pluto snorted. His aura fluctuated as his divine power suppressed the resistance of his consciousness. In the battle, the moonlight shone and the backlash was self-inflicted. Blood dripped from the corner of Luo Fei's mouth as her divine power was unstoppable. Every breath was a struggle for life. Z, you have the power of no scroll left by knowing destiny, Marquis, in your body. Hurry up and attack, Luo Fei urged. Xiaozi's eyes trembled as he looked at Pluto, whose consciousness was constantly changing. The demonic sword in his hand was unprecedentedly heavy. One was for the people of the divine prefecture, and the other was for the life of his friend. Sacrificing one person in exchange for peace in the divine prefecture was a cruel choice. One sword to send knowing destiny to peace in the world. Xiaozi, don't let down knowing destiny, Marquis' sacrifice. The eternal night hierarch and Luan Feng Chun dashed out, and the two sabers slammed into the god's protective true energy. Falling stars assisted at the same time as the star mark bow was drawn. A red arrow pierced through the air and shot towards the heart of the god. Half a day's remnant crimson moon. Mu Qianshang and Jian Air waved their swords and rushed forward. The four divine weapons resisted the divine power and tried to break through the god's protective true essence to open a path for the emperor. A mere human dares to defile the face of a god. Foolish. The underworld king opened his eyes, and the wings of sin appeared indistinctly. With a flip of his palm, incomparable divine might roared out. Pluto, you can't win. A resolute look flashed across the eternal night hierarch's eyes. He raised the true origin around him to the limit and blocked the divine move head-on. With a bang, the divine might entered his body and destroyed his bones. Blood spurted out and scattered all over the sky. At the same time, the red arrow arrived and helped the sword. The god's protective true essence finally reached its limit and dissipated. Demonic sword. Xiaozi suppressed the pain in his heart and concentrated his demonic chi into the demonic sword. With the power of the heavenly book, the sword reached the god's heart. Buried heaven, a sword pierced through his body. Blood gushed out and flowed down along the edge of the demonic sword. He had killed a deity and left the knowing destiny state. The Nether King snorted and sent the person in front of him flying with a flip of his palm. He took half a step back, and the aura around him flickered continuously. His divine body was destroyed. Black smoke surged out, and his feathers fell. The consciousness of a deity that had descended to the mortal world could no longer stay. He could return to the seven extinction celestial realm at any time. Red stars converged, and the remnant soul left the body of the deity. Knowing destiny manifested to bid farewell to Yama. Jiming Marquis, you've won this time. However, there are always winners and losers in battles. I hope that when I return, the world will still be so lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the god of hell's body dissipated, and rays of light flew in all directions. This was the power of the origin that had been seized by the gods when they created the divine body. The phoenix origin and the ghost origin flew out in different directions. Knowing destiny moved and grabbed the ghost origin without hesitation. Finally, success. The eternal night hierarch was half kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with his blade. He was also nearing the end of his life. Father, Luo Fei rushed forward and injected her true chi, trying to save the former's life. No need. Knowing that he couldn't save himself, the eternal night hierarch waved his hand to stop Luo Fei's useless efforts. He forced himself to stand up and looked at Jiming Marquis in front of him. Boy, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, hurry up. Hierarch, may we meet again? Ningchen calmly said. Never. The eternal night, Hierarch replied. At the last moment of his life, Ningchen finally unloaded the heavy burden on his body. His figure flew out and rushed towards the direction of the Marquis mansion. Jiming Marquis mansion. Knowing destiny appeared, the state of his remnant soul became more and more unstable. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Marquis, brother, Ruo Shi and Ning Shi, who had been waiting in the mansion, unconsciously covered their mouths. Tears dripped down. I'm sorry, but in the end, I still broke my promise. Ningchen glanced at the two with a gentle look in his eyes. He had promised to live, but he couldn't do it. Ning Shi opened the secret room. I don't have much time left. I need to save Ghost Girl as soon as possible. Ningchen whispered. Ning Shi nodded with tears in her eyes and stepped into the study. She came to the bookshelf behind the desk and waved her hand to open the door of the secret room. In the center of the secret room, there was an ice coffin lying horizontally. Inside the coffin, a beautiful red figure was sleeping peacefully without the slightest pain. Ning Chun stepped forward and took out the ghost origin. He slowly pushed it into the coffin. The next moment, ghost chi filled the air and the ghost origin disappeared into the woman's dantian. The waiting process was particularly long. 1 minute, 2 minutes, the figure in the coffin never woke up. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. Can't I wait any longer? The time was up. Ning Chun sighed deeply and turned to look at the two behind him. He said goodbye. Ning Shi Ruo Shi goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, the remnant soul dissipated and scattered between heaven and earth. Knowing destiny's remnant soul disappeared. At the same time, in the Marquis mansion, knowing destiny's main body's aura quickly dissipated. In the homeland of West Buddha, a man's heart was connected to her veins. Her heart was connected to a man's heart, and the crystal flowers supporting her heart withered. Her life force also quickly dissipated. The sword rack fell, and the sad sound of the ancient swords accompanied her for many years. The sword heart had feelings. Yin Qin Wang's body trembled, and he powerlessly closed his eyes. So what if he wasn't defeated? So what if he was a legend? At this moment, there was nothing he could do. In Ascension Valley, Luan Feng, Chun hugged Xin Tian and Jiang Hua's corpses. Without a word, he stepped into the spatial channel and bid farewell to the divine prefecture, returning to the four extreme realms. Luo Fei, I'm sorry. The sovereign apologized. His demonic chi surged, and his last consciousness was gradually annihilated. The sovereign and the devil's figures flashed and disappeared to the east. Luo Fei didn't chase after them. She silently hugged her father's corpse and walked towards the west. Mu Qian Shang, Jin Er, and Luo Xing Chen also took the souls of the dead and left. On this day, the strong cultivators of the divine prefecture all disappeared. After a tragic battle, the injured went into seclusion and the dead were buried. In the divine prefecture, the blood moon set in the west. The sun rose for the first time in 2 months. The warm morning light shone on the world, dispelling the darkness and the coldness. It's dawn. It's finally dawn. Countless people cried tears of joy. After experiencing despair and the divine tribulation, they finally understood the preciousness of peace. This must be the result of the Marquis risking their lives. The people of Great Xia looked at the blazing sun in the east, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. In the sky above the imperial city of Great Xia, Nu Chang appeared. Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, a faint light flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, Nu Chang disappeared and came to the Marquis residence. She waved her hand and took Xi Ming's body and left again. Oh, they succeeded. In the homeland of West Buddha, the masters of the Divine Palace and Demon Temple felt the disappearance of the Nether King's aura. They stepped out of the palace and stood in the void. In that case, it's our turn. Zitian Gong looked at the Demon Buddha in the distance and said, "That's my intention." The Demon Buddha nodded and replied, The two masters joined forces and attacked at the same time. With a boom, the space passage between the two regions opened again. The people of the Divine Prefecture who had just survived the Divine Tribulation were shocked again. Looking at the huge ravine in the sky, they were shocked. One figure after another walked out. Although their powerful auras were far inferior to the Nether Kings, for the Divine Prefecture who had just experienced the Divine Tribulation, it was already an irresistible force. Build the Four Corners Divine Towers as soon as possible. Don't make any mistakes, the man in the lead said. Yes. The other three nodded and agreed. The four figures rushed out in four directions. No one could stop them. 2 days later, the Four Corners Divine Towers were built one after another. They towered into the clouds with an imposing aura. The Northern Ming Imperial Court, the Barbarian Dynasty, Yang Hong, and the Barbarian King tried to stop them, but they failed and returned with heavy injuries. Finally, the day has come. In the Divine Palace and Demon Temple, the two masters of the Consummation Plane felt the origin power of heaven and earth from the Divine Prefecture of the Eastern region. Their eyes flashed with a dazzling light. The origin power of each region was limited. The more they obtained, the greater the possibility of entering the next realm. The unknown realm, the unknown power. No one had set foot in it before. The power of the two continued to rise. The dragon gate behind them appeared and gradually became solid. In the Divine Prefecture, the damage caused by the Four Corners Divine Towers was getting worse. Disasters occurred everywhere. However, for the sake of the Nether King's destruction of the human world, the masters of the Divine Prefecture had all died. They could no longer stop this foreign disaster. Demonic Buddha, Violet Heavenly Palace, your ambition has impressed me. In the old site of the academy, Nu Chong looked at the Four Corners Divine Towers. Her eyes were cold. It seemed that she was not the only one who wanted to see the next realm. In a temporary wooden house, the soul-suppressing orb stabilized the remaining two souls of knowing destiny. 3 fate reversal pills forcibly kept the latter's last breath so that his vitality would not dissipate. Nu Chong wanted the tomes of Arcane, especially the Scroll of Life. However, after several days of soul-searching, she found nothing. Knowing destiny had lost one soul. His memory and consciousness were incomplete. After the completion, no one knew what the next realm was. No one had ever set foot in it. Perhaps it existed 30,000 years ago. However, it had completely disappeared after the Nether King destroyed the world. No one knew the origin of the Tomes of Arcane. She guessed that it might be helpful for stepping into the next realm. The Scroll of Life was the beginning of the Tomes of Arcane. It could be integrated and transformed into any cultivation body. For her who had been stuck in the completion realm for hundreds of years, it was very tempting. Now the trouble was that the soul-searching was fruitless. If she wanted to get the Scroll of Life, she had to complete the missing soul of this person and awaken him. However, it was not an easy thing to do. Since ancient times, the 3 souls and 7 spirits had been the most difficult taboo for the human body. Even Nu Chong, who was in the completion realm, could not fully understand it. Perhaps only the existence of a Nether King, who was beyond the world, could see through the secrets. She couldn't create a soul out of thin air. The only thing she could do now was to find the Phoenix origin that had disappeared. There was definitely a portion of this person's soul power left there. She had to find a way to complete this incomplete soul. Judging from the aura of the numerous essences when they dispersed, Feng Yuan was flying towards the southwest. There was still a long way to go. She had to make the best use of her time. Otherwise, once this person's vitality dissipated, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Chapter 4:01. Around the Divine Prefecture, the 4 divine towers connected the sky and the earth. A strange power spread out, and the origin energy between heaven and earth was constantly sent to the other side. It plundered without any care for the consequences, causing the origin energy of this incomplete world to rapidly dry up. After the tribulation of Yama, the number of experts in the Divine Prefecture fell from its peak to its lowest point. The remaining top experts were too heavily injured in the tribulation, and all of them went into seclusion. It was impossible for them to appear in the near future. On the West Earth, the cultivation of the lords of the divine palace and the demon temple grew stronger and stronger. The dragon gate behind them had completely solidified, surpassing the level that ordinary peak experts could reach. As the two of them grew stronger, the day of the 5 regions merging was getting closer and closer. To truly take the last step, heaven and earth had to be complete, and pulling back the East region was imminent. In the divine prefecture, Great Xia, which had lost 1,000 years of fortune, was already at the end of its days. The martial marquises guarding the various regions had died in battle, and the defense of the entire empire was almost non-existent. In front of benefits that were within reach, the hearts of people became extremely terrifying. In many cities, several city lords who had troops repeatedly disobeyed the orders of the imperial court. Their intention to rebel couldn't be more obvious. A month later, the 9 city lords who had been plotting for a long time finally couldn't hide their ambitions anymore. With the excuse of saving the emperor, they sent troops up north and openly rebelled. When it rains, it pours. After the 9 cities rebelled, another 3 cities rejected the imperial court's orders to mobilize troops. In just half a month, the rebel army consecutively broke through 5 major cities and was less than 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital of Great Xia. The era of Great Xia is over. Those with discerning eyes in the divine prefecture could see that the change of dynasties was difficult to reverse. After the tribulation of Yama, Great Xia's 1,000 years of foundation had been exhausted. The once invincible empire had finally reached its end. No one could deny that in this divine tribulation, the Great Xia Empire had made the most indelible contribution to the survival of the divine prefecture. They had paid a heavy price by sacrificing all of their peak combat power to send the Lord of Hell back to the 7 ultimate heavens. However, people's hearts were fickle, and only benefits were the eternal truth. Knowing destiny saw through everything, so he would never be swayed by other people's joy, anger, hatred, or resentment. He stuck to his beliefs and had no regrets, even in death. With Evernight destroyed and Great Xia in chaos, the divine prefecture had officially entered an era of independent rule. There were no longer any invincible dynasties, and the flames of war were everywhere. The Grand Xia Imperial City, after the divine tribulation, was once the #1 city under the heavens. But now, it was dilapidated to the extreme. The streets were crisscrossed with huge ravines, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. This was the reality of the imperial city, and even more so, the portrayal of the entire world. Within the imperial city, more than half of the people were dead or injured. Every house was hung with white silk. The imperial army that guarded the imperial city also suffered a devastating blow from the divine tribulation. There were not many survivors. "Empress, we can't hold on any longer." In the Weiyang Palace, Qingning looked at Zhangsun, who was sitting on the sickbed with tears in her eyes. "Forget it, I won't fight anymore." Zhangsun sighed deeply. Since someone wanted the throne, they would give it up. She was already tired, and the soldiers of Great Xia could no longer sacrifice themselves needlessly. Report. At this moment, an urgent report came. The general was kneeling outside the Weiyang Palace, delivering the frontline battle report. The little eunuch took the battle report and hurriedly delivered it to Zhang Sun's bedroom, not daring to tarry for even a moment. Qingning went forward to take it and quickly walked back, handing it to Zhang Sun, who was lying on the sickbed. The sealed letter had not been removed yet. Zhang Sun braced himself and tore open the seal. After reading it carefully, he handed it to Qingning. "Take a look," Zhang Sun said tiredly. Qingning took the letter with a puzzled expression. After reading it, her expression changed. The content of the letter was very simple, but it was indeed a shocking matter. Emperor Beimeng was personally leading a 150,000 army down south. When the letter was delivered, they had already passed Yingwei City. Now, they were probably not far from Tianmen Pass. Qingning could not hide the shock in her heart. The empress did not ask for help from Beimeng. Furthermore, Personal feelings could not decide anything between dynasties. Since they were not reinforcements, the purpose of Beiming's army going down south was very obvious. They were invading. Ningxuan has taught an incredible emperor. Zhang Sun sighed softly. He did not look too surprised. For this little emperor to wait until today to send out his troops, he could already be considered extremely benevolent. Great Xiao's luck had run out, and they could not hold on any longer. To Beiming, this was the best opportunity, a good opportunity to pacify the world. Report. Outside Weiyang Palace, another urgent report came in. The little eunuch who delivered the letter quickly walked over and delivered the letter. The information in the letter was similar to the previous one. The barbarian dynasty had also sent out troops. The barbarian crown prince was leading a 100,000-strong army to the north and would reach the central plains of Great Xia in a few days. In the divine prefecture, other than the former Great Xia, the two strongest dynasties had already sent out troops. This meant that the day of Great Xia's destruction was really not far away. Qingning, the divine prefecture, is very likely to be unified, Zhang Sun said weakly. Qingning was slightly stunned when she heard this. She could not understand the deeper meaning of Zhang Sun's words. When the world is divided for a long time, it must unite for a long time. The destruction of the Eternal Night sect and the division of Great Xia has given Beiming and the barbarian dynasty the best opportunity. The rebel army in Great Xia will not be able to do anything. The final winner will be between Beiming and the barbarian dynasty. After saying this, Zhang Sun took a short break and continued to explain. Beiming and the barbarian dynasty suffered less damage than Great Xia in the calamity of Yama. It can be said that the two strongest dynasties in the divine prefecture are Beiming and the barbarian dynasty. Comparatively, Beiming's imperial court is obviously stronger. Therefore, they have the best chance of unifying the world. Empress, is there really no way to salvage the situation in Great Xia? Qingning's expression flashed with sadness as she asked. Zhang Sun shook her head tiredly and said, "It's very difficult, and there's no need. It's just a matter of time." Great Xia's territory was too big. After suffering such a great calamity, it was already impossible to defend it. Especially after the death of the martial marquises of Great Xia, the deterrence hanging over the hearts of the various factions of Great Xia disappeared. The rebellion was already expected. Great Xia no longer had the power to unify the fragmented territory again. The day of a change of dynasty would come sooner or later. While the divine prefecture was in chaos, in the homeland of West Buddha, in the divine palace and the demon temple, two unusually powerful auras were getting more and more terrifying by the day. They were very close to taking the final step. "Demon Buddha, are you ready?" In the divine palace, a cold and arrogant voice came out, crossing thousands of miles and reaching the demon temple. "We can do it at any time," the demon Buddha in the demon temple replied. "Then let's begin." As the voice fell, at the highest point of the divine palace, the huge palace door opened. A figure shining with purple light walked out. The heavy pressure made all things fall. It was powerful and terrifying. At the same time, in the demon temple, the demon Buddha also walked out. His aura was not inferior to the Lord of the divine palace. The demonic power of Buddha made people feel cold all over. The two venerables joined forces, and the dragon gate appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful force penetrated heaven and earth and reached the foreign domain. In the divine prefecture, heaven and earth trembled. The rumbling sound resounded through the eastern region. The Four Corners Divine Pagoda showed its divine power and pulled the ground below toward the direction of the four domains. The indescribably terrifying scene shocked the whole world. No one knew what had happened, and they could not change anything. They could only watch the ground rise and move toward an unknown direction. In the southwest territory of the divine prefecture, Nu Chang's face darkened. She looked at the homeland of West Buddha in the distance, and her eyes flashed with coldness. This was good. With the 5 regions united, she could use the power of the original body to wake up the Marquis Jiming and obtain the Book of Life, and the other heavenly tomes. 500 miles south of Yingwei City, the northern Ming army stopped. In front of the terrifying tremors, the war horses kept neighing and were difficult to control. In front of 90,000 cavalrymen, Mingyu, dressed in martial attire, dismounted. Looking at the divine prefecture brought by the Four Corners Divine Pagoda, her eyes were full of coldness. The foreign domain's movements were getting bigger and bigger. She also had to speed up. The situation of Great Xia was irreversible. Instead of chaos, it was better to take down Great Xia before it happened and end this war. The tremors continued for an hour. When it finally stopped, the world returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Just when everyone thought that it was over, an earth-shattering rumble shook the sky. The entire eastern domain shook, and, at the end of the world, a huge piece of land crashed into the spatial barrier that separated the 5 regions. In the next moment, the most terrifying scene occurred. Space collapsed, and an endless amount of seawater poured in from the foreign domain, causing the entire eastern region to float. The 5 regions that had been separated for over 30,000 years were finally united. The southern tomb, the western earth, the central plains, and the northern plains all sensed it at the same time. Their experts all looked toward the east in shock. In the central plains, in the depths of the Zhao family's territory, the Zhao family's experts opened their eyes and looked toward the east. There's still a bow left in the eastern region. We need to send people to retrieve it, said one of the Zhao family's grand elders. Let Danyang go. It's a good chance for him to temper himself, said another grand elder. In the northern plains, where snow filled the sky, there was a palace built on top of ice and snow. A cold voice rang out, echoing for hundreds of miles. Pass down my order. From today onwards, all disciples who are training outside must return within 10 days. There must be no delays. Yes. In the southern tomb, many mysterious ancient inheritances also took action. They sent out orders to prepare for the return of the eastern region. In the divine prefecture, the great earthquake stopped. People who had not realized what kind of earth-shattering event had happened breathed a sigh of relief. Only a few people who knew the inside story had a serious look on their faces. They understood that the real trouble had just begun. With the 5 regions united, the divine prefecture was undoubtedly the weakest region. No one knew what the future would be like. Speed up the march, ordered Mingyu coldly in the northern plains of Great Xia. The 4 generals obeyed. After the order was given, the entire army immediately moved out and sped up. The successive changes came and went quickly. Very few people knew what had happened, and most people were still in the dark. However, at this moment, the divine prefecture needed to unite as soon as possible to face the unpredictable troubles in the future more than ever. Chapter 402. The flames of war were everywhere in the divine continent. More and more cities rebelled. The barbarian dynasty and northern Ming sent out their troops from the north and south at the same time. The era of Grand Xia had come to an end. A divine tribulation had destroyed Evernight, and Grand Xia had withered away. The situation of 2 great powers standing on equal footing was now a thing of the past. The divine prefecture was now in a state of fragmentation. War raged everywhere, and the people had no way to make a living. Mingyu led 150,000 soldiers down south. The 90,000 cavalry were invincible, trampling over all obstacles. Neither the rebels nor the defenders could stop them. Mingyu was good at fighting, but not fond of fighting. As the emperor of the northern Ming dynasty who had been taught by Fan Lingyue and Ning Chun, his understanding of war was not something ordinary people could reach. With the help of the 4 generals, the speed at which he went down south was shockingly fast. The northern Ming dynasty was different from the Great Xia in the central plains. The grasslands in the north were vast and sparsely populated. They were a nomadic fighting race. The destruction they suffered from this divine tribulation did not affect their foundation. Today, there was no dynasty in the world that could stop the powerful cavalry of the northern Ming dynasty. The barbarian dynasty also knew this fact, so they were doing their best to expand and plunder war resources to strengthen themselves. The teacher's prophecy was about to come true. The destruction of the Great Xia was close at hand. Without the appearance of the nobles, the soldiers of the Great Xia were at a disadvantage in both numbers and morale. Although Marquis Amling had the title of Martial Marquis, everyone knew that the true Martial Marquis of the Great Xia had all died in battle during the tribulation of the Underworld King. The Martial Marquis of the Great Xia that had shocked the world for 1,000 years no longer existed. It's hard to believe that such a declining dynasty could hold on for 1,000 years. In the war-torn Great Xia, merchants dressed differently from the people of the Divine Continent appeared one after another. The young man in the lead was wearing luxurious clothes. His eyes were a rare dark green. One could tell at a glance that he was a rich young master from a foreign country. Young master, what you see may not be the truth. A stooped old man beside the young man warned softly. Uncle Ling is right. However, we're only here to do business. Earning enough money is the most important thing. Everything else is not important to us. Xian Lianchun laughed and said carelessly, only by earning money can you redeem Miss Susu of the White Knight building. Isn't that right, young master? Beside him, a young man dressed like a servant joked. Chi, you're so young, but you're already so bad. I like Miss Jiechi. I don't know Miss Susu you're talking about. Xian Lianchun deliberately pulled a long face and said softly. The young man named Chi wasn't afraid. He grinned and didn't believe a single punctuation mark of his young master's words. Speaking of the eastern region, it's a bit messy, but there are really a lot of rare things, especially this thing called soap. It's simply shining silver. Xian Lianchun's serious expression did not last for more than 3 seconds. When it came to silver, his face was full of smiles, and he was so happy that no one knew where to go. I heard that it was invented by a Marquis of Great Xia. Chi also said with a grin. Marquis Jiming, the old man said calmly. Yes, the Marquis of Jiming. Uncle Ling. How do you remember him so clearly? A look of surprise flashed across Chi's face. Didn't Uncle Ling never care about these things? Young Master Xian was also curious about this. He turned his face and waited for the answer. However, the old man fell silent and didn't say anything more. The curiosity of the two was stuck in their throats. It was itchy, but they couldn't catch it. The two young men raised their middle fingers at the same time in their hearts, but neither of them dared to show it. They still had idiotic smiles on their faces. Their smiles were so annoying. At the same time, in the southwest territory of the Divine Land, Nu Chang had been looking for Feng Yuan for more than a month. She had almost turned the whole southwest territory upside down, but she still hadn't found it. Has the host been found? Nu Chang frowned. Now, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, she should have been able to find Feng Yuan's aura. Troublesome. She thought for a moment, then took a step forward and rose into the air. Her body rose to the extreme, and a terrifying aura that was close to the Xiantian full circle spread out. The powerful pressure made all living creatures within 100 miles tremble. Soul of the dead. With a cold shout, a terrifying move came crashing down. In an instant, all the creatures within 100 miles exploded. Blood rained down and dyed the sky red. Without Feng Yuan, tens of thousands of creatures were buried with it. Nu Chang's spiritual sense swept over and didn't find anything unusual. She immediately left and went to other places to search. On this day, rivers of blood flowed in the southwest territory of the Divine Land. Apart from humans, almost all the creatures were wiped out. Everywhere one looked was a dazzling red. Phoenixes were noble and prideful and hated humans. Therefore, the last host it would choose was a human. Nu Chang didn't know how Ji Ming was recognized by Feng Yuan, but this kind of exception wouldn't appear again. Found it. Just as the moon was high in the sky, a trace of golden light appeared in the rain of blood. Nu Chang narrowed her eyes and rushed forward. She waved her hand and suppressed Feng Yuan. Ji Ming, you're not fated to die. Feeling the remnant soul in Feng Yuan, Nu Chang's heart relaxed. She took a step and flew east. With this remnant soul and the power of the soul-suppressing orb, she might be able to save him. In order to save this person, she had paid a huge price. She couldn't fail. At the old site of the academy, Nu Chang appeared. She waved her hand to disperse the restriction outside the wooden house and walked in. Under the soul-suppressing orb, Ji Ming was sleeping peacefully. In order to resist the Nether King, he sacrificed his lifespan. His white hair was dazzling. He had been running around for his entire life, and this was the only time he could stop and rest. Nu Chang walked forward and condensed her essence into Ji Ming's body. When the Feng Yuan entered the body, a rejection appeared. It wasn't that Feng Yuan didn't want to recognize its master, but the rejection from the body made it difficult to merge with the Feng Yuan. In the past, with the power of the Life Scroll, he could forcefully suppress the rejection. However, in the Battle of Chizhou Mountain, in order to deal with the threat of the Nether King's dual Qi Seas, Ningchen used a forbidden move. Nu Chang frowned again. Trouble came one after another. She didn't know how the knowing Destiny Marquis had endured this pain in the past. Vital essence entered, and a majestic aura suppressed the rejection from the Feng Yuan and the knowing Destiny physique. At the same time, in the homeland of Western Buddha, Chongling, a terrifying aura walked out. In the next moment, it headed east. Nu Chang appeared. In the homeland of Western Buddha, many perfected cultivators felt it and showed strange expressions. In the Eastern Divine Lands, an ancient sage-level cultivator came in person. The terrifying pressure shocked the world and made people think that the Nether King had come again. The figure of light, whose face couldn't be seen, clearly stood at the top of the human race. Accompanied by apparitions, her peerless beauty made it hard for people to look away. The most mysterious Chongling Nu Chang of the West Earth rarely appeared. Today, in order to replenish knowing Destiny's remnant soul, she appeared. When Nu Chang attacked, the Divine Land shook. Streams of light gathered in the academy from all directions. The soul-suppressing orb was extremely bright and forcefully gathered the remnant soul of knowing Destiny. Crack! A moment later, a crack appeared on the soul-suppressing orb. The act of replenishing the soul against the heavens was not tolerated by the world. The treasure of Chongling couldn't bear such a huge burden and gradually showed signs of collapse. In a bet, Nu Chang saved knowing Destiny's life at all costs. No one knew the result, but in order to take the next step after perfection, the price had to be paid. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the soul-suppressing orb. Finally, with a bang, the treasure collapsed and disappeared. The number of remnant souls gathered was unknown. Nu Chang looked at knowing Destiny, who was still unconscious on the bed. Light flashed in her eyes. She had tried her best. Whether he could wake up or not depended on his luck. In the next moment, the terrifying pressure that descended on the Divine Lands left and returned to the homeland of Western Buddha. Nu Chang appeared in the Marquis manner. After sending knowing Destiny back, she disappeared again. At dawn, she came to Ning Chen's room to clean as usual. When she saw the sleeping figure on the bed, her delicate body trembled violently and the wooden basin in her hand fell with a clang. Marquis, she ignored her soaked clothes and quickly stepped forward to check on Ning Chen's condition. In the room next door, she heard the movement from next door and immediately rushed over. The scene in front of her was unbelievable. Ning Chen's breath was stable and long. Although he hadn't woken up yet, his life was obviously not in danger. Outside the Marquis manor, Nu Chang quietly looked at the manor. Perhaps this person will wake up faster here. In the homeland of Western Buddha, a man, who had been unconscious for a long time, woke up earlier than Ningchen. Sitting on the bed, she looked at the black medicine brought by the little monk in front of her and was unwilling to drink it. "Senior, I'm already well. Cannot drink it?" A man turned her small head and looked at the man in blue not far away. "No," Prince Yin directly denied without thinking. "Oh." A man's small face was bitter. She reluctantly responded and took the medicine in front of her. Gathering her courage, she closed her eyes and drank it all in one breath. Bitter. A man put down the medicine bowl and looked at Prince Yin again. Prince Yin helplessly stepped forward and handed over a pear. In this world, only this little girl dared to order him around. "Thank you, senior." A man took the pear and smiled sweetly. Her bright and beautiful face made the little monk on the side look dazed. After he recovered, he hurriedly chanted Ba. Buddha, please don't blame me. Little benefactor on man, how is your recovery? At this time, the golden light gathered and the light sage appeared. Holding the holy staff, he calmed the smoke. Stepping on the Buddhist light, he looked too young no matter when you looked at him. I'm already well. A man replied, looking at the young light sage and the bald little monk in front of her. Her eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. Why can a monk not have a head? The little girl's thoughts were so obvious that it was difficult to not guess. The light sage smiled gently. If the hearts of the people in the world were as clean as the little girl in front of him, perhaps that Hell King would not come again. Chapter 403. Grand Xia Imperial City, Jiming Manor. Early in the morning, Ruo she helped the unconscious Ning chun into a wheelchair and push him out of the room. The warm rays of the morning sun shone down on people's bodies. It was warm, dispelling the cold of the night. The sky was clear, and the responsibility of the knowing destiny state was over. The eternal night sect was destroyed, and Lord Yama was sent back. The knowing destiny state, who had been busy all his life, could finally rest. The flames of war broke the Xia dynasty apart. It was time for a change of dynasty, but the Weiyang Palace and the knowing destiny state were more peaceful than ever. People were tired and didn't want to fight anymore. The cavalry of the Northern Ming royal court, the vanguard of the barbarian dynasty, and the rebel army of the Xia dynasty were advancing at an amazing speed. They didn't encounter much resistance and were very close to the Xia dynasty's imperial city. After a series of disasters, the people of the world hated war and prayed for peace more than ever. Maybe peace would come after the Xia dynasty was defeated. Would it be like this? No one knew. According to the headmaster's deduction, the great Xia dynasty should have perished long ago. Perhaps it was during Fan Ling Yue's southern expedition, or during the Eternal Night Sect's eastern expedition, or when Yama descended. It was already an incredible miracle that this 1,000-year-old dynasty could survive until today. It was impossible for any empire to last forever. Great Xia had flourished for 1,000 years, and it was the result of the efforts of generations of wise rulers and generations of marquises. Now that the wise ruler was gone, the era of Great Xia had come to an end. At the same time, a figure from foreign land stepped into the eastern region. He was wearing blue clothes and had an extraordinary appearance. He approached the knowing destiny state step by step. The genius of the Zhao clan, the son of Dongsheng, was a peerless genius whose talent was not inferior to Luo Xingqian's. He was one of the most promising candidates for the divine bow of the Great Sun. He came into the world today just to find a bow left behind by the Zhao clan in the eastern region 30,000 years ago. A dynasty without fate. Ridiculous. In the royal capital of Grand Xia, 1,000 miles away, another young man walked over. His countenance was filled with arrogance and disdain. However, the aura he exuded was so powerful that it pierced the bones. Even before he got close, he could already feel the heavy pressure. The genius of the Shao clan, Yang Shao, was one of the peerless geniuses on par with Dongyang of the Zhao clan. No one knew why he appeared in the eastern region. Ding! The sound of the zither was heard, and the rain of flowers fell. In a flying sedan with a gauze curtain, a fairy was playing the zither. A beautiful girl from an unknown place also appeared in the divine land. She headed east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. One after another, extraordinary geniuses stepped onto the road of the divine lands at the same time. Surprisingly, they all had the same goal. Great Xia Imperial City, Manor of Jiming Marquis. The royal city of Grand Xia was the center of the storm. The rebel army of the 9 cities, the Northern Ming Iron Cavalry, and the army of the barbarian dynasty had all arrived at the foot of the royal city. Each of them harbored different thoughts as they coldly stared at the royal city in front of them. With a single command, they would be able to end this powerful empire that had flourished for thousands of years. Within the imperial city, camp after camp of guards stood guard at the various city gates. Anling Marquis' eyes were filled with despair. Great Xia was finished. In front of the city, Mingyu got off her horse. Her delicate body seemed so extraordinary at this moment. She walked to the foot of the city and looked at the city in front of her. A hint of sadness flashed across her exquisite face. "Purple crystal, accompany me into the city," Mingyu said softly. "Yes." Purple crystal nodded. She waved her hand and brought along the emperor beside her. Then, she turned into a stream of light and entered the city. At the same time, Crown Prince Barbarian and his Sciention Venerate also entered the royal city. State affairs were state affairs, and personal relationships were personal relationships. Before the final attack, they had to go see someone first. In front of the Jiming Marquis mansion, the gate opened wide. Ruoshi pushed Ningchen out. She looked at the Barbarian dynasty and the Northern Ming dynasty's leaders. There wasn't the slightest fear on her beautiful face. Mingyu walked forward. Her eyes glimmered with tears as she softly said, "Bad people, do you blame me?" The Grand Xia's destiny had run out. The strength of the rebel cities wasn't much different. They would definitely fight for the throne again. When that time came, the world would be in chaos. If they wanted to quell this war as soon as possible, the Northern Ming dynasty's best choice was to send troops. To the side, Crown Prince Barbarian looked at the white-clothed figure sleeping in the wheelchair and sighed. Although he was dissatisfied with this kid because of Wild's matter, he couldn't deny that the Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis was the most worthy person in the world. Crown Prince Barbarian turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Mingyu and coldly said, "Emperor of the Northern Ming dynasty, it will soon be clear who this world belongs to. I'll accompany you to the end." Mingyu wiped away her tears. Her expression also became cold. The two left and returned to their respective armies. The siege had officially begun. The three sides had tacitly decided to first take down the Grand Xia and then have a showdown. Within the royal city, 100,000 imperial guards were desperately resisting. Thousands of miles away, reinforcements from Qinghe City, Tianfu City, Huaqing City, and the other cities of the Grand Xia were desperately rushing to the royal city. However, distant water couldn't quench the immediate thirst. The reinforcements from the various cities had arrived too late. In one day and one night, the Grand Xia's imperial guards had suffered heavy casualties. The three sides had also suffered heavy casualties. The Grand Xia's royal city, which had stood for 1,000 years, was about to be breached. How lively! Just as the Grand Xia's royal city was about to be breached, a gray-robed youth appeared in the sky. He ignored the rain of arrows and walked into the royal city. Within the Weiyang Palace, Qing Ning sensed this sudden, powerful aura, and her expression changed. She rushed over to the Marquis Manor. Qing Ning hurried over to the backyard of the Marquis Manor. Seeing the gray-robed youth appear in the sky, her expression was incomparably grave. "Ruoshi, Ningxi, quickly take him away," said Qing Ning. "Where can you go?" Space shook and blue light gathered. Another powerful aura descended. The Zhao family's Danyang appeared in the sky above the Marquis Manor. "So the two of you are here." The sound of a zither was faint, and a rain of flowers drifted down. A flying carriage with gauze curtains appeared in the sky. The woman within spoke, her voice like a clear spring. "Wu Qing, man. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Music Pavilion, which has always thought highly of itself, would also take advantage of the situation?" Yang Xiao, the prodigy of the owl race who had arrived first, sneered coldly. "Brother Yang, you're exaggerating. I'm just following my master's orders to invite this Marquis back to the Heavenly Music Valley as a guest," said Wu Qing Man with a faint smile. Hearing the former's explanation, Yang Xiao coldly snorted. If he believed this nonsense, he would be a fool. Not far away, Zhao Danyang wasn't in the mood to pay attention to their nonsense. He landed and looked at the people in the Marquis Manor. He calmly asked, "Where's the broken death bow?" "Hey, Brother Zhao, there should be a first come, first served rule. Why don't you ask after I finish asking?" As he spoke, Yang Zhao's figure flashed and landed below. He glanced at the people in front of him and smiled. "Hand over the heavenly book, and I'll try not to kill all of you." "In your dreams," said Qing Ning coldly. "I like uncooperative people." Yang Xiao sneered and took a step forward. He instantly closed in and clawed with 3 fingers. Qing Ning brandished her spear and retreated several steps with a bang. A trace of red flowed down the corner of her mouth. A 5th tribulation eminence against a 3 calamity eminence wasn't on the same level. There was no suspense in this battle from the beginning. "Brother Yang, bullying a woman doesn't seem like the conduct of a gentleman," said Wu Qingman with a chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" Yang Xiao turned his head and narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, flying feathers transformed into streams of light that shot into the sky. The poisoned hidden weapons streaked across the sky with blinding light. The curtain flashed, dodging the flying feathers. Wu Qingman suppressed the coldness in her eyes and said softly, "Brother Yang, I offended you with my words just now. Please don't take offense." Yang Xiao ignored her and turned to look at the woman in front of him. "How about it? Have you thought it through? Are you handing it over or not? If you want the heavenly book, I'll burn it for you after you die." Behind Qing Ning, Ning Shi, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't hold back her anger. Lan Jun, who had come from a dangerous building, was never someone who would swallow his anger. The gentle and kind face he showed in front of his elder brother and eldest grandson completely vanished at this moment. Ding! The sound of the zither fell from the sky. Ning Shi, who had just spoken, staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood that dyed her clothes red. Women still need to know what propriety, justice, integrity, and shame are, said Wu Qingman coldly from behind the curtain. 2 brothers, if you want the heavenly book and broken death bow, why go through so much trouble? Just let them get themselves. Before her words fell, the sound of the zither changed again. It was a devilish sound that disturbed people's minds. Ruo Shi, who didn't have a martial arts cultivation, immediately lost her consciousness. Qing Ning's expression changed. She reluctantly endured the dizziness in her head and rushed towards the curtain in the sky. "Did I let you pass?" Yang Xiao snorted. His feet moved and blocked her path. He turned his palm into a fist and blasted it out. The fist and spear collided. Qing Ning's clothes were dyed red, and she was forced back several steps. Behind the wheelchair, Ruo Shi, who was affected by the zither, lost her mind. She let go of the wheelchair and stepped towards the study. Ruo Shi, Ning, she was startled and wanted to stop her. However, she was suppressed by the zither and couldn't move half a step. "Ruo Shi, where are you going?" Just as Ruo Shi passed by the wheelchair, a warm hand stretched out and grabbed the former's arm. In the next moment, the figure lying in the wheelchair slowly stood up. The wheelchair under her body collapsed into pieces and scattered all over the sky. Then, a beautiful green sword flew out and turned into a bright streamer as it swept straight out. Ji Ming Marquis. Yang Zhao's pupil shrank. He tried to catch the sword with his palm, but he felt a strong and unshakable sword intent closing in. He was forced back a dozen steps. "Wrong, it's Ji Ming Marquis." Qing Ning disappeared and instantly appeared in front of the sword. She reached out and grabbed the sword. In an instant, the sword broke through the restriction of the 2 palms and penetrated the former's chest. The sudden change made everyone present unable to react. Yang Zhao's mouth was overflowing with blood. He reached out and grabbed the sword in front of his chest. He turned his palm and forced a counterattack. Ning Chen's mouth slightly raised. The sword's momentum changed and directly sent the former flying. Up, Yang Xiao landed on the ground and barely managed to stabilize his body. He vomited another mouthful of blood. "Miss, my family's womenfolk have not received you well and have neglected you. However, I will discipline them for their mistakes. Can you stop playing the zither?" Ning Chan raised his head and looked at the woman on the palanquin in the sky. Inside the gauze curtain, Wu Qingman reached out and pressed the strings of the zither. Drops of blood silently dripped from the corner of her mouth. On the zither cast in black gold, a clear sword mark appeared unknowingly. It penetrated the body of the zither and was unusually dazzling. Chapter 404. Knowing destiny had awakened, and the power of the sword shocked everyone present. His robes fluttered in the wind. He had finally awakened at the most critical moment. After the divine tribulation, most of the remaining cultivators of the divine prefecture had been in seclusion, which gave the outsiders a chance to invade. However, even a tiger who had fallen from grace could not be bullied by a dog. The murderous intent on the knowing destiny sword was so cold that it sent chills down people's spines. The divine weapon that had once been stained with the blood of the gods had appeared again. Although the original aura had not been released, it had already frightened the three present. Jiming Marquis, do you really think you can stop the three of us by yourself? Wu Qingman's expression turned cold as she spoke. Is it very difficult? Ning Chun raised his head and looked at her with a half-smile. It seemed like he was looking down on her and ignoring her. Wu Qingman's heart skipped a beat, and her face was extremely ugly. She had seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time she saw someone who dared to be so arrogant in the face of three cultivators. Zhao Dongyang narrowed his eyes. The knowing destiny marquis of the great Xia deserved his reputation. With a wave of his hand, the sun drew the bow. Rays of light from the arrows flew out directly toward the people in front of him. The blazing fire surged in the light of the arrows. Every inch forward, the arrows became stronger. Sword form, Nirvana. Ning Chun waved his sword, and rays of light appeared and turned into a sword flow. The majestic sword came out easily. The power of the Nirvana sword was earth-shattering. It instantly destroyed the arrows in the way and continued to fly forward. The sword was unparalleled. Zhao Dongyang and Yang Shao were enveloped by it at the same time. They had no choice but to work together to block the Nirvana sword. The two of them blocked the sword, but after a loud bang, they both took 3 steps back. Blood dripped from the corners of their mouths. After being defeated in one move, the two geniuses of the younger generation found it hard to accept. Enduring their injuries, they forcefully circulated their quintessence and gathered the wind and clouds in all directions. Immediately, the wind howled and the city walls were set ablaze. A powerful move was unleashed. The wind helped the fire. The two moves flowed together and attacked the knowing destiny sword. The powerful power could burn the sky and boil the sea. Ning Chun stood still like a mountain. The origins spread out from his sword. Endless cold chi spread out at an extremely fast speed. He blocked out the incoming attacks with his sword. The sharp sword intent shot out through the fiery light, blowing away the two warriors in front of him again. Blood dripped from their bodies. Before the knowing destiny sword, the owl could not spread its wings, and the sun could not rise from the east. In the sky, Wu Qingman saw that the situation was unfavorable. She plucked the zither strings with both hands. Wave after wave of zither waves spread out. Immediately, the earth rumbled and trembled. Yellow soil flew up, and leaves fell like rain. The sound of the zither came from all directions, trapping the knowing destiny state cultivators. However, at this moment, Su-Yi flashed and disappeared. In this world, there might be someone who could seal the knowing destiny state cultivator's spiritual awareness, but it was definitely not Wu Qingman. The white-clothed figure hovered in the air. The cold sword in his hand was placed beside the woman's neck. Threads of vermilion dyed the sword edge red. If it had been half an inch more, she would have died. Wu Qingman's body trembled. Her eyes flashed with disbelief. She couldn't understand why the difference in strength between them was so great. Knowing Destiny Marquis, spare her life. Consider it as giving me face. At this moment, Nu Chang arrived and appeared on the battlefield. Ningxin glanced at Nu Chang and moved his sword away. He didn't want to kill her again. Although his consciousness wasn't complete when he was unconscious, he could still sense the aura of the person who saved him. The arrival of Nu Chang shocked everyone again. The terrifying pressure from a woman in front of them wasn't something an ordinary 3-disaster stage cultivator could possess. Let's go. Zhao Dongyang and Yang Shao knew it was impossible to gain anything today. Their feet moved, and they quickly retreated. Wu Qingman coldly snorted. With a wave of her delicate hand, the carriage flew out and also quickly went away. After the three left, Ning Chun nodded to Nu Chang. "Miss, please wait a moment. I still have some small matters to deal with." As soon as his voice fell, Ning Chun calmly looked at Ruo, she who was gradually waking up from her daze. Ruo, she changed clothes. Ruo, she covered the tears in her eyes and nodded. She immediately walked into a side room and took out a wooden box that hadn't been touched for a long time. After opening it, a blue Marquis robe was lying inside. It symbolized the glory of the Marquis for 1,000 years. Today, it finally reappeared in the world. After taking out the robe, Ruo, she helped the Marquis change out of his plain robe and into a blue robe. Her purple hair was tied behind her back. It was simple and plain. After changing clothes, knowing destiny didn't delay any longer and stepped away. Outside the Imperial City, the three sides were still attacking. The Imperial City was in imminent danger and had reached the final juncture. The flames of war had burned away the crowns of the Grand Xia soldiers. Facing the attacks of three sides, it was difficult for them to hold on. Despair appeared on the faces of the soldiers. If the Grand Xia fell, how would they face the Marquis who sacrificed their lives for the Grand Xia in the underworld? With a rumble, the giant tree once again hit the city gate. The sound of breaking rang out, announcing the end of the Grand Xia. The faces of the 9 city lords were filled with joy. The day they had waited for had finally arrived. At this moment, sword intent descended from the sky and directly cut open the land between the Imperial City and the three sides. One sword forbade martial arts, and the world stopped war. The next moment, a blue figure appeared in the sky. The most familiar face made everyone's heart tremble. "Welcome, Marquis." The guards of the Grand Xia were the first to react. Their faces were filled with joy as they knelt down to welcome the arrival of the Marquis. The appearance of knowing destiny shocked everyone. The blue Marquis robe fluttered in the wind, affecting the hearts of everyone below. "Mingyu, Crown Prince, please withdraw your troops." The understated words didn't carry a trace of threat, but the calmness made people dare not refute. Knowing destiny, the long-disappeared Marquis of the Grand Xia had returned today. A trace of joy appeared in Mingyu's eyes, but she immediately concealed it without leaving a trace. She raised her hand and stopped the northern Ming soldiers from continuing to attack the city. Crown Prince Barbarian narrowed his eyes and waved his halberd, blocking the soldiers behind him who were about to charge out. He hadn't thought that he would wake up at this time. On the other side, the 9 city lords saw the figure floating in the sky. Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Hadn't the Marquis all died in battle? Why was the knowing destiny Marquis still alive? Knowing destiny Marquis. The expressions of the soldiers behind the 9 city lords changed. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. Under the heavens, the person they were most afraid of meeting was undoubtedly the Marquis in the sky. In the Grand Xia, from the nobles to the commoners, they all respected the Marquis more than they feared him. However, there was only one exception, and that was the knowing destiny Marquis. Towards this Marquis, who had single-handedly slaughtered an entire city of rebels, fear had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every citizen of the Grand Xia. It was difficult to get rid of it. Amongst the rebel army of the 9 cities, there were many young people from Great Wisdom City. When they saw the knowing destiny Marquis appear, their legs unconsciously trembled and they knelt down. One person knelt down, then everyone knelt down. Under fear, large groups of rebel army knelt down and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the figure in the sky. It was an unpredictable situation. Amongst the 9 city lords, one of the city lords finally wavered. His body trembled as he got off his horse and knelt down as well. "Wang Qiu, you piece of trash. He's only one person. What's there to be afraid of?" Beside him, a middle-aged man with a bloody scar on his face scolded angrily. The kneeling city lord didn't reply. He only lowered his head deeply. In front of his life, nothing else was important. However, anyone who had personally witnessed the hellish state of Great Wisdom City would definitely not doubt that if they continued to resist, the knowing destiny Marquis wouldn't be ruthless enough to kill them all. Ning Chun turned around and looked at the rebel army of the 9 cities in front of the West Gate. He said indifferently, "Retreat, or all of you stay here. Attack the city." The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He ignored him and gave the order to continue attacking the city. Under his orders, the soldiers once again carried siege weapons and ran out, continuing to attack the city. Stupid. Ming Yu and Crown Prince Man looked at the commotion at the west gate. A cold smile flashed through their eyes. Those who were blinded by power could no longer see the situation in front of them clearly. The moment the order was given, the azure-robed figure in the sky also moved. He waved the weapon in his hand. Immediately, an extremely terrifying sword light shot out. 100-zhong-wide gust of wind followed, like a shadow, shaking the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, thousands of heads flew up. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. On the war horse, the middle-aged man's body was directly split in two. He fell off the horse with a bang. Such a terrifying scene scared out of the soldiers behind him. Marquis, please spare us. There was no more luck. One by one, figures filled with fear knelt down. They lowered their heads and trembled incessantly. It was an unimaginable reversal. The situation of the three sides surrounding the city collapsed in an instant because of the appearance of one person. The ground was filled with corpses that were separated from their bodies. The ruthlessness of the knowing destiny Marquis once again shocked the world. Kong Yu, bring the city lords and generals into the city for tea. Don't neglect them. Ning Chen glanced at Kong Yu on the West Gate Tower and said calmly, "Yes." Kong Yu knelt down and respectfully accepted the order. The show is over. You can all disperse. Ning Chen looked at Ming Yu and Crown Prince Man and said, "Retreat." The two of them waved their hands and ordered the troops to retreat. Now that the knowing destiny Marquis had awakened, the Great Xia would not be destroyed. Even if they forcefully attacked the city, they would only end up like the rebels of the 9 cities. Ming Yu, you did well. Ning Chen transmitted his voice. There was no blame in his words. The chaos of the Great Xia was the source of the flames of war. Ming Yu was not wrong to send troops at this time. To be able to fight all the way here before the rebels of the 9 cities took down the imperial city meant that his and Fan Lingyue's teachings were not in vain. Hearing the former's voice, Ming Yu's anxious heart finally relaxed. She turned around and smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Crown Prince Man led the army and left without looking back. In this war, they had obtained all the resources they should have obtained. It was enough to raise the barbarian dynasty's national strength to another level. With a tacit understanding, Ning Chen did not pursue this matter. Now that the Great Xia was weak, it was impossible for them to be as unyielding as before. After doing what he had to do, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He waved his hand and put away his sword. He took a step forward and left the horizon. With the departure of the knowing destiny Marquis, the heavy pressure disappeared. However, the fear that suppressed the deepest part of everyone's hearts was like the headless corpses on the ground, unable to dissipate. Chapter 405. In the manor, Ning Chen returned. After washing his hands and changing into his regular clothes, he immediately came to the study where Ruo Chang was waiting. After serving the house's best tea, she retreated and didn't disturb the two's conversation. "May I ask how I should address you?" Ning Chen asked with a smile on his face. "Chang Yu." Nu Chang looked at the person in front of her and said calmly. She was present at the scene of the battle to send the Nether King back. She knew very well how cold this seemingly amiable young man was. At that time, the million rays of bloodlight were real living souls, ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. Unfathomable. This was her evaluation of the young man in front of her. However, Ruo Chang also knows that although Ji Ming is fickle, he cherishes the people around him very much, even more important than his own life. "Good name." Ning Chen smiled gently and immediately continued. "In order to save this one, I've made Miss Chang you spend a lot of money." He was clearer than anyone about his situation at that time. His soul had dispersed, his cultivation was crippled, and his vitality had dried up. Practically half of his body had been buried in the earth. It was obvious what sort of enormous price Chang Yu had paid to save him. Expensive? It's quite a lot. 1 soul-suppressing pearl, 3 heaven reversal pills, and my realm's female supreme personally came to help you gather your soul and extend your life with the heaven reversal technique. As for the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I won't count them one by one. The woman picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said indifferently. Hearing the woman in front of him, Ning Chen's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. This favor seems to be a bit too big. Miss, are we friends? Ning Chen put down the tea in his hand and seriously asked. Not really. Chang Yu denied it directly with a strange smile on her face. She said, Jiming Marquis, don't think that I don't know anything about you these days. It's really not easy to be your friend. Chang Yu doesn't have this good fortune. There are a lot of people who died because of this kid. To be his friend, not only do you need to be careful, but you also need to be very lucky. Ning Chen smiled helplessly. It turns out that his reputation has become so bad. The reason I saved you is to get the heavenly book. It's a fair trade. Ruo Changyu didn't beat around the bush and directly said, Which scroll? Ning Chen also became serious and asked. The bright chaos scroll had already been destroyed in the final battle with the Underworld King. Other than Wan Fengchun and the others, no one knew that he had the Void Scroll. Thus, the heavenly tomes that Chang Yu wanted should be in the Heaven, Earth, and Life Scrolls. The Heaven Scroll and the Life Scroll, Nu Chang calmly said. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Soon after, he sighed deeply in his heart. The thing that he was most worried about had happened. Miss Chang Yu, I can silently give you the Heaven Scroll, but not the Life Scroll. This scroll was given to me by someone else. Back then, I might have promised that I wouldn't let anyone else read it. Miss, can you change your condition? Ning Chen earnestly asked. No, we can't do it without either of them, said the woman indifferently as she drank her tea. Ning Chen frowned. He thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, May I ask why you want the Life Scroll? There were tens of thousands of cultivation techniques in the world, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. The heavenly tomes were not suitable for everyone. Chang Yu had paid such a huge price to save him. If it was just for one more cultivation technique, it was not worth it. There's no harm in telling you. I need to borrow the Life Scroll's special attribute to fuse with any cultivation technique to break through to the Great Circle realm. Nu Chang honestly replied. As for the second half of her sentence, she suppressed it in her heart. Once both of them reached the Great Circle realm, she could attempt to step into the next realm, a realm that no one had ever stepped into before. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he said, Miss Chang Yu, since what you need is the Life Scroll's true essence and not a cultivation technique, then before you reach the Great Circle realm, you'll have to take the Life Scroll's cultivation technique from me. For the sake of a promise, you'll have to sacrifice your future freedom. Is it worth it? Nu Chang's eyes flashed. She didn't care who cultivated the Life Scroll. Even if she cultivated it, she would have to start from the beginning just like him. The difference in speed wouldn't be too great. Moreover, this person had already cultivated it once. If he cultivated it again, it might be even faster. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not, since I promised I should do it. This is a matter of course, replied Ning Chen. Nu Chang didn't try to persuade him any further. She indifferently said, Then you should prepare. We'll leave tomorrow for the homeland of Western Buddha. Ning Chen silently nodded. Nu Chang didn't say anything. She put down her teacup and walked out of the study. When she was about to leave, she paused and earnestly said, The dual transformation technique isn't omnipotent. You have too much karma on you. Each tribulation in the future will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After all, your avatar isn't as good as your main body. If it's destroyed by heavenly tribulation, I won't be able to save you. At that time, I won't hesitate to use a soul-searching technique to extract the Life Scroll's cultivation technique before your consciousness fades. Nu Chang Yu walked out of the study and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ning Chen gently sighed and walked over to the bookshelf. He pushed open the door and walked in. Within the coffin made of ice and snow, the ghost woman was still unconscious. Her beautiful face was calm and serene, as if she were sleeping. The ghost origin had returned, and the 3 souls were complete. But for some unknown reason, The woman in the coffin was still unable to wake up. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with pain. When would he ever be able to repay the debt he owed her in this life? Inside the stone room, Su Yi stood quietly for the whole night. When dawn came the next day, Jiming walked out without saying goodbye to anyone and left with Nu Changyu. In the study, Jiming stayed behind and transformed into an avatar. As usual, he sat there quietly and thought about things. There was no difference from before. Marquis, it's time to go to the palace and pay respects to the lady. She knocked on the door of the study and immediately pushed it open. In. Ningchen got up. Time stopped at this moment, turning into a microcosm of the future. Day after day, 7 years, nothing changed. Time flew by like a shuttle. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chi'er succeeded the throne. Zhang Sun returned to the throne. Kong Yu became a marquis. Everything in the Grand Xia moved forward step by step. Although it wasn't as prosperous as before, due to the existence of Jiming, there were no more rebellions. She left the manor, and with the etiquette of a princess, she was betrothed to the son of Taiping Marquis, who was beaten by Ning Chun. After the upheaval in his family, the former playboy matured a lot. He took the initiative to go to the border and inherit his father's will to protect the Grand Xia. In the end, she chose to stay in the manor. 7 years were like a day, grinding ink, adding incense, serving tea and water. She never asked for anything and didn't want to change anything. In the past, Zhang Sun didn't mention the 3-year agreement he made with Zhang Sun. The position of the Marquis' mistress was always empty. Even if many officials brought up this matter, it was suppressed by Zhang Sun in the end. 7 years later, Zhang Sun's body couldn't hold on anymore and was about to reach the end of his life. Ning Chun stood silently in front of Zhang Sun's sickbed. He stood there for several days and nights without leaving half a step. Outside the imperial city, lanterns and decorations were hung. A new year was coming. The atmosphere of saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new spread throughout the city. The city was very lively. When the New Year's bell rang, Zhang Sun, who had been sleeping on the sickbed, woke up. His eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of unconcealable sadness. Finally, this moment had arrived. "Help me up," Zhang Sun whispered. "In." Ning Chen nodded and immediately stepped forward to help Zhang Sun. Carefully standing up, he got off the bed and walked toward the window. Behind him, Qing Ning and Xia Sinyu's eyes were filled with tears. They slightly turned their heads away, not letting the tears affect Zhang Sun's final mood. Inside and outside the palace, the lights were so beautiful that the night was as bright as day. With the sound of the bell echoing, a new year had come. I remember when you first entered the palace. You weren't as tall as me. You were reckless like a child. I didn't expect more than 10 years to pass in the blink of an eye. Zhang Sun whispered as she looked at the lights outside the window. I was stupid back then. I just offended the West Palace, and now I offended her ladyship. Now that I think about it, I was really lucky that I didn't get my head chopped off after causing so much trouble. Ning Chen smiled. Zhang Sun smiled. Time had truly passed too quickly. Who would have thought that the child she had picked up back then would grow up to this point? Outside the window, in the starry night sky, a crescent moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was a bit cold, but it wasn't unbearable. The figure in front of the window quietly looked at the scenery outside. After a long time, his arm fell down silently. He leaned on Zhang Ming's shoulder and peacefully fell asleep. Zhang Sun had no regrets in his life. Qing Ning and Xia Xinyu could no longer hold back their tears. They dropped down and knelt down to bid farewell to their loved ones. Zhang Ming's tears soaked his red robes. The Marquis Zhang Ming, who had never wavered even in the face of the gods, trembled again and again. His heart gradually sank. You still know to come back. This one knows his wrongs. Speak, what wrongs did you do? I shouldn't have tied up Qing Ning. I shouldn't have taken the items from the palace. And I shouldn't have faked her ladyship's decree and sneaked out of the palace. I shouldn't have haggled with her ladyship and refused to return to the palace. Good, very good. If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have known that you had made so many mistakes. Tell me, how should I punish you? My ladyship, Ningchen also knows his wrongs. Now that the matter of the true extreme country's envoy is more important, why don't we give him a chance to redeem himself? Since even Qingning has pleaded for you, I'll spare you this time. However, I can spare you the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment. Since you want to leave the palace so badly, I'll ground you for half a year. You can't step out of Weiyang Palace for half a year. You can't wait to leave? My ladyship, you must know that my personality isn't suitable for the palace. As long as I stay here, I'll get into trouble sooner or later. I'm the Empress of Xia. Can't I protect you? What are you afraid of? The past flashed past Zhongming's eyes like smoke. It was reflected in the tears that fell down. Men don't cry easily unless they are deeply hurt. Chapter 406. Zhang Xuan's death signified the end of an era. 3 months later, in the newly built Heavenly Mandate Palace, Ning Chun handed over the Marquis seal and armor, returning the title of Marquis. Couldn't stay and watched his master leave with tears in his eyes. He understood that from now on, the rise and fall of the Grand Xia would depend on themselves. In the Marquis mansion, Ning Chun walked into the secret room of the study and looked at the beautiful figure sleeping in the ice coffin. Raising his right hand, a faint phoenix cry sounded and a huge phoenix shadow appeared behind him. The next moment, the phoenix opened its mouth and a majestic suction force came out. The ice coffin rose and turned into a stream of light that flew into the phoenix shadow. In a flash, it disappeared. Ruoshi, let's go. After doing all this, Ning Chun glanced at the woman beside him and whispered, "In." Ruoshi nodded and left with him. In the Marquis mansion, figures knelt down to bid farewell to the Lord. Marquis. The old housekeeper's eyes were full of tears as he looked at the white-clothed Marquis in front of Ruoshi. No matter how many rumors about the Marquis outside, everyone in the mansion knew that their Marquis was the best Marquis in the world. Ning Chun stopped and looked at the figures kneeling on both sides and calmly said, "Take care." After saying his goodbyes, Ning Chun turned and left, never looking back. In the imperial city, Kong Yu looked at the departing Marquis with a heavy heart. In these 7 years, the Marquis had left them with an era of peace. Great Xia had also been able to recuperate and recover. But from now on, whether or not they could maintain this peace would depend on themselves. The Divine Land was vast, more than 100,000 miles of territory. Ning Chun took Ruoshi step by step to the west like an ordinary person, walking over thousands of mountains and rivers. Ruoshi didn't know martial arts, so she walked slowly. Ning Chun wasn't in a hurry either. He walked as fast as Ruoshi walked. In this life, there was one person who was willing to accompany him. He couldn't ask for more. 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. From then on, a young man in red and a charming handmaiden appeared in the westward journey of the Divine Land. They were like the most beautiful scenery that would never change. Whenever Ruoshi was tired and wanted a rest, Ning Chun would use his phoenix essence to relieve her fatigue. Day after day, year after year. Gradually, Ruoshi's pace became faster. Sometimes, she would walk for 2 to 4 hours without stopping to rest. Ning Chun didn't say anything. As usual, he kept pace with the woman beside him. Ruoshi, you haven't seen the sea yet, right? After another 3 months, Ning Chun suddenly stopped and asked as he looked at the blue sky before him. What is the sea? Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a touch of puzzlement as she asked. A very, very big river. Ning Chun said softly. Due to the arrival of the Lord of the Underworld, the eastern region was forced out of the 5 regions and became a special place. As a result, the people of the Divine Prefecture had never seen an ocean, let alone know what an ocean was. Hearing the explanation, Ruoshi still didn't understand, but she didn't ask any more questions. Ning Chun didn't explain anything and continued to walk forward with the woman beside him. Half a day later, the sound of waves entered their ears, and a magnificent scene appeared in front of the two. The endless blue sea, the sound of wind, the sound of waves, and the sound of wind beating against the stone walls gradually raised waves more than 10 feet high. The beautiful and spectacular scene was fascinating. Is this the sea? Ruah, she was fascinated by the scenery in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she asked in surprise. Yes, Ningchen nodded and responded. Is there an end to the sea? Ruah, she looked back at the man beside her and asked. Yes, the place we're going to is at the end of the sea, Ningchen replied. Since there was no way to wake up the ghost girl in the divine land, then he would go to the other 4 regions to find it. He didn't believe in fate. He only believed in human effort. Looking at the endless sea in front of her, Ruah, she's face showed a touch of embarrassment and asked, How are we going to get there? By boat. Ningchen looked to the north and calmly said. Puzzled, Ruah, she looked around but didn't see any ships. She couldn't help but wonder, where is the ship? Before he finished speaking, a luxurious merchant ship appeared in front of the 2 of them amidst the surging waves in the north. On the ship's sail, the word XN was embroidered in golden thread. It was so clear that under the setting sun, it emitted a dazzling golden light. On the merchant ship that just set sail, young Lord Xian stood at the head of the ship, looking at the scenery along the way with a carefree heart. The money earned from this trip to the Eastern Territory was equal to the Xian family's savings in the past few decades. At this moment, young Lord Liang Chun saw 2 figures waving at him from the distant shore. His eyes froze for a moment and looked left and right. They were the only ship on the sea, so they were calling for them. Stop the ship and dock. Young Lord, what's wrong? We just set sail. Achi was puzzled. Could it be that young Lord's head is starting to become abnormal again? Someone wants to take the ship. Hurry up and dock. What's with all this nonsense? Young Lord Xian said in a bad mood. Yes, Achi muttered in response and immediately went down to give the order. Sure enough, young Lord's head was short-circuited again. This was the first time he heard that a merchant ship needed to pull passengers along the way. As the merchant ship approached, an old man came out of the ship and looked at the man and woman in front of him. He didn't know why, but he always felt something was wrong. How could there be such a bold young lord and maid who dared to casually board a passing merchant ship? Ning Chun and Ruah, she boarded the ship. It must be said that in the eyes of ordinary people, Hua Kuei's charm was much greater than the red-robed young lord beside her. Young Lord Xian's eyes were shining, and the only thing missing was the word infatuated written on his face. Young Lord, young Lord. Achi kept tugging at someone's clothes and reminded him with a face full of shame. If it weren't for the fact that this was his young lord, he would have pretended not to know him. Oh. Young Lord Xian came back to his senses and quickly put away his pig face. Cupping his fist, he asked, This one is Xian Liang Chun. How should I address you? Ning Chun. Ning Chun calmly said. Good name. Young Lord Xian gave a thumbs up and continued to ask, Brother Ning is also going to the southern tomb. I've been in the eastern domain for a long time, so I'm ready to go out and see the scenery of the other domains. Ning Chun replied. Brother Ning is in such a good mood. Young Lord Xian's tone was full of envy. Ning Chun smiled. He could also see that this young Master Xian was not an ordinary person. It was not because of his identity or cultivation, but because his breadth of mind and bearing was not something an ordinary person could compare with. It made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Achi, go arrange a guest room for Brother Ning and this girl to rest first. Young Lord Xian turned around and ordered. Achi nodded and stepped forward. Young Lord Ning, please. Thank you. Ning Chun thanked him and immediately walked forward with Ruah Shi. After the 2 left, young Lord Xian's eyes flashed with light. He said to himself, This girl is even more beautiful than Miss Susu of the White Knight House. It's really unreasonable. Young Lord, this red-clothed young man is not an ordinary person. Be careful. The old man came over and reminded him. Young Lord, I'm not an ordinary person either. Besides, don't I have Uncle Ling? Young Lord Xian laughed. In the guest room, the furnishings were simple and plain. Compared with the luxurious appearance of the ship, it was much more pleasing to the eye. Young Lord Xian only arranged a guest room for them. What he was thinking in his head, even a fool could guess. Ningchen didn't point it out, and Ruah, she also didn't care. As usual, she did what she needed to do. After Ah Chi left, the woman began to freshen up. She took off her hairpin in front of the bronze mirror. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Among all the women he had met in his life, Ruo, she was absolutely not inferior to anyone in terms of appearance. In the past, she was the most beautiful woman in the entire Granxia dynasty. After all these years of accumulation, she had reached the most beautiful period of her life. She was even more elegant and dazzling than before. Young lord, do you think people cannot age? Ruo, she looked at herself in the mirror and asked softly. On the side, Ning Chun, who was thinking about something, came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he said, the Xiantian realm can preserve one's appearance. In addition, there should also be some rare treasures that can slow down the aging process. Speaking up to here, Ning Chun glanced at the woman's face reflected in the bronze mirror and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid your young lord won't want you anymore if you're not beautiful anymore? Ruo, she chuckled and responded, and rumor has it that dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder have the effect of preserving one's appearance. If you encounter a flood dragon, young Lord Xian will bring back a piece of dragon liver for you. Ning Chun smiled. Okay. Ruo, she's eyebrows curved as she nodded. You rest first, I'll go outside for a walk. On the way, I'll ask young Lord Xian some things about the southern tomb. Ning Chun got up and said. Outside the cabin, the sun had already set and night had arrived. The sky was filled with twinkling stars, and the bright moon sprinkled down a lustrous white splendor that was reflected in the seawater, reflecting the clear and crystalline waves of light. The night on the sea was very beautiful. The sky was wide and the earth was wide, making one's heart feel unprecedentedly comfortable. Young Lord Xian sat at the bow of the ship, swaying back and forth to enjoy the scenery, but he wasn't afraid of falling off the ship. Ning Chun came over and didn't disturb him. Standing on the edge of the ship, he looked at the gradually disappearing divine land with a touch of imperceptible sadness in his calm eyes. Brother Ning, it's a beautiful day with beautiful women accompanying you, but you're here enjoying the sea breeze. What killjoy! On the bow of the ship, young Lord Xian looked back at the red-robed young man on the edge of the ship and smiled. Ah! Ning Chun covered up the sadness in his eyes and smiled faintly. Young Lord X, aren't you also enjoying the sea breeze here? AI, it's all tears. When I came out in a hurry, I forgot to bring along my beautiful maids. Now I can only sit here in a daze and sleep alone. Young Lord Xian's face was full of regret. Boom! At this moment, the bow of the ship suddenly shook violently, as if it had hit something. Sitting at the bow of the ship, young Lord Xian staggered and almost fell into the sea. Fortunately, he had a few skills and barely managed to return to the hull. Uncle Ling, who was responsible for protecting the merchant ship, flashed out and looked around the ship. His eyes sank. Did they encounter a sea monster? Next to the bow of the ship, Ning Chun looked at the huge figure surging under the water. His eyes flashed with a blazing red light. The giant figure in the sea immediately trembled as if it felt the most terrible threat and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Huh, it's not shaking anymore. Did we hit a reef? Young Lord Xian murmured with a puzzled expression. Uncle Ling's eyes also raised doubts. What's going on? Just now he clearly saw something around the ship. Chapter 407. The time on the sea was long and abnormally long, but surprisingly smooth. 2 months ago, the ship encountered a strange tremor, but since then, they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. With the southern tomb mainland in sight, the mood of the people on the ship became more and more expectant. After being out for so long, everyone wanted to go home as soon as possible. Brother Ning, what are your plans after arriving at southern tomb? At the bow of the ship, young Lord Xian asked softly. Let's walk around first before making any arrangements. Ning Chun calmly replied. Since Brother Ning has no specific arrangements, why don't you come to the Xian family as a guest for a few days? I can also show Brother Ning the local customs of southern tomb. Young Lord Xian sincerely invited. Ning Chun thought for a moment and nodded. Then this one will thank young Lord Xian in advance. "Oh, Brother Ning is too polite." Young Lord Xin replied with a free and easy smile. 5 days later, the merchant ship docked. The people who came to receive them were already waiting on the shore. After helping to unload the goods, batch after batch were transported to the various chambers of commerce of the Xin family. Young Lord Soap, Ruaw, she pointed to the boxes of goods unloaded from the ship with a smile. In the Divine Continent, everyone knew that this soap was actually produced by the young lord. The raw materials and manufacturing process were very simple. Who would have thought that it would become a luxury item when shipped to Southern Tomb? All merchants are profiteers. This young Lord Xin is very knowledgeable. Besides, this is not a necessity for the common people. In the end, the people who sell it are the nobles who have too much money to spend. Ning Chan smiled and didn't care. Brother Ning, there are still 2 days before we reach Swallow Song City. Let's hurry. Young Lord Xin walked over and called out, "Young Lord Xin, please go ahead." This one suddenly remembered that there is still a small matter to take care of. After it is done, I will go to Swallow Song City to visit. Ning Chen calmly said. Young Lord Xin was startled, but quickly recovered. He didn't ask any more questions and cupped his fist to bid farewell. In that case, Liangshan will wait for Brother Ning's arrival in Swallow Song City. The caravan set off, and Xi and Liangshan also set off with the caravan. Under the rolling wheels, the ship gradually moved away. Young Lord, where are we going now? Ruaw Shi's eyes showed a puzzled look. How come she didn't hear young Lord Xi mention anything else? Do you remember 2 months ago, the ship seemed to hit something and shook violently? Ning Chen asked. What's wrong? Didn't young Master Xin say he encountered a reef? Ruaw, she was puzzled. That's not a reef. Furthermore, it's following us. Ning Chun turned around and looked at the sea behind him as he replied. The sky darkened, and the people on the shore were already far away. Ning Chun took Ruaw Shi, and with a wave of his hand, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the sea. 300 miles later, a red light appeared. Ning Chan sent Ruaw Shi into the ghost palanquin he summoned. Then, he immediately walked to a spot not far away from the palanquin. With a flip of his hand, the King of Hell's heavenly sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of the sword, the rumbling waves split the surface of the sea. It was a shocking scene. The phoenix body was different from the main body, or it could be said that it was different from a human's physique. With the phoenix origin as the foundation and the phoenix blood as the body, after 9 years, it had basically recovered to the original 5 tribulation realm. However, it was still quite a distance away from entering the 3 calamities realm. During the Battle of Mount Chizhou, Ji Ming was forced to use the forbidden technique of the life scroll, causing his cultivation to dissipate and his vitality to overdraft. Fortunately, Nu Chong saved his life with the ability to reverse the heavens. However, the crippled cultivation had to be recultivated in the end. Ning Chen didn't care too much about his own cultivation. After a brief exchange with Mu Bai 9 years ago in the Barren City, he truly realized that there was no absolute relationship between a person's strength and their cultivation. Mu Bai may not have stepped into the Xiantian realm until the last moment, but that sword of his was really not something any Xiantian or even 3 calamities realm cultivator could reach. Of course, if one's strength reached the level of Hell King, everything would be a different story. Under Ning Chen's body, the sea parted and a terrifying beast roar came out. 3,000 feet below, a huge turtle-shaped sea beast the size of an island appeared. The beast's head was short and small like a snake, and its head and tail were hundreds of feet long. It was a monster that had never been seen before. However, at this moment, the one who was more frightened was the giant sea beast. The snake's head trembled as it looked at the red-robed young man in the air. Its eyes were full of begging for mercy. The phoenix was the top existence among the mythological beasts. There were very few who could compare to it. This kind of pressure from the depths of their bloodline made the black tortoise descendant, who only had a small amount of ancestral blood, feel extreme fear in his heart. Inside the ghost palanquin, Ruaw, she looked at the monster below with a trace of surprise on her beautiful face. There was actually such a huge creature in the world. Why are you following us? Ning Chen coldly asked. Ayo! The black tortoise descendant suppressed the fear in his heart and growled. I don't understand. Ning Chun directly replied. When the two phoenixes called out to him, he didn't understand half a word, let alone this monster that looked like a black tortoise but didn't seem to be qualified. Ayo! The black tortoise descendant roared again. I don't understand you no matter how much you roar. Ning Chun unhappily said. Ayo! The black tortoise descendant refused to give up and continued to roar. Ayo my ass! Do you believe I won't kill you and make a stew? Ning Chen's ears hurt from the roar of the monster below. He was in a bad mood. Young master, it seems to have something to ask of you. In the ghost palanquin, Ruo, she couldn't stand it anymore and reminded. Ask? Your young master has everything. Speaking up to hear, Ning Chen's voice paused as a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the monster below, he put on a fake smile and said, You aren't thinking about the phoenix blood, are you? In the sea, the black tortoise descendant roared and nodded his head, causing waves to rise 100 feet high. Ning Chun chuckled, and the brilliance of his sword revolved. Strange things happened every year, but this year was especially strange. He had seen people who weren't afraid of death, but he had never seen someone who actively sought death. Since the idea was on him, he would have an excuse to kill it and make a stew. Young master, killing is not good. Ruo, she saw the situation wasn't right and hurriedly stopped him. Ayo! The black tortoise descendant felt something at this time and roared in fear. Since Ruo, she had spoken, Ning Chan could only suppress the urge to cut the turtle shell a few times. He glanced at the monster below and lightly said, You want the phoenix blood, but I have a sword. If you want to die, I can help send you on your way. Ayo! The black tortoise descendant opened his mouth and a drop of dark yellow blood flew out from his mouth. In an instant, a heavy aura pressed down, causing the sea to churn. When the essence blood flew out, the black tortoise descendant's aura immediately weakened a lot, and his spirit also withered. Ning Chen's eyelids twitched, and the idea of killing and making a stew once again came to his mind. This should be a black tortoise descendant without a doubt. Ruoshi had stayed with a certain someone for a long time. Naturally, she could see the change in her young master's heart. She quickly reminded him again, Young master, it's getting dark. We need to find a place to rest. Ning Chun withdrew his thoughts and understood that with Ruoshi here, it was impossible to make a stew. He unwillingly looked at the black tortoise descendant and said, You want a drop of your heart's blood for a drop of phoenix blood? Ayo! The black tortoise descendant nodded and responded. You can think of anything, but I won't exchange. Ning Chun snorted and said, Your drop of heart's blood is of no use to me. You should keep it for yourself. Ruoshi, let's go back. After saying that, Ning Chun stepped in front of the ghost's sedan chair and prepared to leave. Ayo! The black tortoise descendant was anxious. Its huge body moved, and suddenly a huge wave rose to a height of 100 feet. Amidst the waves, Ning Chun was worried about Ruoshi and didn't move away. With a wave of his sword, the 100 feet wave dispersed. Ruoshi, the young master, is angry. Today, we must kill it and make a stew. His red clothes were dyed wet, but in a flash, it was restored to its original state. Ning Chun flipped his palm and pushed the ghost's sedan chair into the sky. Then, with a move of his feet, he instantly entered the sea. A sword fell from the sky, followed by a dazzling stream of light, crashed into the black tortoise's shell. In an instant, 100 miles of sea area, huge waves rolled and quickly spread in all directions. The black tortoise fell 1,000 feet. One roar of fear after another echoed in the sea as it constantly begged for mercy. Ning Chun just acted as if he didn't hear it. Standing on top of the turtle shell, he slashed it twice with his sword. Needless to say, it was really strong. Without using all his strength, he probably couldn't break it. The black tortoise was frightened, but its extreme desire for phoenix blood forced it to try to communicate with a human on its back again. Ayo! With a bestial roar, a blue turtle shell on the black tortoise's back cracked open. The heart-protecting armor flew up and quickly shrank, falling into the former's hand. Ning Chun looked at the turtle shell in his hand and narrowed his eyes. This was to make him feel embarrassed. The heart-protecting armor fell off, and a blue light flashed on the black tortoise's back. The turtle shell quickly recovered, but the color was different from before. It was unknown how long it would take for the heart-protecting armor to grow again. Knowing that these creatures' cultivation wasn't easy, Ning Chun no longer made things difficult for the big guy under him. He waved his hand and put away the turtle shell. Then, he turned his palm and urged his phoenix chi. In a burst of blood, a drop of blood flew out. It was a looming golden color, showing signs of ancestral reversion. The black tortoise's body shook, and then it nodded fiercely. Its eyes showed endless gratitude. For the sake of your cultivation, I'll help you this time. Be careful in the future. Don't meet human warriors casually. Not everyone is like this young master who is not interested in turtle soup. As soon as his voice fell, Ning Chun waved his hand and sent the phoenix blood to the black tortoise. Then, his figure flashed and flew to the sea. He put away the black tortoise's blood floating in the air with a look of disgust. This big guy has lived for so long, but it still hasn't cultivated to the point of ancestral reversion. How stupid. Ruashi, let's go. Ning Chun stepped to the side of the ghost palanquin and said, Ruashi smiled and said, Ayo. The black tortoise roared and gratefully bid farewell to the two in the air. I don't understand. Don't roar anymore. Ning Chun waved his hand casually. After 2 steps, he took Ruashi beside him and turned into a red light. Under the moonlight, 2 voices came out from the red light. Young master, did you suffer a loss? I can't say. That turtle shell is a bit useful. Although this creature has a long life, its cultivation speed is too slow. If I can help, I'll help. Oh, Ruaw, she doesn't understand these things. But it's good that you didn't suffer a loss. Oh, of course. Chapter 408. Namling, the Divine Land, no smaller than the Divine Land. Dynasties, sects, ancient lands, great religions, and other legacies were like stars in the sky, taking root in this territory. For the past 30,000 years, it has been extremely prosperous. Swallow Song City, as the largest city on the northeast coast of Nanling, was endlessly visited by caravans, making this big city the most lively place within 1,000 miles. The Xian family started out as a merchant. 300 years of history wasn't too long, but it has already developed into a big family that spans more than 10 cities. Shops were everywhere, and it was unusually prosperous. Eldest young Master Xian was born in the Xian family, but he wasn't the son of the first wife nor the eldest son. Instead, he was the second son of a concubine. However, the real eldest young master, whether it was his talent in business or contribution to the family, was far behind Xian Liangchun. Not to mention, the Xian family's patriarch was a man of his word. In recent years, intentionally or unintentionally, he had revealed the intention of passing the patriarch's position to the second young master. When Ning Chun learned of this situation, he just sneered and didn't say anything. Schemes that don't appear on the surface are extremely boring. On the street, eldest young Master Xian was full of interest as he took the two to browse the local customs of Swallow Song City. Along the way, he was chattering away with excessive enthusiasm. Ning Chun was easy to talk to, but Ruashi's personality was a quiet one. She couldn't stand the buzzing chatter around her like a fly and couldn't wait to slap him to death. This is Lu Xian Lu. This young master opened it with his private money. Come in and have a seat. In front of an elegantly decorated tea house, eldest young Master Xian stopped and looked at the 2 people beside him. Ning Chun nodded and walked in with Ruashi. Lu Xian Lu wasn't small and had 2 floors. Eldest young Master Xian led the 2 directly to the 2nd floor and sat down in front of a table near the window. Ruashi stood behind her young master and didn't take a seat. Although her young master didn't care about the red tape, she did. Ding! The sound of a pipa echoed in the pavilion. The light sound directly reached people's hearts. Simple, but so beautiful. Ning Chun followed the voice and looked to the other side of the 2nd floor. He saw a plainly dressed young lady sitting there. quietly playing the pipa for every customer. From the way the girl was dressed, it could be seen that she was the daughter of a poor family. Her appearance could not be said to be very beautiful, but she was unusually delicate and pretty. Her eyes were clean and firm, without the slightest trace of self-pity. Ning Chun turned around and looked at young Master Xian's unprecedentedly calm demeanor. He smiled faintly. Since ancient times, heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. Although this young Master Xian was not a hero, he was indeed a good person. Young Master Xian, didn't you just say that you opened Lucian Restaurant with your own money? Ning Chen asked while drinking the tea in his hand. Not bad, right? Young Master Xian came back to his senses and replied, You have an ulterior motive. Ning Chen smiled and said, What do you mean? Young Master Xian was startled, not understanding the meaning of the former's words. Ruo Shi, on the other hand, understood the meaning behind his words. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of surprise as she slightly changed her view of this seemingly sloppy playboy. Smash it! It was at this moment a huge commotion rang out from the first floor. A large group of people broke into the tea house and smashed everything in sight. The guests were so frightened that they immediately fled in panic. Xian Liangshan's face turned cold as he stood up and quickly walked downstairs. Second young Master Xian, I trust you have been well since we last met. A cold female voice came from behind. Surrounded by the crowd, a woman in a purple dress walked up to the second floor. Her slightly raised eyes were filled with indifference and ruthlessness, making people not dare to look directly at her. Zhao Ling, seeing the person who came, Xian Liangshan's face immediately turned ugly. Why is she here? What are you still standing there for? Continue to smash. Zhao Ling glanced at the group of people behind her and coldly said. As soon as her voice fell, a group of burly men came out, lifted the tables and chairs, and began to smash them. Loud bangs rang out one after another, shaking the entire Lucian restaurant. Miss Zhao, you and I have no grievances in the past, nor do we have any enmity today. Don't you think you have gone too far? Xian Liangshan calmed down and said, So what if I'm bullying you? Zhao Ling ridiculed. Her gaze shifted and noticed a woman holding a pipa not far away. She sneered and said, Take her away. Two burly men stepped forward, grabbed the pipa, and were about to take the woman away. At this moment, Xian Liangshan, who had been restraining himself, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Stamping his foot, he leaped out and arrived at the other side of the tea house in 2 breaths. With a punch and a kick, the 2 burly men immediately flew out and fell to the ground. Are you okay? Xian Liangshan looked at the woman behind him, his face full of concern. I'm fine. Thank you, young Master Xian. Jiaqi recovered from the panic and softly thanked him. A hero saves a beauty, a talented man, and a beautiful woman, a perfect pair. Ning Chun reviewed all the words he could think of in his mind. The days of fighting and killing were too long, and his literary talent of the past was almost all gone. Young Master. Seeing her young master's mind running off to who knows where, Ruo, she gently pulled his clothes and called out. Ning Chun came back to his senses and drank the tea in his hand while watching the show. Fortunately, these people hadn't hit him yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a cup of tea to drink. Young Master, aren't you going to help? Ruo, she whispered. Help? What help? It's just a fight. The hero saves the beauty. Your young master goes up and does not have any justification. Ning Chun decisively shook his head. He hated fighting now. After so many years of fighting, he was tired of it. Moreover, this young Master Xian's martial arts foundation wasn't bad. Among ordinary people, he was a powerful figure who could fight against dozens of people. Against these people, one hand was enough. Xian Liangshan, you dare to touch this princess's people? Are you tired of living? Zhao Ling, O's expression sank. Picking up a teacup, she directly threw it out of the window. With a loud bang, the teacup that had fallen out of the window shattered into pieces. Along with the clanging of footsteps, groups of armored soldiers quickly rushed over from not far away and surrounded the entire Lucian restaurant. Princess, A young general came upstairs with more than 10 blue-armored soldiers and respectfully saluted. Seal the Lucien restaurant. In addition, put this woman in prison. Zhao Ling coldly ordered. Yes. The general accepted the order and led the soldiers behind him to arrest the woman. Zhao Ling, what crime did Miss Jiachi commit? In your eyes, is there any law? Xian Liangshan blocked the front with a gloomy expression. In Swallow Song City, this princess's words are the law. Take her away. Zhao Ling coldly shouted. The general no longer hesitated and immediately moved to arrest the woman. Xian Liangshan's anger couldn't be suppressed. Encountering such a disaster for no reason, he couldn't stand it anymore. Stepping forward, he grabbed a soldier and directly threw him out. With a bang, the soldier who was thrown out hit 4 or 5 people. Suddenly, everyone was thrown into a mess. Ruo Shi, do you think this Zhao family is the same Zhao family that always wants to rob my things? Ningchen looked back at the woman beside him and asked. Ruo Shi can't tell. Did young master see anything? Ruo Shi shook her head and replied. In her opinion, it shouldn't be. There are so many surnames in the world. How could there be such a coincidence? No, Ningchen simply replied. I also can't tell. I just heard that a woman's sixth sense is more accurate, so I was just casually asking. According to Luo Xingchen, the people of the central region's Zhao family were overbearing and unreasonable. Today, seeing this princess, surnamed Zhao, it was very similar. At this time, Zhao Ling finally noticed the 2 people sitting by the window and watching the play. She frowned. Who were these 2 people? Although Zhao Ling was overbearing, she wasn't a fool. The red-robed young man and the maid beside him were too calm. It was really abnormal for a maid to have such courage. I'll see you do it. Zhao Ling was worried about new problems and didn't want to delay any longer. She said to a skinny old man behind her. Yes. The old man stepped forward and his body shot forward. His right hand turned into a claw and grabbed at Xian Liangshan. Bang! Xian Liangshan's fist met the attack head-on. A powerful shockwave spread out around the 2 people. The broken table and chairs were immediately sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. I'll say you also go, Zhao Ling said. Yes. A middle-aged man walked out. His figure flashed, and a cold sword drew a dazzling light as it pierced toward Xian Liangshan's chest. This merciless sword showed its master's heartlessness. It also showed Zhao Ling ruthlessness. This was a premeditated scheme that made it impossible for people to retreat. Princess, you've already established your power. There's no need to kill him. Where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. As he spoke, his red robes flashed. Zhao Ling only saw a blur in front of her. When she came back to her senses, the red-robed young man was already in the middle of the battle. He held a tortoise shell in his hand and blocked Xian Liangshan's sword. Her black hair cascaded down her back. Zhao Ling's expression changed as she looked at the red-robed young man's other hand. In that instant, she had removed the hairpin from his head. An expert. The same thought flashed through everyone's minds. Asan's expression also changed. His sword changed direction and pressed toward the young man in front of him. However, the tortoise shell blocked the sword, making it so that the sword in the swordsman's hand was unable to pass even half a step. Back down. Ning Chan waved his hand and forced Asan back. Then he helped young Master Xian to the side. He condensed Yuan with his sword finger to help him suppress the true qi in his body. Brother Ning, you actually have such a powerful expert. You really hid it from me for a long time. Xian Liangshan bitterly smiled. I thought you could beat them. I didn't expect you to be beaten so miserably. Ning Chen smiled. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Moreover, they have swords in their hands. Xian Liangshan helplessly said, This girl is not bad. She's much stronger than those in your manor. Ning Chun glanced at the worried girl beside young Master Xian. Brother Ning, don't talk nonsense. I still haven't married. How could there be anyone in my manor? Xian Liangchun hurriedly explained. Oh, what are you in such a hurry for? What I said was that she's much better than those maids in your manor. Ningchen smiled. Xian Liangchen's expression froze. He glanced at the girl beside him. His eyes flashed with uneasiness. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Ning Chun didn't say anything more. As for whether or not young Master Xian could seize the opportunity, that was up to him. Princess, you dropped your hairpin. After finishing his business, Ning Chun turned his head and looked at the purple-robed girl. He extended his hand and handed over the hairpin. Chapter 409. The second floor of Lucian Building was filled with broken tables, chairs, and broken porcelain. Zhaolinger's side had many people and many blades, but at this moment, they were abnormally nervous. The red-clothed youth in front of them was a bit too strong. It was no longer something that could be solved with many people and blades. A hairpin was in the hands of the red-clothed youth, but no one dared to take it. Expert, concubine Chao Tianji asked for guidance. At this moment, a ray of light flashed and entered the battle. A 3-foot-long sword swallowed the red-clothed youth like a poisonous snake. With a clang, the silver hairpin blocked the sword. Before they could even turn their eyes, another extraordinary figure appeared, joining hands to fight, knowing destiny. Father, seeing the man appear beside her, Zhaoling was startled and bowed. Watch the battle first. The city lord of Swallow Song said calmly. Concubine Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran, the two strongest generals under the city lord of Swallow Song, were joining hands to fight, knowing destiny. Xian Liangchun grabbed Jia Qi's arm and retreated to the side. He looked at the city lord of Swallow Song, who had appeared in Lucian Building. His expression became heavy. Even a relative of the imperial family had come. It seemed that today's matter was more complicated than he had imagined. In one battle, two swords were so extraordinary. Every move and style was the pinnacle of strength. On the other hand, the red-clothed youth in the sword stepped on flowing light and swam among the sword shadows. The sword didn't touch his body, which shocked everyone present. The city lord's expression froze. What a powerful youth. Concubine Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran couldn't even test his strength. This is a meaningless battle. Stop. Ning Chun stopped in his tracks. The silver hairpin in his hand stopped the wind and clouds. With a clanging sound, two swords and two shadows were sent flying out of the room. The battle stopped. Concubine Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran retreated several steps. After stabilizing themselves, they didn't attack again. They knew that the youth in front of them had already held back. If they continued to force him, it would be unwise. I'm the city lord of Swallow Song. May I ask for your name? The city lord walked out and asked seriously. I wouldn't dare to ask for your name. I am Ning Chun. Greetings, city lord, Ning Chun said politely. Ah, heroes come from the young. Since we're fortunate enough to meet, why don't you come to my residence? The city lord invited. City lord is too kind. It's just that it's getting late. I'll definitely pay you a visit another day, Ning Chun said with a smile. In that case, this Zhao will wait for little brother Ning in the mansion. City lord Yingu responded. Then, he glanced at the group of people behind him and said indifferently, Let's go. After saying that, everyone left. Before they left, they looked at the red-clothed young man with dread in their eyes. Since when did such a terrifying figure appear in Swallow Song City? No one could figure him out. He was probably on par with the young geniuses from the eastern border. Princess, I'll return the hairpin to you. Ning Chun waved his hand, and the hairpin flew out toward Zhaoling, who was about to leave. Zhaoling stopped and smiled. Then, with a wave of her delicate hand, she sent the hairpin back. I'll leave it to young master as a souvenir. The beautiful figure gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving behind her final words. The hairpin in his hand was exceptionally cold. Brother Ning, this vicious and merciless princess seems to have taken a fancy to you. Eldest young Master Xian came over and said with a smile, Oh, I don't know if she likes me or not, but I do know that you're in big trouble right now. Ning Chun handed the hairpin to Ruo Shi, then looked at eldest young Master Xian and said with a slight smile. Xian Liangchun smiled bitterly. This unprovoked disaster came too suddenly. He rarely had any dealings with the Zhao family and had never offended this princess. Today's matter was too outrageous. Ning Chun guessed a few things, but he didn't say anything. Today's martial arts show, whether it was true or not, the result would soon be clear. Eldest young master Xin arranged the follow-up arrangements for Lucien Liu. Then, he sent someone to send Miss Jiechi back. His calm mind was very different from a usual spoiled brat. By the time everything was settled, the sun was already setting in the west. Eldest young master Xin looked apologetically at Ning Chun, who was sitting on the first floor and drinking tea. "Brother Ning, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It wasn't a long wait. The tea was good, so it was worth it." Ning Chun got up and put down the tea in his hand. Next, he would have to face the real master of the Xin family. Visiting someone else's house, it would be unreasonable to not pay a visit. With eldest young master Xin leading the way, the three set off for the Xin mansion. Today's big commotion must have been received by the Xin family. Once they return, there'll be a lot of excitement. Along the way, no one knew what eldest young master Xin was thinking. His eyebrows were heavy with worry. Perhaps he was worried about the consequences of today's matter. Since ancient times, merchants have never fought with officials. It's just that Zhao Linger was too much of a bully. At the entrance of the Xin mansion, as soon as the three stepped through the gate, a servant quickly came over and respectfully bowed. "Second young master, the Lord is holding a banquet in the back hall. You're the only one waiting for you." "I know, I'll go there now." Eldest young master Xion's face showed a smile again. When the servant received the news, he bowed again and immediately turned to leave. In the back hall, the lord of the Xion family was holding a banquet. Sitting down were more than a dozen figures, all of whom were direct descendants of the Xion family. Everyone was silent with different thoughts, waiting for the same person. Not long after, Xion Liangchun walked into the hall. Behind him, a young man in red followed with a maid. In an instant, he became the focus of everyone. "Liangchun greets father." Xion Liangchun bowed respectfully. "I am Ning Chun. Greetings to the lord of the Xion family." Ning Chun's mouth showed an incomprehensible smile as he cupped his hands and bowed. "Your presence brings light to the Xion family's humble dwelling." "Liangchun, lead the guests to their seats," said the lord of the Xion family. "Yes." Xion Liangchun straightened up and led Ning Chun to the seats on the left. The seating arrangements of the Xion family were very particular. Every seat was fixed. Xion Liangchun and his mother's seats were basically at the end of the table. In a large aristocratic family, the difference in birth was always an insurmountable gap. There were several elders of the Xion family and the branch of the Xion family sitting in order. Among them, there was a young man with a slightly pale face who was particularly eye-catching. He wore a light blue brocade robe and was quiet and dignified. He was the eldest son of the Xion family, Xion Hongwen. Ning Chun glanced at the people seated. After pausing for a moment on the lord of the Xion family and the eldest son of the Xion family, he immediately looked away and did not look at them anymore. "Liangchun, you have made great contributions to the development of the Xion family in these 4 trips to the eastern region. Do you have any requests? I will definitely satisfy them." The lord of the Xion family did not mention the conflict at Lucien restaurant at all. Instead, he changed the topic to rewards. There was a rare smile on his dignified face as he spoke. "What I have done is what I should do. I dare not make any more requests." Xion Liangchun stood up and said respectfully, "You should be rewarded for your contributions. The west loft where you and your mother live should also be repaired. How about this? Third brother, you give the empty Donghua pavilion to Liangchun and his mother to live in." The lord of the Xion family looked away and said calmly. Below the seat, a middle-aged man frowned when he heard this. However, he did not dare to disobey the lord of the Xion family. He stood up and said, "It's all up to you." "Huh." During the banquet, Ning Chun chuckled. Such an arrangement was meaningful. Xion Liangchun wanted to refuse, but was stopped by the lord of the Xion family. He said, "No need to say more. This is what you and your mother deserve. Liangchun, why don't you thank your father?" On the side, a delicate woman with a delicate face showed joy on her face and reminded softly. Exai and Liangshan sighed in his heart. Knowing that he could no longer object, he respectfully replied, "Thank you, Father." The atmosphere of the banquet was much better than expected. At least on the surface, the father was kind, the son was filial, and the brothers were respectful. Each branch also got along well with each other. There was no hidden sarcasm. Every time the lord of the Exian family asked, Ningchun would politely reply with a few words. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. At the end of the banquet, the lord of the Exian family seemed to finally remember what happened at Lucian restaurant today. After a brief inquiry, he did not say much. After a few words of comfort, he did not continue. In a usual and harmonious family banquet, everyone played their role. Before the big interests were affected, no one would fall out face to face. When the moon was high in the east, the banquet ended and each branch returned. Ning Chun was arranged to stay in a guest room not far from the Exian family's residence. As usual, Ruo Shi accompanied him to take care of his daily life. Young Master, this lord of the Exian family seems to be good to young Master Exi. Ruo Shi said casually while tidying up the room. Perhaps. Ning Chun recovered from his thoughts and responded. Ruo Shi heard the hidden meaning in her young master's words. Puzzled, she asked, did Ruo Shi see wrongly? Ruo Shi didn't see wrongly. It's just that there are too many sides to a person. Ruo Shi has a kind heart, so she sees the good side. Ning Chen replied. Young Master is also a good person. It's just that Young Master is smarter than Ruo Shi. That's why you see more than Ruo Shi. Ruo Shi whispered. Huh. Ning Chen smiled. In the end, she was still his maid. No matter what, she would always think her young master was the best. The candlelight flickered, reflecting a charming face. After tidying up the room, Ruo Shi returned to her room to rest. Her young master liked peace and quiet. At this time, she couldn't disturb him anymore. The night was deep and the moon was cold. In the room, the candlelight illuminated the red dress. It was slightly dazzling. In the quiet of the night, it always made one's mind too clear. But at the same time, it also made one more able to experience pain. Ningqin got up, pushed open the door, and came outside. Looking at the moon in the sky, his eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. The human heart was so terrible. Perhaps he never understood this cold and heartless human heart. In the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Swallow Song looked at the secret letter on the table. His eyes flashed. He didn't expect the second young master of the Exian family to have made friends with such an extraordinary young powerhouse. It seems that he can't touch the second young master again before finding out his true ability and purpose. Father, Zhao Ling walked over and respectfully said, Has the letter been sent? The city lord asked. Yes, their people should be here soon. Zhao Ling replied. Ling, you must be prepared for both eventualities. If the person they send fails, then this young man can't be provoked anymore. Try your best to win him over. The city lord slowly said, Father, don't worry. The person who's sent this time is a top powerhouse from the sect of life extermination, Hong Wulei. It's impossible for him to fail. Zhao Ling calmly said, I hope so. The city lord narrowed his eyes. Chapter 410. In the Exian residence, the city lord of Swallow Song City sent an invitation to the second young master and Ning Chun to the city lord's mansion. He didn't mention the previous incident at 6 MB restaurant. When the lord of the Exian residence saw the invitation, he didn't say anything and directly sent it to the West Pavilion. In the West Pavilion, Exian Liangchun saw the invitation and immediately got up and walked towards the guest room. This Swallow Song City Lord is really an impatient person. In the guest room, Ning Chun casually glanced at the invitation card handed over by young Master Exian and slowly said, Brother Ning's strength is outstanding. Liangchun has benefited a lot from it. Exian Liangchun smiled. For you, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Ning Chun told the truth. That day, if it wasn't for that princess surnamed Zhao being so ruthless, he really didn't plan to make a move. After the incident at 6 MB restaurant, If anyone wanted to make a move against Exai and Liangshan in the future, they would have to use a completely different level of power than before. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it's unavoidable. Since someone is inviting, it's not a waste to not go. Exai and Liangshan said freely. That makes sense. Ningchen got up. Ruo, she walked in from outside the room. She had been busy since dawn, so when she saw her young master was about to go out, she put down the things in her hands and stood there waiting. Seeing this, Ningchen chuckled and said, Ruo, she also wants to go. Let's go. After getting permission, Ruo, she immediately smiled sweetly. Her smile was so bright that it was intoxicating. Exai and Liangshan was dazzled by her smile and quickly calmed his mind. This girl is too beautiful. It's better not to think of her as indecent. Not long after, the three left the Exai residence together and walked towards the city lord's mansion to accept the city lord's invitation. The fragrance of flowers drifted in the air as thousands of golden lotuses bloomed in the pond. It was an elegant and extraordinary place for a banquet. Today, the city lord of Swallow Song had invited all the heroes of the world. Talents, beauties, princes, and geniuses gathered to enjoy the rare scene of golden lotuses blooming. Originally, with the status of the Exai family, it was impossible for them to be invited, let alone the second son of a concubine of the Exai family. However, everyone knew that the city lord of Yingo had an ulterior motive. What happened in Lu Xian restaurant a few days ago had already spread to all the big families. Many people came to see who this strange young expert was. They're here. The eyes of a young man in silver robes moved as he spoke. Before he finished speaking, three figures slowly walked over from afar. They were dressed in red, and there was no aura of a cultivator. Every step they took was steady, but there was an indescribable feeling rising in the hearts of the crowd. The rumors are true. This person isn't simple, said one of the disciples. Greetings, city lord. Ningchen, an eldest young master Exai, bowed respectfully. You're too polite. Men, bring the two young masters to their seats, said Swallow Song's city lord calmly. The maidservant stepped forward and led the two to their seats. They were seated to the right of the silver-clothed youth who had spoken earlier. The scale of the banquet wasn't small. From the looks of it, there were at least 100 people present. Many of the children of aristocratic families had never seen the Exai family's first young master before. Beside each seat, there was a maid kneeling to serve them. However, with Ruo Shi's arrival, Ningchen naturally no longer needed her by his side. The former top courtesan of the Grand Xia Imperial City had shed all her glamour and put on light makeup. However, her peerless beauty still made it hard for people to keep their eyes on her. It was difficult for them to control themselves. As for the gazes coming from all directions, Ruo, she didn't care. Her entire heart was focused on her young master. Pouring tea and wine, she never looked at anyone else. To the side, eldest young master Exai was extremely envious. But when he thought of his beautiful lady, he couldn't help but laugh like an idiot. On the main seat, Swallow Song City Lord looked at the red-clothed youth. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone had a weakness. If this person's weakness was women, then it would be much easier to deal with him. Today, I've invited everyone here to admire the scene of the golden lotus blooming. The second reason is to make friends through martial arts. I presume everyone already knows that the 100 Empire competition is about to begin. My dynasty's Imperial Emperor has issued a decree a few days ago, ordering each city to quickly select their 3 strongest representatives. 4 months from now, they will be chosen in front of the Hall of Literature, said Swallow Song's City Lord. As soon as his words fell, Swallow Song's City Lord looked at everyone present. He was very clear that this was an opportunity that every family valued very much. Even if they couldn't get the qualification to enter the 100 Empire competition, as long as they could get a good ranking in the competition, they would still be rewarded by the Imperial Emperor. Today's Shu Dynasty City Lord was an existence infinitely close to perfect perfection. Sitting on top of the central dragon vein, he sat on top of the dynasty's fortune. His strength didn't lose to any perfect perfection cultivator. If he could get the Imperial Emperor's recognition, then it would be a great opportunity for him to ascend to the heavens. Of course, not everyone was interested in this. For example, eldest young Master Xian and Ning Chun next to him. Eldest young Master Xian knew he had no chance at all. Ning Chun, on the other hand, was really tired of it. In the past, he had no choice but to fight. He fought for half his life from Hotian to God. Now, he really didn't want to fight anymore. Try it. It tastes really different from the lotus seeds at home. At the banquet, Ning Chun peeled the golden lotus seeds one by one and placed them in front of Ruo Shi. Ruo Shi picked up one and tasted it. She immediately nodded. It's not quite the same. The taste was cool, sweet, and slightly bitter. However, it wasn't the kind of unbearable bitterness. The sweetness and the bitterness was very unique. If you like it, I'll also bring over eldest young Master Xian's plate. Ning Chun smiled. Although the two's voices were very low, but the eldest young Master Xian on the side also had some martial arts foundation. He heard it clearly. At this moment, his heart was filled with infinite contempt. He finally understood why the phrase, valuing love over friendship, came to be. The person next to him was the best portrayal. The eldest young Master Xian carefully moved his lotus seed plate to the other side. He had a feeling that someone was really capable of doing such a thing. It was better to be on guard. Hearing her young master's words, Ruo Shi smiled and said, "Just try one. How can a girl eat and let her young master serve her? This thing is good for maintaining one's appearance." Ning Chun didn't say much. The corner of his mouth slightly curved, and he directly used his big move. Ruo Shi was taken aback. After a slight struggle, she immediately whispered, "Give it to me." Women, ah. Ning Chun chuckled in his heart. With a flip of his hand, a gentle force swept out. The lotus seeds on the eldest young Master Xian's plate fell from the table and flew into the plate in front of Ruo Shi. The eldest young Master Xian was dumbfounded. Can it be like this? Young Master, is this thing really good for maintaining one's appearance? Ruo Shi looked at the golden lotus seeds on the plate and confirmed again. Of course, when has your young master ever lied to you? Ning Chun responded. Ruo Shi nodded with half belief and half doubt. Young master's words should be trustworthy. On the banquet table, the city lord of Swallow Town and the young masters of the aristocratic families exchanged pleasantries. The atmosphere was very lively. Sitting down, Ning Chun acted as if he didn't hear anything. In any case, he was only here to support the eldest young Master Xian. It wasn't easy to trick his own maid into eating something. As for whether this golden lotus was good for maintaining one's appearance, only the devil would know. Young Master Ning, I heard your skills are good. Why don't you come down and try out your fists and feet? On the opposite side of the banquet table, a slightly immature young man stood up and said. The newborn calf wasn't afraid of the tiger, so he always wanted to let everyone see how different he was. Kind laughter came from the banquet table. This young master wasn't even at the 8th grade natal stage. Challenging such a powerhouse, the gap was indeed too big. The young man's tone was polite, so Ning Chun didn't want to embarrass him. Smiling, he said, Young master, we are both at the peak of the 7th grade natal stage. I'm certainly not your opponent. Fists and feet have no eyes. It's best not to ruin the banquet's atmosphere. When the young man stood up, he was a little anxious. Now that he heard the praise of a recognized powerhouse, he was so happy that the corners of his eyes almost narrowed into a line. No longer insisting on exchanging pointers, he sat back in his seat in satisfaction. Nan Mingjin, I can't tell that he's just being perfunctory. He doesn't care about your little skills at all. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice came from the banquet table. Looking towards the source of the voice, a cold-looking young man was drinking from a cup of wine and mocking him. The young man, named Nan Mingjin, was provoked by the former's words. He immediately stood up and said angrily, Chu Huaijing, don't try to sow discord here. If you have the ability, come out and fight. We'll see who's the real deal. You're too weak. I'm not interested. Let your brother come. Chu Huaijing was unmoved. Nan Mingjin's face turned red. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. As you wish. At this moment, a calm voice came from the distance. Everyone focused. Outside went Mo Jingluan, a man in golden clothes walked over. He was handsome, but not arrogant. Step by step, he walked into the banquet table. Nan Mingtian was a peerless genius from Yinge City's Nanming family. He and Baigong Yu from the Baigong family were called the twin prodigies of Yinge. They were true geniuses. Even in the 100 cities of the Tianshu dynasty, they were rarely seen. "How dazzling," murmured Prince Xan to Nan Mingtian, who was wearing golden clothes. "Brother." Nan Mingtian's face lit up with joy. His strongest opponent had appeared. Chu Huaijing's expression turned cold. He stood up and said, "Nan Mingtian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Waterhook sword, please advise me." There was a flash of azure light. Chu Huaijing stood between the two tables and waved his sword. His battle-intense sword. "Golden Dawn, I'll let you understand the etiquette of the sword." Nan Mingtian took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. In an instant, an endless amount of golden light shone out. It was like a rising sun, dazzling people's minds. The young geniuses were going to fight. Everybody was astonished. They also wanted to see how strong one of the twin prodigies of Yinge could be. On his seat, the mayor of Yinge City didn't stop the battle. There were 3 candidates from Yinge City. Of the 2 people in front of him, at least one of them would win. The winner of this battle would determine how high Yinge City could reach in the competition. The swords hummed softly as the 2 swords clashed. With a clang, boundless turbulence was created. Chao Tianji and Bai Shaoran moved to the front of the 2 seats. They activated their true essence to block the scattered shockwaves. In the battle, the golden light was blazing and the waterhook sword was condensed. They kept crossing each other. The 2 swords had been opposing each other since they were made. Today, they would finally decide who was stronger and who was weaker. Chapter 411. 1mo and Jing Luan. The 2 swords clashed, their sharpness blossoming. These 2 geniuses of a younger generation used the sword to prove their martial prowess. This battle of the peak attracted the attention of everyone present. Nan Mingtian's golden sword was dazzling, like the rising sun, its light illuminating the world. It was a proud sword cultivator, shocking everyone. The hooked water sword was gentle and soft, dispersing the power of the rising sun. An ice-cold chill circulated, opposing each other. The battle between the 2 geniuses was difficult to determine. Every move was top-notch, intoxicating everyone watching. "Brother Ning, who will win?" Xian Shan turned his head and asked, only to find that someone was still focused on peeling the lotus seeds for his maid. He couldn't help but have a headache. Shouldn't masters appreciate each other? How come this Brother Ning doesn't seem to be paying attention? I don't know. Don't ask me about the fight. Ning Chun didn't raise his head as he put the peeled lotus seeds on the plate in front of Ruo Shi. He didn't seem to care about the battle at all. "Young Master Ning, is this battle not enough to enter your eyes?" At this moment, a silver-robed young man on the left side of the table softly asked. "Young Master Baigong's words are too serious. I'm just not interested in fighting, nothing else." Ning Chun put the last lotus seed on the plate and calmly said. Hearing the 2 words Baigong, young Master Xian looked away in surprise. Could this young man be the other one of the twin prides of Yin and Ge who stood side by side with Nin Mingtian? He had never seen him before, so how did Brother Ning know? Young Master Ning's eyesight is extraordinary. Baigong Yu admires it. But there's something I don't understand. The 100 Dynasties competition is a rare opportunity for every cultivator to prove their martial prowess. If young Master has such ability, why don't you want to show it? Baigong Yu sternly asked. I'm tired of it. Everyone has their own ambitions, so I can't force them, right? Ning Chen smiled and replied. Unfortunately, Baigong Yu had always wanted to compete with young Master Ning. It seems I won't have this chance. Baigong Yu sighed with regret. Ning Chun chuckled and glanced at the 2 people in the battle. Young Master Baigong, you won't be lonely. Before he finished speaking, the stalemate finally changed. Nan Mingtian's body shone with golden light as the sun rose from his sword. The sun illuminated the 9 heavens and shocked everyone present. With a pung sound, the 2 swords clashed, and a waterfall of blood sprayed out. Chu Huaijing had been defeated. Thanks for letting me win. Returning Jean Shi to its scabbard, Nan Mingtian turned around and walked to the side of the table. The battle isn't over yet. Where are you going? Right at this moment, the hooked water rose again, streaking across the air like a cold blade, pressing towards his life. Chu Huaijing, you've crossed the line. A silver light flashed as the long and narrow silver blade blocked the hooked water sword radiance. Bei Gongyu appeared on the battlefield and said indifferently. Behind Nan Mingtian, Jean Shi paused and turned around to look at the silver-robed young man. Bei Gong, when shall we fight? Let's talk about it later. Right now, I want to fight with that young Master Ning. You have to line up. Bei Gongyu's silver blade moved, forcing Chu Huaijing back. Nan Mingtian looked over at the red-robed young man and nodded. He really is an expert. However, it won't be easy for you to get what you want. The red-robed young man no longer had any battle intent. It was clear that he hadn't truly fought in a long time. People who liked to fight but didn't like to fight were the hardest to challenge. Let's leave it to fate. Didn't you go to the Sea God Palace at the bottom of the South Sea? Why did you come back so quickly? I ran into a peak sword expert. I couldn't get past him, so I came back. Nan Mingtian didn't hide anything. Oh, even you couldn't get past him? It seems the Sea God Palace is even more mysterious than we thought, said Bei Gongyu gravely. The two most dazzling heavenly geniuses of Swallow Song City chatted as they returned to their seats. Chu Huaijing's expression changed again and again. He snorted coldly and suppressed his urge to attack again. He returned to his seat. Brother. Seeing his brother return, Nan Mingjin was in an extremely good mood. Little brother, don't always be so impetuous. Before, young Master Ning didn't care about your impudence because you were young. But with your little bit of cultivation, you still dare to challenge him without knowing your limits, lectured Nan Mingtian. I know I was wrong, Nan Mingjin said in a low voice with a bitter expression after being reprimanded. This interlude didn't affect the atmosphere of the banquet. 1,000 lotuses bloomed, and the beautiful scenery was intoxicating. Talented women played zither, and beautiful women danced, making the banquet even livelier. Just at this moment, an arrow shot through the air. It was silent and sharp, and it was aimed directly at young Master Xin. Everyone's expressions changed. They were all startled by this arrow. However, whether or not they wanted to help, it was already too late. In that moment of crisis, the red-robed young man flashed over and blocked the arrow with his finger. The black arrow shattered. What shocking reaction speed! Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu narrowed their eyes. They took him even more seriously. On the main seat, Swallow Song City's city lord's eyes flashed. Had it begun? After one arrow failed, the attacker quickly retreated without any hesitation. From beginning to end, he didn't leave a trace. Men, chase after him, said the city lord. Yes, one soldier after another came out and quickly chased after Mo Jingluan. That was close. During the banquet, eldest young Master Xin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just now, he thought he was dead for sure. In front of him, Ning Chun looked in the direction the aura had disappeared. His eyes flashed coldly. He was very clear that this arrow had most likely been aimed at him. Young Master Xin had only been dragged down by him. City Lord, I suddenly remembered that I still have something important to do, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. Ning Chun turned around and cupped his fist towards the City Lord of Yingu, who was seated on the main seat, before he excused himself. Young Master Xin was startled. When he recovered, he also stood up. If Brother Ning left, there was no point in him staying. Swallow Song City's City Lord nodded. Since little Brother Ning has something to do, then I won't stay any longer. See you later. See you later, Ning Chen replied. Then, he led the two people by his side and left. Do you want to see what's going on? Bei Gongyu looked at Nan Mingtian and transmitted his voice to him. Not interested, said Nan Mingtian indifferently. With your personality, you won't have any friends. Bei Gongyu chuckled. Nan Mingtian didn't reply. He drank the wine in his cup and pondered. Outside Mo, Ning Chun took the two back the way they came. After a while, a cold wind suddenly blew on a deserted street. It was bone-chilling. She's finally here. Ningchen stopped and said softly as he looked ahead. At the end of the street, white mist filled the air. A reddish-brown figure slowly walked over. On the blade, a bell rang. It was like the sound of the Yellow Springs. The newcomer was the top assassin of the Luo life extermination sect, Hong Wulei. Her beautiful face was emotionless like a machine. She was the most ruthless assassin. Today, she blocked the path to knowing Destiny's State. Without saying anything, the reddish-brown figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the three people. Her cold blade flashed and chased after their souls. With a clang, Ning Chun blocked the blade with his sword. Looking at the woman in front of him, Ning Chun frowned and said, "Who sent you? The Xian family or the city lord of Yenge?" Hearing this, young Master Xian's heart sank. "What's going on?" Hong Wulei didn't answer. She turned her blade and slashed. The blade was fast and extremely tricky. She had never seen such a strange martial art before. It was difficult to catch her movements. Ningchen still didn't use his sword. He condensed Yuan into a sword with his 2 fingers. He fought speed with speed and strangeness with strangeness. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen moves were exchanged. The blade and the sword collided. Hong Wulei, who was as still as a mountain, didn't move at all. Hong Wulei also saw that the person in front of her was extraordinary. She took a step and jumped into the air. She drew the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to her body and turned it into thousands of blade lights. Clang! With a soft sound, 2 fingers met the blade. It was an unbelievable scene. The deadly blade was completely restrained. It couldn't move half a step. One amazing power control. It seems that our evaluation of him is low again. Outside the battle, 2 figures appeared. In the end, it was Bei Gongyu who persuaded Nan Mingtian to join them. Extraordinary warrior. Nan Mingtian nodded. This person's strength was beyond their expectations. In the battle, Hong Wulei saw the 2 fingers holding the blade. Her left hand moved, and a short blade appeared. She slashed at Ning Chen's throat. Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He flicked the blade and leaned to the side to avoid the short blade. "Aren't you worried?" Young Master Xian looked at the unusually calm woman beside him and was puzzled. This master and servant, one was more strange than the other. How big of a heart did they have to be indifferent to the situation in front of them? "It's just a small matter," Ruoshi replied softly. Compared to the monsters that appeared in the divine Great Land in the past, this small matter was not even a trouble. "Back off." The sword came again. Ning Chun didn't want to fight anymore. Sword intent spread out from his fingers, and the woman in front of him retreated. Hong Wulei's eyes narrowed. She no longer needlessly attacked. She moved her feet and quickly retreated. "You let her go so easily?" Young Master Xian was surprised. "Young Master is a good person. He doesn't kill." Ruoshi said, "It's getting late. Let's go back." Ningchen glanced at Duan Feng on the ground and memorized the words Yu Luo, extermination. Ruoshi followed and walked forward together. Young Master Xian also smacked his lips. He didn't take trouble seriously at all. His dogshit luck was really good. He randomly picked up a person who turned out to be such a powerful expert. After the 3 left, Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu walked out. When they saw the 4 words engraved on the broken blade, their eyes flashed. It was actually them. "Nan Mingtian, if it were you facing that woman, could you do it without moving a step?" Bei Gongyu asked solemnly. "I can't," Nan Mingtian honestly said. The woman just now wasn't weak. Her moves were tricky and ruthless. He could retreat, but he couldn't do it without moving a step. "Oh, I can't do it either." It seems this young Master Ning's control of power has reached an unimaginable level. I want to fight with him more and more. Bei Gongyu couldn't hide the hope in his eyes. It would be a pity if such a powerhouse was missing on the road ahead. Chapter 412. In the Xian family's study, the candlelight flickered, illuminating 2 figures. They sat across from each other, calm and tranquil. The Xian family's head and Ningchen were people who shouldn't have interacted with each other. But because of the Xian family's second young master's existence, they sat across from each other. They were polite and courteous, just like ordinary seniors and juniors. The tea was very hot, and steam rose up, blurring the already blurry vision. The study's silence gradually became abnormal, but it was hard to say what was wrong. I heard from Liangchun that it was nephew who saved him today. For Liangchun to consider you as a friend is truly a great honor. The Xian family's head revealed a warm expression. Family head praises me too much. But Junior doesn't understand one thing. Brother Liangchun is open-minded and magnanimous. He's not the kind of person who would easily make enemies. Just who would want to kill him. Ningchun picked up the tea on the table and softly asked, as a merchant, it's inevitable for them to have business rivals. In a moment of impulse, it's not strange for them to hire assassins. The Xian family's head sighed. That makes sense. If that's the case, then family head and eldest young master should be careful. This kind of person can do anything once they go crazy. Ningchun kindly reminded. The Xian family's head narrowed his eyes. Thank you, nephew, for your reminder. I will send more people to strengthen the security of the Xian family's residence. I won't let my enemies take advantage of this. That would be for the best. Previously, Brother Liangchun and Princess Zhao had a small misunderstanding. If something happens to Brother Liangchun now, it will more or less cause rumors to spread. That won't be a good thing for the Xian family to build a good relationship with the city lord. After all, if the Xian family wants to do business, we can't offend the city lord. At this point, Ningchun changed the topic, and a faint smile flashed in his eyes. He said, of course, if something happens to Brother Liangchun, I will be very unhappy. Although I don't really like killing recently, there are always exceptions to everything. No matter if it's the person who hired the murderer, the person who sold the murderer, or the person who added fuel to the fire, I alone am enough to kill them all. Hearing this, the Xian family's head's eyelids twitched. An indescribable chill unconsciously rose up in his heart. But after many years of cultivation, he was able to suppress this bone-chilling cold. He forced a smile and said, as Liangchun's father, I'm really happy to hear nephew care so much for him. What I should do? Ningchun smiled faintly, and then he put down the teacup before standing up and bowing politely. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. With that, Ningchun turned and left the study, leaving the head of the Xian family alone. He looked at the 2 cups of tea on the table that were gradually cooling down and fell in a deep thought. Heaven's will. The Xian clan lord sighed heavily in his heart. Without a doubt, this young man had already seen through something. Such intelligence was truly terrifying. Who would have thought that such a variable would appear at the final juncture? Man proposes, God disposes. In the guest room, Ningchun returned. She stepped forward and whispered, young master, how did the discussion go? It was a pleasant conversation. The corners of Ningchun's mouth curled up as he said, Lord, please don't bully Ruo, she for her stupidity. Although Ruo, she can't see through the Xian lord's thoughts. But Lord, I've followed you for a long time, so I can still see some of your thoughts. She's tone revealed a rare trace of dissatisfaction. Ningchun chuckled. She is smarter than before, but today's conversation was indeed peaceful. We didn't tear into each other's faces. While speaking, Ningchun walked to the table and sat down. He poured himself a cup of water. Just now, he was so focused on talking that he didn't even have time to take a sip of the tea. The situation of the Xian family was actually very clear. Of the 2 young masters, the eldest belonged to the type of ordinary person who was good at keeping things, but lacking in development. As for the second young master, he had shown extraordinary talent in business since childhood. The Xian clan lord wanted the second young master to become a whetstone for the eldest young master's growth. Unfortunately, in the end, things didn't go as planned. Now that Xian Liangchun's wings were growing, he brought more and more benefits to the Xian family. Especially after several trips to the Eastern Domain, the Xian family status in Swallow Song City had advanced by leaps and bounds. The second young master of the Xian family had become the most convincing successor in the entire Xian family. The whetstone failed to sharpen the blade, but on the contrary, it was more likely to break the blade of the eldest young master. The matter of Zhao Ling, or smashing Lu Xianlu, was simple and violent, but very effective. The crime of offending a princess was enough to throw Xian Liangshun into the abyss of eternal damnation. Just as Zhao Ling, said, in Swallow Song City, her words were the law. As long as no one dared to testify, it was a one-sided story. For a merchant family like the Xian family, how could they dare to offend an official family? The time and place Zhao Ling chose were also very thought-provoking. Lu Xianlu was Xian Liangshun's private property and didn't have much to do with the Xian family. And when Zhao Ling appeared, it just so happened that they had just entered the building. Zhao Ling smashed Lu Xianlu and ordered people to capture Miss Jiechi. Undoubtedly, she wanted to provoke Xian Liangshun. It wasn't a clever arrangement, but it pressed them step by step, leaving them with no way to retreat. In this world, there is only one person who could know Xian Liangshun's whereabouts, character, and even the person he liked so well, the head of the Xian family. That night, when they came back, the head of the Xian family seemed to be magnanimous. He didn't blame them, and even rewarded Xian Liangshun and his mother. It was because of this that he was really sure that the head of the Xian family had something to do with what happened at Lu Xianlu. Under normal circumstances, whether what happened at Lu Xianlu was Xian Liangshun's fault or not, the Xian family would suffer the most terrible suppression for offending a princess. The head of the Xian family was too calm. Thinking about it from his perspective, if he did such a thing, no matter who was right or wrong, the result would be Zhang's son scolding him. This was not only for outsiders to see, but also for his own people in the mansion to see. Moreover, the head of the Xian family gave Xian Liangshun and his mother to live in Donghua Pavilion, which was under the third master's name. Obviously, he was making enemies for them. If it wasn't intentional with the head of the Xian family, how could he do such a stupid thing? One thing might be a coincidence, but when one thing after another was added together, it could only be inevitable. Sir, do you really think young Master Xian can't see it at all? Ruoshi asked, puzzled. Xian Liangshun is not a fool. He can more or less see his father's thoughts. However, as a person involved, he will inevitably be affected by feelings. The affection between father and his son always makes people think of everything on the bright side. Fortunately, the current situation hasn't reached the point of no return. Since the head of the Xian family still maintains the mask of a loving father, then don't take it off for the rest of your life. At the end of his words, a touch of coldness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. In tonight's conversation, he had said all that needed to be said. If the head of the Xian family still insisted on taking off his mask and made a move on Xian Liangshun again, then the Xian family would have to be prepared to bear all the consequences. City Lord Manor. City Lord Yinggu stood in his room with his brows furrowed. His mind was extremely irritable. The assassins from the sect of life extermination failed, and they didn't even manage to hurt the young man. This was really beyond his expectations. Now it seems he really needs to reconsider his partnership with the Xian family. City Lord, a letter from the Xian family. At this moment, a guard came in and handed over a letter. City Lord Yin Ji's eyes narrowed. After opening the letter and reading it, his expression immediately changed. This young man actually guessed it so quickly and even issued a warning. I can't hesitate anymore. City Lord Yin Ji's heart sank. He didn't care who would be the head of the Xian family in the future. There was no need to provoke such a terrifying powerhouse. It wasn't too late to salvage the situation before they shed all pretense of cordiality. In this world, there were no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. Merchants pursued profit, and so did everyone else. Thinking of this, City Lord Yin Gu went to the table and quickly wrote 2 letters. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Come, summon the princess." Yes, a guard obeyed. Not long after, a purple-robed Zhao Ling came in. She respectfully bowed and said, "Father, here are 2 letters. One is for the head of the Xian family. Send someone to deliver it. The other is for Ning Chun. Personally deliver it," City Lord Yin Gu said sternly. Zhao Ling took the letter and frowned. She said, "Father, are you trying to rope this person in?" "Yes." City Lord Yinga nodded and said seriously, "This is different from the past. If you can avoid provoking this kind of person, you can't become his enemy." Zhao Ling didn't refute. She nodded and left. Under the moonlight, there were people who were unable to sleep in each of the two manors. In the silent night, a cold wind blew, causing many people to be worried. The night deepened, and the moon moved west. In the courtyard, the spiritual qi around Hong Yi's body revolved and merged with the world. It became more and more hazy, as if it would break through the sky at any moment. Suddenly, a silver blade descended from the sky. It was as fast as a gust of wind heading straight for her. In the next moment, an afterimage wearing a strange mask appeared. His silver clothes fluttered, and the blade swept past in an instant. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. His figure flashed, dodging one blade after another. Then, he condensed Yuan into a sword finger. With a clang, he met the silver blade head-on. The surging sword, qi, and blade intent scattered in all directions. However, in an instant, it was blocked by the surrounding spiritual qi and disappeared without a trace. "Young Master Beigong, isn't this greeting a bit too much?" Ning Chen released the silver blade in his finger and said calmly. "Huh, you even saw through this." The person who came took off his mask. Under the moonlight, a familiar face was reflected. It was one of the twin geniuses of Yinge, Beigongyu. "There are many people who use the blade in Yinge City, but only you have such mastery," Ning Chen said honestly. "Can't we fight?" Beigongyu asked seriously. "Young Master Beigong should be able to see that I haven't really fought with anyone in a long time. I've almost forgotten how to hold a sword." "Sorry," Ning Chen replied. "What a pity." Beigongyu sighed softly. He turned his silver blade and returned it to its sheath. "Since Brother Ning doesn't want to fight, I won't force you. I just hope that if Brother Ning wants to fight again, you can seriously finish today's unfinished battle with me," Beigongyu said seriously. "If that day really comes, I'll definitely accompany you," Ning Chen said calmly. Chapter 413. Ning Chen had sealed his sword and hadn't used it for 9 years. As he said, he didn't like to kill. Ridiculous and even somewhat ironic words, but they were the most serious words. After fighting for half of his life, he was tired of it. As the sun rose, she got up early and began to pack her things. Yesterday, her young master said he might leave today. "Young master, will the city lord really send someone?" She doubtfully asked. "Well, if there are no accidents, it will be today," Ning Chen replied. "After what happened yesterday, the city lord should have made a decision. No matter how late it is, it can't be delayed past today." Not long after, Xi and Liangshan arrived. When he saw the packed things on the table, he couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at the red figure in the room, he was puzzled. "Brother Ning is leaving? Well, I've disturbed you for a long time. It's time to leave." Ning Chen nodded. "Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Liangshan can also show Brother Ning the different customs of the Southern Tomb. Xi and Liangshan sincerely urged him to stay. "Brother Liangshan, you've shown us a lot of things these days. Shi and I are very grateful for that. However, there are still some things that have been delayed for a long time. We can't stay here any longer," Ning Chen said honestly. Xi and Liangshan saw that he couldn't persuade him to stay, so he didn't force him. He sighed softly and said, "In that case, Liangshan won't force you to stay. I hope Brother Ning can come back to the Xian family after you finish your business." "Certainly," Ning Chen nodded. "Second young master, Princess Zhao has come to visit. She said she wants to see you and young Master Ning." Outside the guest room, a servant came in and respectfully reported. Xi and Liangshan frowned. "Why is she here?" "She finally came." Ning Chen wasn't too surprised. He left Shi to continue packing and immediately went to the front hall with Xi and Liangshan. The reason he hadn't left yet was to wait for the city lord's reply. Now that he was waiting, he could leave with peace of mind. In the front hall, Zhao Ling was sitting in the hall. When she saw the two coming, a faint light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that a profit transaction at 6 NB building would lead to such a terrifying young man. Even a top assassin like Hong Wulei couldn't hurt him. Your Highness, Xian Liangchun saluted and said respectfully. No need for formalities, second young master, Zhao Ling said softly. Princess Zhao, who was sitting in the middle of the hall, looked as gentle as water, as if she was a real lady from a noble family. There was not the slightest trace of impoliteness on her face. When Ning Chun saw this, admiration flashed through his heart. Putting aside personal grudges, this Zhao Linger was indeed not an ordinary person. She knew better than anyone when to advance or retreat. When it was time to be ruthless, she would not show the slightest bit of mercy. When it was time to retreat, she would not hesitate. Young Master Ning, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't refuse it. Zhao Ling stood up and handed over a letter. Ning Chun took the letter and glanced at it. He laughed softly and said, Ning Chen accepts the city lord's good intentions. Please thank the city lord on Ning Chen's behalf when you return. I will, Zhao Ling replied. After the business, it was polite greetings. Zhao Ling intended to ease the grievances of that day with the two, and Xian Liangchun did not want to offend a princess of the royal family. Therefore, the three of them talked harmoniously. Those who did not know might think that the three of them were old friends. After staying for half an hour, Zhao Ling left. The two saw her off at the gate of the Xian mansion. Brother Ning, thank you. Xian Liangchun turned around and looked at the person in front of him. He was not a fool. Naturally, he could see that the reason why Zhao Ling had personally come to ease the grudge between them was because she was afraid of the young man beside him, whose cultivation was unfathomable. Brother Liangchun, this time, I really have to go. Take care. Ning Chen replied. Take care. Xian Liangchun sighed. In the guest room, Ruo she came out and looked at the young master waiting in front of her. She smiled sweetly and quickly walked up. The two left and headed west. The road ahead was long. No one knew when they would reach the place they wanted to reach. Young master, why did Princess Zhao come? Ruo she asked curiously. To apologize, Ning Chen replied. What is the apology? Ruo she continued to ask. The quota for the Tianshu dynasty's competition. Ning Chen replied. Oh, Ruo she suddenly lost interest. Such a thing, if the young master wanted, he could get it himself anywhere. Moreover, the young master had no interest in it. He might not even go. Where are we going now? Ruo she asked softly. To the Jadeite Holy Land, to find the method of resurrection. Ning Chen replied. These days, he more or less understood the general situation of Nanling from Xian Liangchun. This Jadeite Holy Land was as famous as the Tianshu dynasty, but it was an inheritance that existed in the form of a sect. It sat on the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, the Jadeite cauldron. Its attainments in the art of resurrection were extraordinary. He did not know why the ghost girl had not woken up. If he wanted to find the answer, he must go to the Jadeite Holy Land. However, the somewhat troublesome thing was that the old ancestor of the Jadeite Holy Land was a top powerhouse close to the perfect realm. Such an existence was not to be provoked at present. Since he couldn't take it by force, he could only choose to find a way to enter the Jadeite Holy Land. It wasn't too difficult to enter the Jadeite Holy Land. Such a famous Holy Land would recruit a large number of outer disciples. Although it was not easy to go one step further, the identity of an outer disciple was enough for him for the time being. He owed the ghost girl too much, so he could only try to wake her up. Ruo she didn't say anything. She knew that the ghost girl's matter was a hurdle in the young master's heart. As long as the ghost girl didn't wake up, the young master would not give up. Although she didn't understand cultivation, she also knew how difficult it was to resurrect a person who could be said to be dead. Perhaps it was impossible. However, she didn't dare to say such words, because the young master could ignore everything. But this was his reverse scale that couldn't be touched. The Jadeite Holy Land was very far away, almost across half of Nanling. Ning Chan walked with Ruo, she while looking for other feasible methods, as usual. There were countless strange methods in the world, and the jadeite Holy Land was not necessarily the only inheritance that had mastered the art of resurrection. Clang kill. As the two moved forward, the sound of fighting in the distance was deafening. Chaotic sword shadows surged and scattered. There were no less than 10 Sciention powerhouses fighting. One of them was dressed in brown and red. Her face was cold and elegant. She swung her blade and swayed the sword light that was constantly threatening her life. Rip! Her clothes were torn apart, and her clothes were dyed red. Hong Wulei blocked the fatal sword for her companion behind her. She turned her blade and blocked the sword light from all directions. However, at this moment, behind Hong Wulei, the woman who was being protected flipped her palm and pressed it on her back. With a bang, several feet of red gradually faded. Hong Wulei's figure staggered. She turned her head in disbelief and looked at her companion, who took the opportunity to retreat. Her eyes flashed with sadness. Why? She really didn't hesitate to betray her own people. The leader of the 11 Sciention powerhouses, a middle-aged man with a cold expression, sneered. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Since that one escaped, send this one to the Western Paradise. Not far from the middle-aged man, a man with a slightly weaker cultivation coldly said. Hong Wulei didn't say a word. Her feet moved strangely, and she no longer wanted to fight. She wanted to break out. You want to leave? It's too late. In the midst of the ridicule, the 11 Sciention powerhouses moved together to seal the way forward. One sword light after another, not leaving the slightest chance of survival. Hong Wulei's right shoulder was dyed red again. In the rain of swords, her body was like duckweed. One more step and she would die. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Yesterday's cause, today's effect. Since she chose to live on the edge of the sword, life and death were no longer in her own hands. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the distance. Two figures slowly walked past. One was calm, and the other was gentle. Young master, do you need help? Ruoshi asked. Life and death are up to fate. Ning Chen calmly said. Ruoshi didn't say anything and continued to move forward with the young master beside her. The sudden appearance of two people in the distance attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone present was a Sciention. Although they were far away, they could still perceive the existence of the two. Meeting again and passing by far without stopping, it showed that although their masters no longer cared about that day's matter, they also wouldn't help. Under the situation of certain death, Hong Wulei's eyes flashed with a touch of decisiveness. Regardless of the sword light behind her, she swung her Sciention sword away from the three swords in front of her and immediately rushed forward. Two Sciention swords entered her body, bringing a big waterfall of blood. One of the swords even penetrated her heart. However, in front of the desire to survive, the woman's footsteps didn't stop and continued to rush forward. Chase! Knowing that Hong Wulei was seriously injured, the 11 people quickly followed. They were determined to eliminate the source of the trouble and not give her any chance to survive. The distance of less than 1,000 feet was so far at this moment. Blood dripped from her chest and dyed her clothes red again and again. The seriously injured Hong Wulei's consciousness became more and more blurred and was close to the moment of confusion. In front of the two people, Hong Wulei finally couldn't hold on. In her last glance, there was only hope and pleading for survival. The next moment, she fainted. She subconsciously reached out to catch the falling woman. When she reacted, she looked at the young master in front of her and flashed a difficult expression. Put down this woman and get out of here quickly. Among the 11 people, the weakest young man looked impatient and shouted. He hated these playboys the most. If it weren't for his elder brother's order to not stir up trouble outside, he really wouldn't have bothered to speak and would have just killed them. You want to save her? Ningxin ignored her and asked softly while looking at his maid's embarrassed expression. Yes. Ruoshi nodded. Looking at the unconscious woman in her arms, she couldn't help but say, Ruoshi misses Miss Shi. At that time, Miss Shi also took a step into the dangerous building and turned into Lord Lawn. Her situation was very similar to this woman. It's just that she was protected by the young master and was forcibly pulled out of the dangerous building. However, the woman in front of them wasn't so lucky. If they didn't care, she really wouldn't survive today. Since you want to save her, then save her. As soon as his words fell, Ning Chun didn't say anything more. He took a step forward and his red clothes fluttered wildly. Chapter 414. With one step, her aura changed abruptly. The surging sword intent spread out in all directions. The 11 Xiantian masters were shocked. Before they could react, they were sent flying. A powerful but murderous sword intent flowed around Hong Yi's body. After 9 years of being sealed, it had melted away her previous murderous intent. If she didn't make a move, it would be hard to believe that the person in front of them was also a martial artist. The 11 people landed on the ground and took several steps back with a dignified expression. Strong. A completely different sword intent. It was different from any sword they had seen before. They didn't know if it was because they were too inexperienced or because the sword above the sword was beyond their comprehension. Your Excellency, are you trying to make an enemy out of our 9 Heaven Sword sect? The middle-aged man in the lead said in a deep voice. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it serious?" Arrogant. The young man who had spoken rudely earlier became furious. He brandished his sword and charged forward. The sharp edge of the sword forced its way into his mind. One sword was followed by 10 swords. The cold light on the swords sealed every major acupoint of the human body. It was a killing move that left no way out. The swords in the hands of the 11 Xiantian masters streaked across the cold light and arrived in front of the two in an instant. Ning Chen raised his hand and released a wave of sword intent. Using his sword to block the swords, the broken swords quickly turned back and stopped the moment they reached the throat. The 11 Xiantian masters were shocked. They watched the two walk past them, but they didn't dare to move half a step. After the two left, the broken swords fell and stabbed into the ground. A cold wind blew by. However, at this moment, the hearts of the 11 Xiantian masters were even colder. Their legs that were fortunately stopped in front of the gates of hell kept trembling. 10 miles away, beside a clear stream, she was cleaning Hong Wulei's wound. Not far away, Ning Chun had his back to the two. He was roasting the fish in his hand with a calm and focused expression. In the clear stream, a trace of red drifted into the distance. The sword that hurt the heart almost took the woman's life. Fortunately, Hong Wulei had some medicine on her and barely saved her life. "Young master, come and help." She couldn't help but shout to the young master, not far away. I'm coming," Ning Chen responded. He immediately put the fish that was almost ready on the fire and got up to walk to the stream. "Here." She covered the exposed view of the woman beside her and reached out to tear a piece of cloth from her clothes. She handed it over and whispered, "Cover your eyes. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't look around." "Huh." Ning Chen chuckled and didn't say much. He took the cloth and blindfolded his eyes. He did everything according to his maid's instructions. "You just need to support her." She grabbed the former's hand and guided him to support Hong Wulei. Then, she carefully applied the ointment and bandaged the wound. "Young master, when will she wake up?" She asked softly while bandaging the wound. "Let's do it tonight. It's just a small injury. It won't get in the way," Ning Chun said casually. How is this a small injury? She's a woman. If she heard your words, she would die from anger. Young master, you must learn to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Ruoshi's tone carried a trace of dissatisfaction. Ning Chen smiled. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend this girl on this topic, so he didn't continue the conversation. Not long after, she bandaged the wound and carefully put on Hong Wulei's clothes. Then, she said, "Okay, you can take the cloth off your eyes." Ning Chun took off the cloth and opened his eyes. He looked at Ruoshi in front of him and said, "The fish is almost done roasting. Let's rest here today." Ruoshi nodded. This woman's injury was not light. It was indeed inappropriate to take her on the road. Waiting for a night might be the best choice. Simply tidying up a place to lie down, Ning Chun helped Hong Wulei to the top. Then, he walked to the fire and sat there with Ruoshi, quietly watching her eat. Ruashi tore the fish bit by bit and ate it in small bites. Although the young master's tea-making skills were not good, his roasting skills were definitely not comparable to anyone. In the beginning, little Mingyu was picky and often unwilling to eat. The young master's skill in roasting fish was basically ground by Mingyu bit by bit. The sky gradually darkened, and the night was cold and humid. Ning Chun stoked the bonfire even more to dispel the surrounding cold air for the woman beside him. After a tiring day, Ruashi lay down next to the bonfire and fell asleep after a while. Under the light of the fire, her face was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Ning Chun sat quietly to the side, using his phoenix energy to comb the former's body. Right now, the only person left beside him was Ruashi. Although she was only his maid in name, in reality, she was the one he couldn't bear to part with. Once the phoenix energy entered her body, the fatigue between Ruashi's eyebrows eased slightly and gradually relaxed. The night was getting deeper and deeper. When the moon was high in the sky, the unconscious Hong Wulei's fingers moved slightly. The next moment, her eyes slowly opened. After a trace of confusion, she quickly recovered her clarity. A strange breath, not far away, startled Hong Wulei. She hurriedly got up and grabbed the dagger at her waist. Quiet. Ning Chun glanced at the former and whispered. Only then did Hong Wulei react. After seeing the woman sleeping next to the red-clothed young man, she immediately quieted down. Ning Chun didn't speak anymore and sat there quietly, guarding the most important person around him. Hong Wulei also wanted to understand what was going on. Her eyes looked at the bonfire in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. At dawn, Ruashi woke up. After seeing the young master beside her, she smiled sweetly. Young master. Before she finished speaking, Ruashi's eyes caught sight of Hong Wulei, who woke up not far away. Her face showed surprise. Ignoring her young master, she got up and walked forward. She whispered, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Looking at the woman in front of her, a smile flashed across Hong Wulei's face. There was gratitude, but she still didn't speak. Ruashi frowned slightly. What's going on? She can't speak, Ning Chun said. When he checked her injuries, he found that this woman was mute. No wonder he didn't see her say a word in their two encounters. Can it be cured? Ruashi's eyes flashed with a touch of pity and asked. Her veins were sealed by herself. Whether it can be cured or not, it's not up to others. Ning Chun replied. Hong Wulei looked at Ruashi and shook her head with a smile, meaning it's fine. Ruashi sighed in her heart and whispered, What's your name? Hong Wulei picked up a branch and wrote her name in front of her. Her name was like her person, Hong Wulei. Hong Wulei, Ruashi whispered. The name was very pleasant to hear, but it always gave people a sad feeling. It's dawn, let's go. Ning Chun got up, waved his hand to summon the ghost palanquin, and calmly said. Hong Wulei glanced at the ghost palanquin filled with ghost energy, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. After returning to her senses, she pointed to herself, then to the palanquin, and gently shook her head, indicating that she could go on her own. Ning Chun didn't force her. He put away the palanquin, extinguished the bonfire on the ground, and immediately prepared to continue on their journey. Ruashi helped Hong Wulei up and followed him. They weren't far from the nearest city, but with a wounded person, their speed was a lot slower. Ning Chun didn't care. He walked as fast as the two behind him. Along the way, Ruashi and Hong Wulei whispered something. Although Hong Wulei couldn't speak, her gestures and writing were something Ruashi could barely understand. Hong Wulei was a little afraid of Ning Chun, but she liked Ruashi very much. After talking along the way, the relationship between the two quickly got closer. When the sky was about to turn dark, the three finally arrived at the nearest Chi city. They found a nearby inn and booked 2 rooms to rest. Ruashi said she wanted to take care of Hong Wulei, so she didn't ask for a separate room. Ning Chun wasn't worried that Hong Wulei would harm Ruashi. His room was next door. This distance couldn't stop him. Young master, the bed is ready. Please rest early. Ruashi turned her head and said. Ning Chun nodded. Young master, let's stop here for a few days. Miss Wulei's injury is not light. She needs to rest. Ruashi stepped forward and asked. Okay, whatever you say, Ning Chun whispered. Young master is the best. Ruo, she smiled and said, Oh, you really know how to talk. Ning Chun laughed. Please rest early. I won't talk with you anymore. Miss Wulei still needs someone to take care of her. After speaking, Ruo, she didn't stay any longer. She walked out of the room, gently closed the door, and walked to the room next door. In the next room, Hong Wulei was sitting on the bed. After seeing Ruo, she walked in. A smile appeared on her face. I've already sent young master to rest. In fact, you don't have to be so afraid of him. Young master is very easy to talk to. Ruo, she stepped forward and raised the pillow behind the woman and whispered. Hong Wulei chuckled and pointed to the former and then to herself. What she meant was that for that young master, the two of them were different. Although it was that young master who saved her, the one who really made the difference was Ruo. She knew very well that young master was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Wulei, we will stay here for a few days. After your injury is almost healed, we will continue on our journey. However, the place I and young master are going to is a bit far. Do you want to go together? Speaking of this, Ruo, she hesitated for a moment and whispered, I heard from young master what kind of organization Luo Life Extermination Gate is. If possible, you better not go back. Such a life is too dangerous after all. Revenge. Hong Wulei stretched out her hand and gently wrote a word on the quilt. The secret hidden in her heart for many years was revealed for the first time today. In the next room, Ning Chun stood in front of the window and quietly looked at the night scene outside. His eyes flashed with thoughts. This Hong Wulei is not simple. She sealed her ability to speak with the meridian sealing technique. If it's not a big conspiracy, then it's a big enmity. Luo Life Extermination Gate was the top assassin organization in the entire Southern Tomb. It was rumored that the three sect masters were each more terrifying than the other. The major sects and dynasties were very afraid of them. Hong Wulei's aptitude was also first class among the people he had seen. It's just that she lacked the guidance of a strong master. That's why she was inferior to young geniuses like Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu. In the next room, Ruo, she looked at the life story written by Hong Wulei. Her eyes reddened and flashed with unbearable tears. Can I let young master teach you? Ruo, she whispered. Although she didn't know how powerful young master was, he should be much more powerful than many people. Hong Wulei was slightly startled when she heard this. She subconsciously looked at the side room with fear in her eyes. Chapter 415. At dawn, Ruo, she knocked on the door next door. After hearing the young master's reply, she gently pushed the door open and entered. Young master, Ruo, she greets you. Ruo, she said with a smile on her face. Ning Chen glanced at Ruo, she who came in, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. This girl most likely has something to ask of him. Young master, can Ruo, she ask you for a favor? Sure enough, Ruo, she stepped forward and gently massaged his shoulders. Say it. Ning Chen smiled. Can you give some pointers to Wu Lei's cultivation? Just a few days will do. Ruo, she used some strength in her hands and requested. Ning Chen turned his head slightly and looked at Ruo, she who was close at hand. He teased, It seems that you two are getting along well. You sold your young master out so quickly. Young master, did you agree? Ruo, she's eyes flashed with expectation. Ning Chen nodded gently. He didn't care about Hong Wulei, but he didn't want to refuse Ruo, she's request. Thank you, young master. Ruo, she smiled and immediately called the woman who had been waiting outside the room. Wulei, the young master has agreed. Hurry up and come over. As soon as her voice fell, Hong Wulei walked into the room with a bit of nervousness and gratitude on her beautiful face. She respectfully bowed. These 2 days, you should recuperate first. 2 days later, we will set off. Before we reach the Yuheng Holy Land, you can learn as much as you can. Ningchen said calmly. Hong Wulei nodded silently. She knew that this was her best opportunity. Whether she could truly become a powerhouse or not depended on how much she could comprehend along the way. 2 days wasn't a long time. For a cultivator, it was a blink of an eye. Although Hong Wulei's injuries hadn't healed yet, she had no problem walking like an ordinary person. 2 days later, Ning Chun took the two to continue their journey. Ruo, she intended to give Hong Wu lay more opportunities to receive guidance, so every once in a while, she would pretend to be tired and ask for a rest. Ningchen clearly saw through his maid's thoughts, but he didn't point it out. According to the agreement, he seriously guided Hong Wu Lei's cultivation. No matter how the world tries to beautify the essence of swords and sabers, they are still killing weapons in the end. How you use the weapons in your hands will have a decisive impact on your strength. Your foundation isn't bad, but you're overly focused on your moves. Although your opponent might be temporarily at a disadvantage because they're not familiar with your style, the more experienced a person is, the faster they'll be able to adapt. Your advantage will quickly disappear, and it might even become a disadvantage. As he spoke, Ning Chen's figure flashed and dodged the blade. He condensed his sword finger and attacked Ning Chen's heart meridian. Hong Wulei wanted to block, but his saber was tied to itself. It was too late for him to block. Can you see why? In front of his chest, Ning Chen stopped moving his fingers and said calmly, "The more complicated a move is, the more flaws it will have, and the slower it will be to counterattack. Unless you have an overwhelming amount of true origin, if you pursue complicated moves too much, you'll just be spinning a cocoon around yourself." After saying all this, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He walked away, leaving her to practice on her own. Is that all? When Ruo she saw her young master coming over, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He only gave a few words of advice. Isn't that too fast? It's already a lot. Everything has to be done step by step. There's no need to rush, Ningchen replied. Ruo she didn't quite understand, but if her young master said it was a lot, then it really was a lot. Looking at the woman practicing hard in front of her, Ruo she sighed and said softly, "Young master, after your guidance, with Wulei's current cultivation, is it possible for him to defeat a 3-disaster powerhouse?" "It's very difficult," Ning Chen said honestly. Hong Wulei's cultivation was at the 3rd Xiantian tribulation, far from the 3 disasters. Although it wasn't impossible for him to go against the flow, the premise was that he had an absolutely powerful trump card. In the past, Senior was able to fight against the invincible martial monarch with a 4th tribulation cultivation. That was because Senior's sword was incomparably accurate. The martial monarch's moves were blocked, making it difficult for him to display his full strength. The other person was Mubai. In this world, Mubai was probably the person closest to the Sword of Origin. It was difficult to measure him with his realm. In addition to these two, there were several others. Although they were a bit lacking in height, they could still barely fight across realms. For example, Wan Feng Chun, Mu Qian Shang, Barbarian King, and so on. Such people were very rare. Hong Wulei obviously hadn't reached this level yet, so he could only do his best. The southern tomb was much bigger than expected. The 3 walked and stopped for more than a month, but they had only covered less than a third of the distance. They were still far from the Jade Holy Land. For more than a month, Hong Wulei abandoned his previous tricky habits and simplified the complicated. Starting from the most basic, he honed his own moves and styles. Ning Chen didn't teach him much. Occasionally, he would point out the deviation in his moves, but he didn't teach him any techniques or moves. Hong Wulei didn't have any dissatisfaction and improved his habits little by little. He was diligent but not greedy. The woman's perseverance was impressive. Although Ning Chen didn't ask, he could more or less guess that the woman in front of him, who was practicing hard, should have a great hatred buried deep in her heart. Ning Chen had always regarded the Buddhist saying of repaying grievances as nonsense. If any hatred could be forgiven, then what was the use of morality and law in the world? Whether or not Hong Wulei could take revenge in the future, he didn't have the qualifications to care. Because of Ruo Shi's soft-heartedness, their fate was only on this road. When the road ended, their fate would end. As for how much she could improve, it would depend on her own good fortune. No one could decide the fate of others, and he was the same. The road had to be walked by oneself. If Hong Wulei chose to take revenge, then she must be prepared to bear all the consequences. Living was luck, dying was fate. More than a month later, the Jade Holy Land was getting closer and closer. It was no longer as unreachable as before. Ruo Shi's eyes flashed with worry. She knew that the Jade Holy Land wasn't far away, which meant that the young master's time to guide Hong Wulei was getting less and less. Young master, she no longer has any relatives. Please help her again. Ruoshi couldn't bear it and begged again. She understood how difficult it was for a lonely woman to live in this world. If she hadn't been brought back to the Marquis mansion by the young master, perhaps she wouldn't have had the courage to continue living. Hong Wulei was stronger than her. For so many years, she had silently endured too much suffering. In order to hide her identity, she didn't hesitate to seal her meridians and make herself lose the ability to speak. For more than 10 years, she couldn't speak a word. What kind of perseverance was needed to bear such suffering? Ningxuan was silent for a moment. Then, he picked up a branch from the ground and looked at Hong Wulei in front of him. He calmly said, "Attack." Hong Wulei nodded and stepped forward. The long sword in her hand swept out. It was a simple move, but it was more difficult to resist than before. Hong Wulei's strange movement technique flashed across the water. When the sword fell, Hong Wulei's figure dissipated. It was just an afterimage. Hong Wulei was startled. Without thinking, he changed the direction of his saber and held it in a reverse grip, slashing behind him. Good reaction. Behind Hong Wulei's figure condensed, but the moment the sword approached, it dissipated again. Hong Wulei had never seen such a movement technique before. The more she fought, the more shocked she became. She never thought that there was such an exquisite movement technique in the world. Ha! The branch was knocked down. Hong Wulei's right hand went numb. She couldn't hold the cold sword in her hand, and it fell to the ground. Red light flashed. Ningxuan stopped and looked at the woman in front of him. He said seriously, "There are traces of my footsteps on the ground. Remember it carefully and practice seriously. This is for you to save your life." Hong Wulei was startled. She quickly recovered and respectfully bowed. She would never forget the kindness of teaching her. In the last month or so, Ningxuan didn't teach her anything. Most of the time, Hong Wulei practiced silently. Occasionally, she would ask for advice if she couldn't figure it out. The 4-month journey had finally come to an end. The Jadeite Holy Land was close at hand. For the first time, Hong Wulei took the initiative to challenge her benefactor to verify the results of the past 4 months. Ningxuan didn't refuse. Although he sealed his sword and replaced it with a dry branch, he met the cold sword he taught. There was no surprise in the outcome of the battle. Hong Wulei was still defeated. There was an absolute gap in the combat experience between the two. It was not something that could be erased with 4 months of hard work. However, Hong Wulei's improvement was very obvious. At least, it was impossible for him to break the weapon in his hand like he did 4 months ago without taking a step back. At the end of the battle, Hong Wulei put away her sword and respectfully bowed to her benefactor in front of her. Parting was imminent. Ruoshi's eyes were filled with tears. In the past 4 months, the two had almost become friends who talked about everything. However, they both had their own things to do. It was impossible for them to always walk the same path. Ruoshi stepped forward and hugged her goodbye. She whispered, "Don't force yourself too much. If you encounter trouble that you can't deal with, come to us." Hong Wulei nodded. Although she was reluctant, she still hardened her heart and turned away. A cold wind blew past, and the dark red figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Not long after, she disappeared. "Let's go too." Ningxuan looked at Ruoshi and said, "N." Ruoshi put away her thoughts and responded. Half a day later, the two stepped into the territory of the Yuheng Holy Land. As an inheritance that was on an equal footing with the Tianshu dynasty, there were countless powerhouses in the Yuheng Holy Land. Xiantian masters could be seen everywhere. The deacon elders were at least above the 5th tribulation. Ningxuan came to find the art of resurrection. Therefore, he deliberately chose the identity of an outer disciple. First, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Second, it was to stay as far away as possible from the old ancestor in the Yuheng Holy Land who was close to the perfect realm. The art of resurrection was a secret art of the Yuheng Holy Land. The difficulty of obtaining it was not ordinary, especially when there was a top powerhouse who was close to the perfect realm in charge here. It was even more difficult. The majestic Holy Land was like a fairyland on earth. Under the fairyland, thousands of peaks surrounded and guarded. Tens of thousands of outer disciples lived here, practicing martial arts. They hoped that one day they could enter the mountain and become the most glorious inner disciple. The desire for longevity drove countless people to worship the mountain day and night. Some gave up wealth, and some gave up power. Ning Chun lived at the foot of the mountain, looking at the mountain in the distance. He waited for several months. Chapter 416. At the top of the mountain, a decree was issued. The triennial intersect disciple competition had begun. The ban on the mountain was temporarily lifted, and the outer sect disciples were allowed to attend the competition. Within the sacred grounds, experts were as numerous as the clouds, and the inner court disciples were even the backbone of Jade Hall. There were innumerable congenital realm experts, and there were even some outstanding figures that weren't inferior to the deacon elders. At the top of the mountain, the iron chains pierced through the clouds. The waves wriggled as the 16 black iron chains locked onto the battling platform at the top of the sky. Sabers and swords clashed. The chi of the sabers and swords dispersed, interweaving into a dazzling martial art that captured one's mind. The strongest disciples of the inner sect had officially faced off against each other. This time, the grand competition would not only determine the ranking of the inner sect disciples, but also the qualifications to participate in the 100 Empire competition. As an inheritance that was equally famous as the Tianshu dynasty, the Yuheng sacred ground was similarly ranked in the 100 dynasties. The top 3 that were determined this time would represent the Yuheng sacred ground to participate in the 100 dynasty competition that was about to arrive. The 2 strongest people in Alioth were without a doubt. The first was the top inner court disciple that had successively won 3 competitions, Yin Yishuan, and the second was a woman called Lian Hongzhu. Her strength might not be inferior to Yin Yishuan, but she kept a slightly lower profile and very rarely used her full strength. Their strength had already reached half a step into the 3 disasters realm, or even the 3 disasters realm, far surpassing the others. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely obtain the qualifications to participate in the 100 Empire competition. The real suspense was who among the 300 inner disciples would be able to obtain the last spot. Deacon Elder, we are also disciples of the Holy Land. Shouldn't we also have the qualifications to compete for the 100 Empire competition? Among the tens of thousands of Outer Sanctum disciples, there was no lack of Xiantian realm experts. Naturally, they were unwilling to give up the opportunity that all the martial artists in the world wanted. They looked at the 5 deacon elders sitting outside the martial arts sparring platform and argued with reason. Elders, please give us a chance. Another few inborn experts stood out and bowed respectfully. With someone taking the lead, at this moment, the tens of thousands of outer court disciples at the peak of the mountain were no longer willing to just be spectators. Their voices were like a huge wave that shook the entire mountain, causing the expressions of the 5 deacon elders to change. Qingwei, as they wish, as long as someone can defeat the top 10 inner disciples, will give them a chance. Just as the 5 deacon elders were unable to make a decision, a calm voice rang out from the depths of the mountain. Yes. In the middle of the 5, a gray-robed, white-haired old man respectfully accepted the order. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Chun gazed at the top of the mountain. The light in his eyes kept flickering. He was not interested in the 100 Empire competition, but this was indeed the best time to go up the mountain to look for the art of rebirth. Red clothes moved. Flowing light flashed in an instant, so fast that it was hard to see clearly. The competition at the peak of the mountain was still ongoing. The selection of tens of thousands of outer disciples took up most of the Holy Land's attention. No one noticed that the foot of the mountain, a red shadow, flashed past and directly entered the depths of the mountain. The red light rushed into the profound pavilion, and the mechanisms were activated one after another. However, the speed of the red light was so fast that all the mechanisms in the pavilion were rendered useless. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chun arrived on the last floor of the profound secrets pavilion. He scanned the floor with his divine sense, then took a step forward and appeared in front of a shrine. He flipped his palm over and looked at the jade slip inside, his eyes narrowing. Is this it? Sir, don't you think it's a bit rude for you to barge into the Alioth forbidden land? A white-robed man walked out. He had a sword on his back, and his aura was extremely powerful. I had no choice. I'm sorry. Ning Chen looked at him warily. This was the first time he had encountered a true expert since coming to Namling. This art of rebirth requires the Alioth divine cauldron to be effective. Sir, you've come here for nothing. In addition, this art of rebirth is a secret of the Alioth Holy Land. Anyone who sees it will have to leave behind their life. You should think carefully about whether you want to see it, said the man calmly. Ning Chen sighed and took the jade slip. He had already come this far. How could he give up now? The man didn't stop him. He calmly waited for him to finish. This young man in front of him was not ordinary. He couldn't easily defeat him. After Ning Chen finished looking through the jade slip, he put it back. This person hadn't lied to him. This art of rebirth truly did require the Alioth divine cauldron to be effective. The profound secrets pavilion is too small. Let's go outside and fight. The man didn't say anything else. He turned and walked away. Ning Chen followed. The ceremony was over. All that was left was a true life and death battle. Below the profound secrets pavilion, four grand elders of the Alioth Holy Land appeared. They were all experts of the second calamity. When they saw the azure-robed man walk out, they courteously bowed. Greetings, Enforcement Elder. Within the Alioth Holy Land, aside from the sect master and patriarch, the person with the highest status was this Enforcement Elder. Behind him was Ning Chen. He was wearing red robes, and his expression was calm. He didn't seem the slightest bit timid. The four grand elders frowned. They had thought that the intruder was some old monster from a large power. They hadn't expected him to be so young. Xiao Wuming, please advise me. Nameless sword. Nameless sword. Xiao Wuming said calmly as he looked at the young man before him. Please. Ning Chen raised his index and middle finger. Sword intent began to revolve around him. Outside the battle, the four grand elders stood guard, blocking all paths of retreat to prevent the red-robed young man from leaving. Xiao Wuming's body moved. His sword flashed, and the wind and clouds changed. An extremely powerful sword intent slashed down, illuminating the entire mountain. The red-robed young man also moved, dodging the attack. His finger condensed yuan, and spiritual qi filled the sky. With a slash of his sword, the earth shook and mountains collapsed. Heaven and earth trembled. As soon as the two experts clashed, they knew that their opponents weren't ordinary. One was powerful, while the other was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed paths several times. The battle had reached a shocking level. Master! Sensing her master's sword intent, Bai Hongzhu's expression changed slightly. With a graceful step, she disappeared from her original spot. In Yishuan also sensed the aura of the battle in the distance. His figure flickered, and he quickly rushed over. In front of the profound secrets pavilion, two swords were clashing. The strongest sword was unleashed to its peak, causing the four grand elders to become more and more shocked. They really couldn't imagine that such a young man could fight the enforcement elder to a standstill. It was too inconceivable. For thousands of years, there had been countless geniuses, but any genius needed time to grow. This generation's Yin Yishuan and Bai Hongzhu were already incredible geniuses, but compared to the young man in front of them, they were clearly not on the same level. What the four of them didn't know was that comparing the current generation with the red-robed young man was unfair to Yin Yishuan and the others. That was because the environment they grew up in was different, and the tribulations they experienced were also different. There was simply no comparison. In the chaotic times of the Divine Prefecture, great tribulations came one after another. And the people who fought with the knowing destiny realm were never from the younger generation. Talking about it was meaningless. When the battle reached its climax, a purple-robed, middle-aged man walked out. Looking at the two people fighting, the light in his eyes kept flickering. Sect Master. The four grand elders bowed. Have you found out who this person is? Asked Sect Master Yuan. I've already sent people to investigate, but it'll take some time, said one of the Grand Elders respectfully. Sect Master Yuheng nodded and didn't say anything else. He calmly watched the rarely seen battle of swords. Sword style, heavenly fall. In the battle, He flipped his palm to block the attack. Immediately, he took advantage of the momentum to retreat. He leaped into the air and pointed his finger at the sword. Thousands of sword intents spread out. In the next moment, the sword intents fell from the sky. The terrifying sword aura was as if the 9 heavens had fallen. Xiao Wuming's expression became serious. His true Yuan sword, and his sword left his hand and turned into a shield to block the heavenly fall. The two attacks collided. Heaven and earth changed color, and the mountain was unable to bear the huge impact. It immediately began to shake violently. Sect Master Yuheng narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. His true Yuan spread out, stabilizing the shaking mountain. What a terrifying young man. This kind of height had far surpassed the younger generation. It was unheard of. Not far away, Ini Xuan and Bai Hongzhu arrived. When they saw the battle, their expressions changed. The two of you should watch carefully. This young man's martial cultivation base might not be as high as the enforcement elders, or even the two of you, but the height of his sword is truly shocking. Even the enforcement elder is a bit inferior, said Sect Master Yuheng seriously. All the experts of the world, from Xiantian to the 3 calamities, walked the same path. But the 3,000 paths of the Grand Tao all led to the same destination. Sometimes, cultivation base wasn't the only factor that determined strength. This young man's sword was truly shocking. Adding on his speed, it wasn't strange for him to be able to fight the enforcement elder to this extent. However, what he cared about the most was that this person still hadn't pulled out his sword. That meant this person still wasn't at his strongest state. Sword style Nirvana. The Nirvana sword appeared once more. Scarlet swords appeared one after another, transforming into a stream of swords that shot out. Xiao Wuming's eyes narrowed. His left hand pointed forward, drawing in Yuan energy to assist his sword. Azure light illuminated the night sky. His sword collided with the Nirvana sword. The sword wills collided, and the aftershocks cut open one huge ravine after another on the ground. The unimaginable battle of swords caused the ground to collapse. Even with the protection of Sect Master Yuheng and the 4 Grand Elders, it was difficult to stop the fact that the mountain's appearance was rapidly changing. Outside the battle, Ini Xuan and Bai Hongzhu were watching with rapt attention. Seeing this terrifying battle, they felt an unprecedented shock. So there was already someone in the younger generation who had reached such a height. Reporting to Sect Master, we've already investigated this person's origin. He's an outer disciple that Crimson Lotus Peak only recruited 3 months ago. He comes from the Eastern Tianshu dynasty. His background and status are ordinary. He should be intentionally hiding something, said a deacon elder respectfully. Sect Master Yuheng nodded, knowing this was enough. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this person should have come from the other 4 regions. He wasn't someone from the Southern Tomb. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not have heard of such a powerful young expert. Wuming, there's no need to continue fighting. Stop. Sect Master Yuheng moved and arrived beside Xiao Wuming. He extended his hand and pressed down on the sword he was about to unsheath. Xiao Wuming nodded and did not attack again. He sheathed his sword and stopped fighting. Friend, why don't we talk inside? Sect Master Yuheng looked at the young man in front of him. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Ningchen nodded and restrained his sword insight as he spoke calmly. Chapter 417. Within the profound pavilion, Sect Master Yuheng, Xiao Wuming, and Ningchen had already been inside for a long time. The 4 Grand Elders were waiting outside, waiting for news. Ini Xuan and Lian Hongzhu were also waiting outside. Without Sect Master Yuheng's permission, they weren't allowed to enter. No one knew what the 3 of them were talking about. When the sun was about to rise, He walked out and walked towards the sparring stage at the peak. Sect Master Yuheng and Xiao Wuming appeared after him. Looking at the youth walking away, a complicated light flashed through their eyes. This person's existence had already broken the balance of the 100 dynasties. It was hard to imagine that a youth with ordinary talent could grow to such a terrifying level. Yishuan, Hongzhu, remember today's lesson. In a younger generation, you aren't the ones walking at the very front. In the future, this person will be the peak that no one in your generation can avoid, said Sect Master Yuan. Yin Yishuan and Lian Hongzhu were silent. Even now, they still found it hard to believe that someone of the same age had surpassed them by so much. At the peak of the mountain, the iron chains swayed and the clouds meandered. One by one, the outer sect disciples who went up to challenge were defeated. The top 10 disciples of the inner sect were all extraordinary people. Only when the real battle began did the outer sect disciples, who had been raring to go before, realize how weak they were. Gradually, fewer and fewer people challenged Hong Yi. On the sparring stage, the 10th inner sect disciple Yun Tianyuan was holding his spear. He had already forced back dozens of people. At this moment, Hong Yi walked onto the stage. His aura was as calm as water, making him seem like the most ordinary person. This greatly shocked the disciples below. Ning Chen greets you. After saying that, his aura changed and a powerful airflow spread out. In the next moment, Hong Yi moved and disappeared. Yin Tianyuan was startled. He only saw a blur approaching him. When he came back to his senses, he had already been pushed off the stage by an irresistible force. Defeating his opponent in one move shocked everyone. Before they could even see the battle clearly, it was already over. As the red-clothed man walked down the stage, the people under the stage automatically parted to make a path for him. Looking at the red-clothed young man, walking away step by step, the abnormally oppressive silence quickly erupted into a wave of cheers. Unexpectedly, someone actually succeeded. In the distance, Sect Master Yuheng stood quietly. Looking at Ning Chen walking down the mountain, he said, "Wuming, take him as your disciple." Xiao Wuming's eyes flashed as he calmly said, "This person's attainments in the sword have already surpassed mine. I don't have the qualifications. It's only in name. The 100 Empire competition is about to begin. He needs to have an official identity," said Sect Master Yuheng. "Perhaps we can ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion and let him personally take them in as his disciples," Xiao Wuming suggested. "The Patriarch is currently breaking through to the Great Circle. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't disturb him. Let's do as I say for now," said Yuan. Xiao Wuming nodded and did not say anything else. He turned around and left. As a disciple who had surpassed his master, he felt ashamed to accept the title of master in name. He really didn't know what kind of expert in the world was qualified to be this person's teacher. However, no matter what, Hongzhu did not deserve to be called senior martial sister. The rule of entering the sect first should be changed. At the foot of the mountain, the bamboo cabin was quiet and tranquil. She looked at the young lord standing in front of the cabin and asked softly, "Does young lord really wish to participate in this 100 Empire competition on behalf of the Yuheng Holy Land?" "It's just a fair trade. I need to borrow the Alioth Divine Cauldron to save Ghost Girl," Ning Chen said slowly. "Is young lord confident?" She reached out and picked up the bamboo leaves that had fallen from her red robes. "Which matter? The 100 Empire competition or saving Ghost Girl?" Ning Chen turned around and asked. "Both," She said. "The matter of the 100 Empire competition is hard to say. It's very likely that there will be peerless geniuses like Starfall in the 100 Empire competition. Right now, I only have half of my body. It won't be easy for me to suppress them. As for whether the revival technique will be able to awaken Ghost Girl, although I don't have absolute certainty, there should be at least a 70% chance," Ning Chen replied. She's eyes flashed with emotion. She really hoped this was the case. She really didn't want to see the young lord's disappointed expression again. At the peak of the mountain, there were tens of thousands of people competing. After someone successfully defeated the top 10 inner sect disciples, hope rose in the hearts of the outer sect disciples again. There were constantly people going up to challenge them, hoping to obtain the qualifications to compete with the inner sect disciples in the 100 Empire competition. One day after another passed, Ning Chen did not go up the mountain again. It was a pity that Hongzhu came down the mountain. Her master had said that if she wanted to go further on the path of swordsmanship, it would be best for her to go down the mountain and ask this nominal senior apprentice brother. Ningchen wasn't a person who kept martial arts a secret. Even if Rui Hongzhu asked for advice, he wouldn't keep a secret. Yin Tianyuan, who was defeated by Ning Chun in one move, also went down the mountain once. Others might not have seen it, but he deeply felt that the strength of the young man in front of him was much higher than his own. Even the enforcement elders couldn't be compared to him. Gradually, the news spread, and some inner sect disciples who hadn't met before also came down the mountain to ask for advice. The quiet bamboo hut became noisy. When Xiao Wuming came to know about this, he frowned, but he didn't say anything. Wuming, don't worry. This person isn't a narrow-minded person. He won't be dissatisfied with the Holy Land over such a small matter, Yuheng calmly said. The Grand Elders were all in seclusion, so they didn't have much time to teach their disciples. Now that a young man with unfathomable strength had appeared, whether it was out of curiosity or because they really had a question about martial arts to ask, the bamboo hut at the foot of the mountain was destined to not be as peaceful as before. Ruo Shi, do you know who taught senior brothers martial arts? Rui Hongzhu was sitting on the edge of the bed. She looked at Ruo Shi, who was cleaning the hut, and softly asked. Before personally witnessing the battle at the profound pavilion, she really couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could fight her master to a standstill with a fourth tribulation Xiantian cultivation. Although her master had held back, her senior brother clearly hadn't used his full strength either. The young master has never taken a master before. He practiced his martial arts on his own. However, there are several seniors who have given him pointers. If you're curious, you can ask him yourself. Ruo, she replied while tidying up the hut. Senior brother doesn't seem to like me very much. I've gone down the mountain so many times, but I've never seen him smile even once, Rui Hongzhu sighed. Miss Ruo, she worries too much. The young master has always been like this. You've only known each other for a short time. If he really smiled at you from the start, then you should be worried. Aside from the people he cherishes, the young master only smiles when he scams people, Ruo, she whispered. As soon as her voice fell, the door creaked open and Ning Chun walked in. Rui Hongzhu, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, immediately stood up. Her beautiful face revealed a respectful expression. Senior brother, Hongzhu, come with me, Ning Chun said. Rui Hongzhu nodded and followed him out. In the bamboo forest, Ning Chun looked at the woman in front of him and calmly asked, How long have you been in the three disasters? Less than 2 years, Rui Hongzhu honestly replied. Ning Chun fell silent. Not bad, but compared to those monstrous geniuses he had seen before, there was still a big gap. His deal with sect master Yuheng was to help the Yuheng Holy Land obtain third place in the 100 Empire competition. The difficulty was not ordinary. The 100 Empire competition had always been extremely fierce. Aside from the various great inheritances of the Southern Tomb, even the great powers of the other 3 regions would secretly send their disciples to compete for a spot. So what level Rui Hongzhu and that Yin Yishuan could reach in the next few days was crucial to whether or not they could obtain a spot in the top 3. Let me see the sword on your back, Ning Chun said. Rui Hongzhu's eyes were a bit suspicious. She took the sword from her waist and handed it to him with a smile. Almost forgot. Senior brother is the sword god. It was Hongzhu's negligence. I should have taken out this sword earlier for senior brother to evaluate. Don't speak nonsense. Ning Chun lightly reprimanded, but didn't take it to heart. Looking at the sheathed sword in his hand, he frowned. The sword wasn't bad. The aura of a king was drawn, but not released. It should be a sword once used by a top sword expert. However, the sword was too masculine. It wasn't suitable for Rui Hongzhu. Switch to a different sword. This sword won't be of much help to your strength, said Ning Chun. Rui Hongzhu's eyes flashed with surprise. Her master had also said the same thing. However, this sword had been passed down by her ancestor. She had never been able to find a suitable sword for herself, so she had always used this sword. Please give me some pointers, said Rui Hongzhu respectfully. There's a red divine tree on the mountain. If you want a sword, it'll depend on whether or not you can convince Sect Master Yuheng and the Grand Elders to bring that tree to me, said Ning Chun calmly. Rui Hongzhu's eyes widened. Could senior brother be talking about the blood-stained red sandalwood? Ningchen gave her some advice and did not say anything else. He turned around and walked into the wooden house. Based on the properties of the red bamboo, this wood was the most suitable divine material. However, whether she could obtain it or not would depend on her ability. At the top of the mountain, the outer sect disciples' challenges came to an end. The inner sect disciples once again began their battles for the spots to enter the 100 Empire competition. Ningchen would occasionally go up the mountain to complete his mission. Without any surprise or danger, he entered the top 4. At first, everyone was shocked by this young man's sudden appearance. Then they gradually got used to it. Now they were numb to it. It seemed that even if he defeated Yin Yishuan and Rui Hongzhu, who had always occupied the top 2 spots of the intersect disciples, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Ningchen's opponent for the top 4 was the 3rd-ranked intersect disciple, the young woman. Although her talent didn't lose to anyone, due to her age, she was unable to defeat Yin Yishuan and Rui Hongzhu. There wasn't much suspense in the battle. As soon as Ningchen went up, he sent the young woman off the martial stage. The huge difference in strength caused the young woman to cry for a long time. The next battle was the battle that everyone had been waiting for. The 2 most outstanding geniuses of the intersect disciples, Yin Yishuan and Rui Hongzhu, would definitely be able to determine a victor this time. The chains swayed and rustled. The white-robed Yin Yishuan walked onto the martial stage, calmly waiting for the opponent he had been looking forward to the most. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, almost an hour had passed, but the red bamboo of regret still hadn't appeared. Just as everyone was getting impatient from waiting, a beautiful woman slowly walked over from afar, dragging a huge divine tree behind her. She had finally arrived at the last moment. Chapter 418. By Hongzhu's appearance and dragging the blood-stained red sandalwood from the mountain shocked everyone. Rumor had it that the history of this divine wood could even be compared to the jadeite Holy Land. It was so ancient that it could scare people to death. On the battle stage, Yin Yishuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know why Bai Hongzhu had brought this wood. Senior brother. Bai Hongzhu put down the rope in her hand and walked forward respectfully. Ningchen nodded. He glanced at the divine wood in front of him and said calmly, "Wait a moment. It'll be done soon." After saying that, Ningchen walked in front of the divine wood. He flipped his palm, and the divine wood shattered into pieces. The most durable part, the bloodstained wood core, flew out and landed in Ningchen's hand. He condensed his energy into his sword finger and sliced down. Wood chips flew everywhere and landed on the ground. In the distance, Xiao Wuming quietly looked at the battle stage. Light flashed through his deep eyes. With this person's age, his attainments in the sword were truly shocking. This wood was tough and durable. He had spent a lot of time cutting it. Only this young man could cut it into a sword so easily. On the mountain peak, tens of thousands of people quietly waited. The sea of clouds churned. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle stage. No one knew when it would start. Chi! Chi! The sound of the sword slicing through the divine wood resounded in everyone's ears. Wood shavings flew into the air one after another. The sword embryo gradually took shape, and its sharpness was faintly discernible. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Hong Yi waved her finger, and the divine wood was cut into a strange blade. Not long after, a purple sword with traces of blood appeared. Red light rose from Ningchen's finger. The extreme temperature of the phoenix fire tempered the sword. "Give me your hand." When the sword was about to be formed, Ningchen looked at the girl in front of him and said. Bai Hongzhu didn't hesitate at all when she heard that. She extended her hand in front of Ningchen. Her delicate hand was dyed red. Drops of blood dripped onto the sword. In the next moment, a bloody light shone brightly and illuminated the entire mountain. The strange blade took shape, and the wind and clouds changed. The divine wood that had condensed the spiritual chi of the Holy Land for thousands of years suddenly turned into a miracle. Bai Hongzhu gripped her sword and felt as if her heart and sword were connected. Her eyes shined brightly. Only now did she truly understand what her master and senior brother meant by her sword. "I made you wait for a long time." Yin Hongzhu moved and instantly arrived on the martial stage. She looked at her opponent and spoke. "Please." As soon as he finished speaking, his white robes fluttered, and a cold sword tip swept across the stage. A white sword light pierced into the mind. Hongzhu waved her sword, and with a kung sound, the two swords clashed. A violent wind blew, and true essence scattered in all directions. Qi Feng changed his stance, switching from defense to offense. The purple-red sword tip slashed across with a dazzling brilliance. Yin Yixuan took half a step back and turned his sword around. Then he slashed out again. His sword was full of changes, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The two swords clashed at extreme speed. 100 moves had already passed, but no one was able to gain the upper hand. It was a deadlock that was difficult to break. Sect Master Yu Heng and Xiao Wuming were watching the battle from afar. They were also attracted by the intense battle. Yin Yixuan has already been in the three disasters for quite some time. There should still be a gap between Hongzhu and him. But now it seems that gap has been closed to the greatest extent, said Sect Master Yu Heng. Hongzhu's sword has allowed her to gain quite a bit of an advantage, said Xiao Wuming honestly. This so-called senior brother of hers has treated her pretty well. But speaking of which, is there really no need to follow the rule of entering the sect first? Asked Sect Master Yu Heng. There are exceptions to everything. Hongzhu doesn't deserve to be called senior sister, said Xiao Wuming calmly. While the two of them were talking, the battle on the martial stage had already reached its climax. Both sides were pushing their cultivation techniques to their limits. They were about to draw a final conclusion to this battle that was difficult to determine a victor. Wind and lightning transformation. Emperor returns boundless. Yin Yixuan raised his sword and drew in wind and lightning. White light soared around his body. Dazzling lightning blinded everyone's eyes. Bai Hongzhu didn't dare to be careless in front of her ultimate move. She condensed her yuan into her sword finger, and rays of blood-red light refined her sword. A purple-red light soared into the sky. Her ultimate move had appeared at the same time. 100 generations of mountains and mountains. One sword returns to nothingness. The two extremes collided, causing heaven and earth to lose color. Boundless sword intent crazily surged out. Countless runes on the martial stage flickered, as if they had reached their limits. They were unable to withstand the terrifying shockwaves. Ugh! The two of them both retreated, their mouths dyed red. Suddenly, the white sword in Yin Yixuan's hand snapped and slashed across his face, leaving behind a trace of blood. The battle that hadn't been decided yet had ended at this moment. After the sword broke, the result was already decided. "I've lost," said Yin Yixuan as he steadied himself. "It's not that you've lost, but that your sword has lost." Regret flashed through Bai Hongzhu's eyes as she walked off the stage. The inter-sect chief-disciple battle had ended. The result was outside of everyone's expectations, but it also wasn't too surprising. Yin Yixuan and Bai Hongzhu's strength had originally been about the same. It wasn't certain who would win. However, a new expert had appeared amongst the inter-sect disciples. Whether or not Bai Hongzhu would be able to maintain her position as number one would soon be revealed. On the martial stage, Bai Hongzhu's red robes fluttered in the wind. Looking at the figure in front of her, an awkward expression appeared on her face. She was well aware that the difference in strength between her and her senior apprentice brother was too great. Even some of her moves had been taught to her by her senior apprentice brother. This battle had no meaning at all. I admit defeat. Giving pointers was one thing, but being oppressed in front of everyone was another. Bai Hongzhu didn't have such a hobby, so she directly admitted defeat. The crowd went into an uproar. She admitted defeat without even fighting? That was too unreasonable. "Sister Hongzhu, you're not allowed to admit defeat," shouted Jian Shui, who had just been defeated by Ning Chun. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. When they saw that it was this demoness, they immediately seemed to have found their backbone and loudly echoed her. Jian Shui, was the granddaughter of the previous sect master. She had cultivated with the previous generation's grand elders since she was young. In terms of seniority, she was shockingly high. However, due to her young age, she had always been suppressed by Yin Yixuan and by Hongzhu. Today, she had probably lost too miserably, which was why she was so angry. Bai Hongzhu also felt a headache when she saw Jian Shui cause trouble. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Shoot, don't cause trouble. Even Master might not be able to defeat senior apprentice brother. The difference in strength between us is too great. There's no way we can fight. No, Jian Shui was still angry, so she couldn't care too much about it. She directly leapt onto the martial stage and looked at the red-robed youth in front of her. She gnashed her teeth. Since he's so strong, then I'm not afraid of having a few more people. Jian Shui glanced at Ini Xuan and said, "Are you coming up or not?" Ini Xuan narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived on the stage. He said calmly, "I don't mind joining forces, but I don't know what the elders think." Outside the martial stage, Elder Qingwei and the other deacon elders frowned. It was fine that Jian Shui was causing trouble, but why was Ini Xuan also joining in? Elder Qingwei stood up and was about to stop this farce when a dignified voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Don't stop them. Let them be." Elder Qingwei's expression changed slightly when she heard the identity of the owner of this voice. She sat down again. On the martial stage, Ning Chun glanced at the three of them. He didn't say anything and directly walked down the stage. He had already obtained the qualification to participate in the 100 Empire competition and had no obligation to fight again. "You're not allowed to go down." How could Jian Shui let him go? Her figure flashed, and she blocked in front of him with her sword. "Ning Chun, just fight with them. It's just a piece of cake for you." At this moment, Sect Master Yuheng's voice sounded in Ning Chen's ears. Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard Sect Master Yuheng's words, but he didn't insist. Seeing Ning Chen stop, Ini Xuan waved his hand. A green sword flew from below the stage and landed in his hand. He said, "Please." Jian Shui had been waiting for this moment for too long. She took a step forward, and her sword moved along with her. It was a pity that Hongzhu's eyes also flashed with fighting spirit. She couldn't defeat her senior brother, but with the help of these two people, she might really be able to fight. It was indeed quite embarrassing to admit defeat without fighting. Sect Master Yuheng watched the battle from afar and said calmly, "Do you think the three of them have a chance of winning?" "Sect Master, do you think the three of them together can defeat Xiao Wuming?" Xiao Wuming didn't answer directly and asked back. He didn't agree with this battle just now. If it was a battle of two different levels, not to mention Ning Chun, even he wouldn't have much interest in fighting. "Huh." Sect Master Yuheng chuckled and didn't say anything else. On the martial stage at the peak of the mountain, the three of them joined forces to fight the phoenix. Before their sword arrived, they felt a shocking sword pressure sweeping over. The swords in their hands were immediately blocked. What a monster! Jian Shui was shocked. She took a step forward and leaped into the air. She channeled her energy into her sword and slashed down with the momentum of falling from the sky. Ning Chun was as still as a mountain. He used his fingers to block the sword. Jian Shui's sword couldn't even move half an inch. Just at this moment, the divine tree's sharp edge appeared behind him. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ning Chun turned his body and used his fingers to deflect the force. Jian Shui staggered, and her sword clashed with the sharp edge. With a soft sound, the sword shattered. Ning Chun waved his hand and knocked Jian Shui out of the battle. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Ini Xuan didn't continue fighting. He used the advantage of his body and condensed his quintessence to draw lightning into his sword. Ning Chen squinted his eyes, and his red clothes instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the former. He condensed his quintessence and blocked the sword. With a bang, Yin Yixuan flew out of the martial stage before he could make a move. In the blink of an eye, only Bai Hongzhu was left in the battle. The three young geniuses couldn't last more than a few rounds. The huge gap in strength was revealed once again. This time, Jian Shui didn't mess around. She looked at the broken sword in her hand in a daze. She didn't understand where the gap between them was. Bai Hongzhu's expression also flashed with confusion. She originally thought that she could barely fight with her senior brother if she joined forces. She didn't expect the gap to be so huge. The sword is a weapon to kill. Ning Chun left this sentence and walked down the stage. The gap between them wasn't a secret. It was just that Bai Hong Zhu and the others couldn't truly understand it. When they experienced true life and death situations, they would be able to deeply understand what a sword was and what a weapon for killing was. Chapter 419. Under the bright moon, Ning Chun was sitting in front of a table in a wooden house at the foot of the mountain. He was polishing Yama's sword with the help of a lamp. The sword had been sealed for nearly 10 years. Aside from using it to scare Black Tortoise a few days ago, he hadn't used it again. When fighting with others, swords and blades were ruthless. Injuring and killing were just a matter of thought. He had killed too many people and didn't want to stain the sword in his hand with blood again. Hopefully, in this 100 Empire competition, this sword wouldn't need to be unsheathed again. The reason he came to Nanling this time was to find a way to awaken Ghost Girl. He owed too many favors in this life. No matter what method he used, he had to wake her up. "Young master, are you still not going to rest?" The wooden door creaked as Ruoh, she walked in and asked softly, "I'm just about to rest. By the way, Hongzhu and I will be leaving in 2 days. You should come with us." Ning Chen said, "This time it's a serious matter. Ruoh, she won't be going. I'll be a burden to you." Ruoh, she smiled gently. "It's fine, it's decided." Ning Chen knew Ruoh, she's worries, and didn't say anything more. Nanling was different from the Divine Continent. In this strange place, Ruoh, she only had him to rely on. He couldn't leave her alone. Moreover, without this girl by his side, he wouldn't feel at ease along the way. Ruoshi's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Although she didn't want to cause trouble for the young master, she still wanted to go with him. Dang dang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and a pleasant voice sounded. "Senior brother, are you resting?" "It's Hongzhu," Ruoshi whispered. Ning Chen frowned. Why did she come down the mountain at this time? "Come in," Ning Chen said. Red Bamboo pushed open the door and saw Ruoshi inside. Breathing a sigh of relief, she stepped forward and respectfully said, "This Red Bamboo is here to thank Senior Brother for gifting me this sword. Thanks to this sword, this Red Bamboo was able to win today's battle. The one you should thank is not me, but your master and sect master Yu Hong. My deal with him is to help Yu Hong win the top 3 positions in this 100 Empire competition. The stronger you are, the more likely this deal will succeed." Ning Chen calmly said, "Young master, don't keep people at arm's length." Ruoh, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she gently punched her young master and whispered, "Hongzhu didn't forget to come over to say thank you, even though it's already so late. Don't treat her like a guest. She is still your junior sister." Ever since the eldest grandson passed away, the young master's temperament had become even colder. She was not as good as that concubine, so she could only try to persuade him from the side. "Have a seat." Hearing Ruoshi's reminder, Ning Chun sighed in his heart and softened his tone. Hongzhu gratefully glanced at Ruoshi and sat down at the wooden table. Every time she talked to her senior brother, she would feel very nervous. She was afraid she'd say the wrong thing. After knowing each other for so long, although her senior brother would answer her questions one by one, but no matter how many times she came, his attitude was no different from the first time they met. It was as if he was facing an ordinary stranger. "Senior brother, you should give this sword a name," said Bai Hongzhu softly as she took out the strange sword from its scabbard. Ning Chun looked at the sword in front of him and fell silent. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Everlasting Fragrance." Hearing this name, Hongzhu was startled at first, but then a dazzling color flashed in her eyes. Everlasting youth, is this what it means? The name was simple and easy to understand. It carried the most heartfelt blessings. Ning Chun had given a name with great care. After all, they had known each other for a while. Although they were only martial siblings in name, he still sincerely wished that the Red Bamboo of Regret would be like a sword in its scabbard. "Hongzhu likes this name very much. Thank you, senior brother," Hongzhu softly said. After saying that, it was a pity that Hongzhu hesitated for a moment, but she still carefully said, "Hongzhu understands a little of what senior brother said on the competition platform today, but I can't figure out what deeper meaning it has. I hope Senior Brother can guide me. Senior Brother said that a sword is a weapon to kill, but this didn't seem to be too difficult to understand. She also couldn't figure out why there was such a big gap between them. If I wanted to kill you, what do you think your chances of surviving are? Asked Ningchen as he placed a Yama King sword that he had cleaned on the table. Not even 10%. Hongzhu thought for a moment, then spoke the truth. Although her cultivation was higher than her senior brother's, the difference in their true strength was too great. Today on the stage, the feeling of every single move being sealed made them feel deeply powerless. She really couldn't understand why the moves they had bitterly trained for so many years and were so proud of were all flaws in her senior brother's eyes. Could it be that they hadn't trained enough? Wrong. Ningchen looked at the woman in front of him and explained, "Actually, it's extremely difficult to kill a 3-disaster expert. A person's survival instinct in desperate situations is beyond imagination. The reason you think so is because you've never experienced such a desperate situation before." Back then, in order to deal with the Dewey Temple's abbot, the king of calamity, the martial lord, and the master of the 4 extreme realms, it had been extremely difficult. Even though he had repeatedly set up backup plans, when it came to the actual battle, unexpected variables had still appeared. They were like that, and he was the same. In desperate situations, in order to survive, a person's willpower and potential would become incomparably terrifying. It wasn't even impossible for them to reverse the situation of the battle. Of course, if the opponent's strength reached the level of the Yama King, everything would be different. After all, the difference between a human and a god was not something willpower could change. Your sword will instinctively become the last thing you can rely on when you're in the most dangerous situation. At that time, the essence of the sword will be extremely clear. Kill your opponent and survive, said Ningchen calmly. No one would think about nonsense like benevolence, righteousness, and morality when they were in desperate situations. He couldn't do that, and those legendary ancient sages couldn't do that either. Hongzhu seemed to understand, but she didn't. Confusion flashed through her eyes, and she said, "Hongzhu still doesn't quite understand. What does this have to do with the difference in strength between me and senior brother?" Ningchen wasn't in a rush. He patiently said, "Answer the question I just asked you again. There's not even a 10% chance." Hongzhu didn't understand, but she still answered according to her senior brother's words. "In truth, from my point of view, it's not that you don't have a 10% chance. But from your point of view, that's the only answer. That's the difference between us right now." Ningchen paused, thought for a moment, and then explained, "The reason you think you don't even have a 10% chance is because you only see your current strength. You don't see your potential. However, this potential will only be revealed when you encounter a true life or death situation. You've never experienced such a situation before, so your current strength is only what you can see. But if there comes a day when you truly encounter a life or death situation, if you're lucky enough to survive, then remember everything you felt at that time. Perhaps it's a move, perhaps it's a comprehension, or perhaps it's the mark of each sword. Carefully remember it in your heart and learn it. Then you can completely transform the potential that erupted during that moment of crisis into a part of your strength." "Do you understand now?" Ningchen asked. On the path of martial arts, talent was indeed very important. In this regard, Hongzhu and Luo Xingchen weren't much different. However, the decisive difference between the two was that when Luo Xingchen betrayed the Zhao house, he experienced too many life and death battles. Because of this, his strength also increased by leaps and bounds. In the end, he was even able to compete with several of the Zhao house's 3rd disaster realm giants. Hongzhu nodded and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. These words sounded difficult, but it was probably even more difficult to do. She didn't know what her senior brother had experienced in the past to become so powerful like a monster. The flickering flame was already a little dim. Ruo, she stepped forward and picked up the wick to make the flame brighter. The young master said that before this 100 Empire competition, how much Hongzhu's strength could improve would be crucial to the final result. Ruo, she didn't know much about martial arts, but she also knew that the young master only had half of his body left. It would be difficult for him to rely on his own strength to suppress all the opponents from the Hundred Empire competition. Whether or not Hong Zhu could help wasn't something she could ask for. At the very least, she needed to be able to protect herself while the young master was busy. In the previous Hundred Empire competition, there was a strict age limit. This was also why she wasn't too worried about the young master. As long as the opponent wasn't a monster who had lived for countless years, no matter how amazing the genius, the young master wouldn't lose. After the doubts in her heart were answered, Hongzhu finally noticed the gorgeous and noble purple sword on the table. Her face showed a touch of surprise. "Senior brother, is this your sword?" "You can say so," Ning Chen softly responded. This was Yama's sword, and also Ghost Woman's sword. Before she woke up, he would temporarily take care of it. "Can I see it?" Hongzhu asked. Ning Chen nodded and didn't refuse. Hongzhu took the sword, but before her delicate hand touched the blade, she felt a strong, repulsive force. It was divine and holy, and no outsider was allowed to touch it. Yama's two weapons, one sacred and one evil, symbolizing the Lord of Hell's clear distinction between rewarding the good and punishing the evil. In the world, except for Yama, no one could use this pair of sword and saber. Ning Chen could only rely on the holy power of the Phoenix Source to barely gain the sword's recognition. But it was still difficult to display the sword's destructive power when it was in Yama's hands. Perhaps one day, when Ghost Woman woke up, this sword could once again display its stunning glory. Senior brother's sword seems to have not been used for a long time, Hongzhu said as she returned the sword. 10 years. I hope I won't use it this time. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of darkness. Miss Hongzhu, it's already late. The young master also needs to rest. At this time, Ruo Shi, who had been quiet all this time, softly said. Hongzhu was startled, but immediately understood. She got up and said goodbye. Thank you, senior brother, for clearing my doubts today. It's late at night, and the path up the mountain is difficult. Hongzhu will return first. Chapter 420. When they reached the top of the mountain, the day of departure was near. In front of a large formation that had runes revolving around it, the big shots of the Jadoth Holy Land appeared one after another. The two people in the lead were the Jadoth Holy Land's patriarch and Xiao Wuming. Did you tell him? Sect Master Yuheng looked at the regretful Hongzhu and asked. Yes, he should be here soon. Hongzhu nodded. Before he finished speaking, a red-clothed figure walked over from the end of the mountain path at a steady pace. Behind him, an exceptionally beautiful woman followed. Her gentle gaze had only been on her young master from the beginning to the end. What a pervert! Jian Shui, still didn't have a good impression of a certain person. She wrinkled her nose. On the side, Yuheng and Xiao Wuming acted as if they hadn't heard anything. Jian Shui's status was the most special on the mountain. She had the protection of several previous grand elders. No one dared to provoke her. When Ning Chen arrived, he stopped and nodded at the two in front of him. Hongzhu Shui, it's time. Let's go. Yuheng calmly said. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. What was going on? Shouldn't the person who obtained the last spot be Ini Xuan? Senior apprentice brother. There was a sudden change. I'll explain it to you on the way. Hongzhu transmitted. Ning Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He bid farewell to Yuheng and Xiao Wuming and brought Ruo Shi to the side of the formation. As the four of them entered the formation was activated. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the four figures gradually faded and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 3,000 miles north of the Jadeite Holy Land, a formation appeared out of thin air. The four of them walked out and set foot on the ground once more. Finally coming down the mountain, Jian Shui's eyes were filled with excitement. With a flash of her figure, she rushed forward at a rapid speed. After traveling 300 meters, she found that the other three hadn't followed. She couldn't help being puzzled and turned back. Do we have to walk? Jian Shui looked at Hongzhu. Their current location was still very far away from the location of the 100 Dynasties competition. If they walked, it would probably take a few months. Senior apprentice brother. Yin Hongzhu was also worried. She looked at Ning Chen and asked, You go first. Ruo Shi and I will arrive before the 100 Empire competition starts. Ning Chun calmly said. Since senior apprentice brother has chosen to walk, then I will also walk with you. As long as we don't delay the gathering day, it doesn't matter if we arrive early or late. Regretful Hongzhu revealed a faint smile. Seeing this, Jian Shui pursed her lips. Unwilling to travel alone, she could only follow along. Where's Yini Xuan? Ning Chun asked seriously. The 100 Empire competition this time wasn't child's play. Although Jian Shui's strength wasn't bad at her age, she was clearly much weaker than Yini Xuan now. Changing people at the last minute would bring them a lot of trouble. Yini Xuan has gone missing. Even now, his whereabouts are unknown. A trace of graveness flashed through Hai Hongzhu's eyes. Ning Chun frowned slightly. Yini Xuan's strength was not ordinary. Even he would find it difficult to take him away without anyone noticing. From the looks of it, there were only two possibilities for Yini Xuan's disappearance. Either he left on his own accord, or the person who took him away was stronger than him. Right at this moment, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed and thunder rumbled. Amidst the pressure, a gigantic hand descended from the heavens, slamming down. Sensing this terrifying power, Hai Hongzhu and Jian Shui's expressions changed. A huge pressure pressed down on them. At this moment, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. His fingers formed a sword, and a proud sword intent revolved around him. He slashed out with his sword, creating a 300-meter wave. With a bang, the sword intent and the enormous palm collided, causing the heavens and the earth to shake violently. Shocking aftershocks spread out endlessly, and it destroyed everything in an area of 500 kilometers. Hiding your head, but showing your tail? You don't dare to show yourself? Ningchen looked at the dark clouds covering the sky. Junior, how arrogant! Amidst the cold words, an illusory figure appeared. His face could not be seen clearly as he floated in the air, covered in a multicolored light. With a flip of his palm, a vigorous true origin pressed down like raging waves, shaking the heavens and earth. Back away. Ningchen glanced at the three behind him. Red light rose from his body, and a red sword condensed, turning into a stream of light that soared into the sky. The two attacks collided, causing the earth to shake and sand to rise 30 meters into the air. Hong Yi walked out of the sand and stood in the air. Her figure flashed, arriving in front of the illusory figure in the blink of an eye. Her sword light slashed through the air, and a terrifying rift appeared in the air. The illusory figure took the sword light head-on. With a bang, he was forced back half a step. The multicolored light around him dissipated, and his true body appeared. The illusory figure waved his hand, condensing multicolored light to cover his body once more. With a shout, endless true yuan soared into the sky. A divine sword that looked like a blade, but wasn't a blade at the same time appeared. The instant it appeared in his hand, heaven and earth shook. In the next moment, the cold sword slashed through the air. Heaven and earth shook, and a large area of space collapsed. Its terrifying power shocked the world. Ning Chen's eyes flickered coldly. He didn't dodge. His sword pierced through the air, and with a clang, he met the divine sword head-on. Raging winds howled endlessly. Hong Yi danced in the wind. Sword intent and true yuan surged, spreading out in circles. The shocking battle was getting more and more intense. It shocked Hongzhu and Jian Shui. So, this was their senior brother's true strength. The gap between them and the top experts was so huge. The divine sword and the sword fingers crossed each other. In an instant, the battle was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly. However, the top experts were able to shake the 9 heavens. The killing light that was so fast that it could be destroyed in the blink of an eye kept flashing in front of the two. It was fast, and it was still fast. In a true battle of the top experts, a single mistake would result in death. Seeing that his opponent was extraordinary, the illusory figure condensed his body, and the extreme yuan on his sword surged. His ultimate attack was about to appear in the world. Sword style, sky-breaking. Facing his ultimate attack, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. Sword intent condensed on his fingers, and in an instant, a crescent-shaped, blood-colored sword light shot out, drawing a dazzling line of blood in the sky. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly collapse, reaching thousands of feet away. The aftershock of the divine sword style caused the illusory figure to retreat half a step. Rays of light flashed through his eyes. He was amazed by the young man's shocking attainments in the sword. "Junior, you're not bad." The illusory figure coldly snorted. His figure flashed, and the power of breaking mountains suddenly fell. "Thank you for the compliment." Ning Chun put two fingers together, clanging against the divine sword. His body leaned to the side, and he took advantage of the momentum to disperse the force. The cold sword was suppressed, and a vigorous palm energy followed. The powerful pressure was like 1,000 mountains descending. It was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Ning Chun didn't move. He condensed the sword in his left hand, and thousands of sword intents condensed. He didn't dodge, and faced the falling palm head-on. The moment the two attacks collided, heaven and earth wailed and rumbled. The sound echoed for hundreds of miles. The two of them both retreated dozens of feet. Their clothes fluttered, and their auras soared. Sword style, breaking mountains. The inheritance of the sword was even better than the master. Back then in Desolate City, the three swords had sowed seeds, and today's results were reaped. Different sword styles, different sword intents, streaked across the sky, and a blood-red light fell. When the divine sword met the sword, it broke. The illusory figure turned his palm to shake the sword. Vigorous, true yuan surged, and he received the breaking mountains. The swordsman was extraordinary, and so was the attacker. He had a shocking cultivation base, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. The illusory figure threw away the broken cold sword in his hand and clasped his palms together. Violent waves surged, and blue waves engulfed heaven and earth. With a single palm strike, the waves reached thousands of feet. The shocking waves split the sky, and their powerful aura reached its peak once again. Ning Chen's figure flickered, and he leapt into the sky. Endless sword intents circled around him, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into one. The sword was extremely sharp, and it contained the power to cut the sky. The battle between the two was dazzling. Each of their attacks was stronger than the last, and it was shocking. Without the divine sword, the illusory figure used his fist and palm to shake the sword. One fist and one palm strike shook the world. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. The attacker wasn't kind. The swordsman was impatient, and his murderous intent was looming. "Bring out your full strength. I'm tired of fighting." Ning Chun turned his palm and pushed the person in front of him away. With a wave of his hand, Yama's sword appeared in the void. The swordsman's sword appeared, and an extreme pressure spread out, shocking the world. Seeing the divine weapon appear, the illusory figure's eyes narrowed. After weighing the pros and cons, he understood that it was impossible to achieve his goal today. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. "This battle ends here. I'll look forward to the next time we meet. You will be so lucky." The last words dissipated with the wind, and the illusory figure left. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Ning Chun narrowed his eyes, but he didn't chase. He waved his hand and put away Yama's sword. Then, his feet moved, and he returned to the ground. "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." Ning Chun glanced at the three and said. Ruoshi nodded and didn't ask anything. She stepped forward and followed. Yin Hongzhu and Jian Shui recovered from their shock. Looking at each other, they suppressed the doubts in their hearts and quickly followed. "Senior brother, do you know who that is?" On the way, Yin Hongzhu couldn't help but ask. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be directed at me," Ning Chun calmly said. He hadn't been in Namling for long, so he hadn't incurred any enmity with such a powerhouse. Moreover, they came here through the array of the mountain. Since this person could find them so quickly, it was obvious that he was very familiar with the transmission array of the Jadeite Holy Land. The 100 Dynasties competition was imminent, and the situation was very complicated. There were too many people who could be suspicious. It could be premeditated by other inheritances, or it could be an internal problem of the jadeite Holy Land. Perhaps this person's target is me. At this moment, Jian Shui-er's expression flashed with a touch of sadness. Shui-er, don't think too much. It won't happen. Yin Hongzhu sighed softly and comforted. Ning Chen heard a trace of something unusual. He also heard that Jian Shui-er was the granddaughter of the previous sect master. However, the previous sect master's bloodline was cut off in the generation of Jian Shui-er's father. They were all killed overnight. The current sect master and law enforcement elder were the direct disciples of the previous sect master. In order to investigate what happened that year, they used almost all the power of the jadeite Holy Land. However, in the end, they couldn't find anything. Jian Shui-er was the only surviving orphan. Several previous grand elders personally took care of her because they were worried that another accident would happen. It makes sense. After thinking for a moment, a cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He roughly understood what was going on. Chapter 421. Above the wilderness, the moonlight sprinkled a faint chill. The bonfire flickered, reflecting different bright and beautiful faces. Needless to say, Ruo Shi and Hongzhu, although Jian Shui was a bit unruly, but in terms of appearance, she was also a rare beauty. What happened during the day obviously had a big impact on Jian Shui. At this moment, she was sitting quietly by the bonfire in a daze without saying a word. Ruo Shi stepped forward and comforted her in a low voice. In terms of personality, this courtesan who had once stunned the entire Great Xia imperial city was much kinder than her son. Seeing Jian Shui-er in a low mood, she couldn't bear it. Jian Shui-er forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I just remembered something from the past." Not far away, Ning Chen looked at the eastern night sky and stood silently. His calm and cold aura clashed with the blood red around him, which was extremely contradictory. The phoenix was proud and blazing all its life. However, after transforming into a knowing destiny phoenix, it became indifferent and rational. No one knew whether this was good or bad, because no one had ever experienced such a change. Hongzhu looked at the former with a flash of worry in her eyes. In today's battle, when her senior brother was about to hold his sword, the faint killing intent that appeared was terrifying even though it didn't fully erupt. Now, she finally understood why her senior brother had been unwilling to use his sword. She didn't know what her senior brother had experienced in the past. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been hard to believe that there was such an astonishing killing intent in the world. It was almost condensed into a substance. A person's temperament would change with experience. If one killed too much, their heart would also be killed. For thousands of years, most cultivators who fell into the demonic path were influenced by their own killing intent. However, she had never heard that a person's killing intent could condense into a substance. Even if one fell into the demonic path and killed thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, a person's strength was ultimately limited. It was impossible for it to be endless. The truth of the world was the cycle of karma. Even if one escaped the pursuit of human experts, it was difficult to escape the cleansing of the heavenly Tao. The more killing intent one had, the more intolerable it would be. Every great tribulation was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Hongzhu couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. Her senior brother was close to the last tribulation of the fifth tribulation realm. Once he reached it, he would definitely attract the most terrifying tribulation. Under the moon, Ning Chen looked into the distance and pondered quietly. Bit by bit, he sorted out what happened today. Judging from the various signs, it was most likely not a coincidence that Jian Shui went down the mountain. Someone had deliberately urged her to do so. Combined with what happened today, it was not difficult to explain Yin Yishuan's disappearance. There was only one motive, which was for Jian Shui to go down the mountain. 20 years ago, something happened to the previous sect master Yu Heng's lineage, and this woman's safety became the top priority. She was personally protected by a few grand elders of the previous generation. Today was the first time Jian Shui had left the mountain, and the killing intent had arrived. If it was a coincidence, it was truly too coincidental. It was impossible for there to be so many coincidences in the world. Perhaps even the Grand Supreme Elders of the previous generation did not expect that the crisis that had been dormant for more than 20 years would eventually befall Jian Shui. If one were to talk about the person with the greatest suspicion, it would undoubtedly be the current sect master Yuhong. However, he had seen many hypocrites and true villains, and sect master Yuhong was indeed not one of them. Of course, this did not eliminate sect master Yuhang's suspicions. This was merely his intuition. The newcomer had used his true essence to cover his face, not wanting others to know his identity. This made it even harder for sect master Yuhong to wash away his suspicions. Young master, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Ruo, she walked forward and said softly. Ning Chan came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face as he nodded gently. Today's matter came too suddenly, and it was difficult to determine the true identity in a short period of time. He could only put it aside for now. The most important thing now was still the 100 Empire competition. Jian Shui, replacing Yin Yishuan's position was not a small problem for him. Although Jian Shui's talent was extraordinary, she was still limited by her cultivation time. Her cultivation was still at the 5th tribulation realm, and there was quite a gap between her and Yin Yishuan. He was not familiar with the major legacies of South Tomb, but he was not completely ignorant. Not to mention the rest. Just the two geniuses of Swallow Song City were not easy to deal with. Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu's cultivation were both at the 5th tribulation. In terms of cultivation alone, Jian Shi and Hong Zhu were not inferior to the two of them. In fact, they were even inferior. However, in a real battle, the outcome would be very clear. Among the 3 spots from the Tianshu dynasty, Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu should at least occupy one of them with their strength. It was not impossible for them to come together. These two were true geniuses who had grown from battle. Neither of them was someone that Jian Shui could deal with. Hong Zhu was slightly better, but after all, she had the advantage in cultivation. Even if she could not defeat them, she could still protect herself. This time, their opponents were not only the Tianshu dynasty, but also the Migres dynasty, Myriad World Mountain, and countless other legacies. It was hard to say that there were no geniuses who were stronger than Nan Mingtian and Bei Gongyu. There was never a lack of geniuses. Even though he didn't have the condition to guarantee the safety of Hong Zhu and Jian Shi in his deal with Sect Master Jadoth, both of them had extraordinary statuses in the Jadoth hallowed grounds. If any one of them were to suffer an accident, it would be a great variable to their deal. Senior brother, we will enter the territory of the Migres dynasty tomorrow. Migres and Yuheng have always been at odds. We have to be careful. Hong Zhu stood up and walked forward, reminding him softly. Oh, a strange look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He did not know there was such a thing. The strength of the Migres dynasty was not weak. It seemed that their journey would not be too peaceful. As the night deepened, Ruo fell asleep not far from the bonfire. For 10 years, no matter where he went, as long as Ruo was by his side, Ning Chan would choose to walk together, just like the most ordinary young master and maid. A mortal's life was far less long than a martial artist's. After experiencing life and death parting again and again, Ning Chen cherished the remaining warmth around him. It was even more important than his own life. The night wind was slightly cold. Only the side of the bonfire was still so warm. The dancing flames crackled from time to time. Ning Chen stood by the bonfire all night, adding firewood from time to time. He was silent. The light of the fire shone on his red clothes, as if it was stained with blood. It was very dazzling. When dawn came, a touch of white rose in the east, gradually dispelling the darkness. Hong Zhu and Jian Shui woke up from their meditation. Ruo also woke up, seeing the red clothes on her body. Her beautiful face showed a touch of gentleness. Ruo got up and put the red clothes on her young master again. She did not say any words of thanks. After so many years of getting along, some words had become unnecessary. Ning Chen looked back and smiled softly. Get ready. Let's continue our journey. In Ruo nodded and responded. It didn't take long for the four to set off on their journey. The boundary of the Migres dynasty was not far. To reach the gathering place of the 100 dynasties, the Migres dynasty was an unavoidable path. Migres and Yuheng were not on good terms. However, Ning Chen didn't care too much. He didn't like to cause trouble, but he also didn't like to avoid it. If he couldn't avoid it, he would just fight. Migres's boundary. The four walked over. In front of the Jiatian Pass, the Migres dynasty had obviously been waiting for a long time. There were 100,000 soldiers. In addition, one of the 3 disasters and 10 Xiantian masters were there. The powerful formation was shocking. Ning Chun glanced at the sealed pass in front of him and condensed a sword with his finger. A red brilliance rose, and the sword split the sky. The giant gate in front of the Chaotian Pass was split open with a bang. A large number of soldiers were shaken out and smashed to the ground. The sword was merciful and didn't take their lives. The soldiers who were sent flying stood up awkwardly and looked at the red-clothed young man in front of them with horror. The gate was broken, and the 3 disasters took action. A heavy oppressive force fell from the sky. 10 Xiantian masters then appeared. Their auras were connected and blotted out the sky. Hongzhu, Jinshe, I'll leave it to you. Follow me as soon as possible. Ning Chun said to the 2 of them, and then no longer said anything. He took Ruoshi step by step and walked into the pass. The soldiers formed a formation and blocked the red-clothed young man in front of them. However, where the red-clothed young man passed, sword intent and surging streamers shook away all the obstacles in his way. Even the molten iron waves couldn't stop the red-clothed young man's advance. Seeing this, the leader of the 3 disasters looked serious. His figure flashed and instantly appeared above the red-clothed young man. His heavy palm fell with the momentum of breaking mountains and rivers. Your opponent isn't me. Ning Chun raised his hand and condensed sword intent to block the heavy palm. Immediately, the sword momentum changed and a cold sword light swept out, forcing the attacker to retreat. In an instant, the enemy was pushed back by a sword. Not Ling Zhifeng followed up. Unfortunately, Hongzhu blocked in front of the enemy with her sword. On the other side, Jinshui faced 10 Xiantian masters. The battle had just begun and reached a climax. Ningchen no longer paid attention to them and left with Ruo Shi. Young master. After passing through Jiatian Pass, Ruo Shi couldn't help but look back. Her eyes flashed with worry. Isn't the young master pushing them too hard? Don't worry. The 2 of them will have to go through this sooner or later. Compared to the opponents they may encounter in the future, these people today aren't too strong. Ningchen calmly responded. Ruo Shi sighed softly and said no more. She knew how much her young master had suffered to reach this point. She really couldn't bear to see these 2 walk the same path. As the 2 moved forward, the sound of battle behind them was incessant. The shaking of the earth indicated the intensity of the battle. However, he never looked back. Step by step, they gradually walked away. In front of Jiatian Pass, not Ling Zhifeng fought against Migres dynasty's consecrator. Unfortunately, Hongzhu hadn't been in the 3 disasters for long. Her cultivation didn't have the advantage. Although her sword was strange, it was difficult for her to gain the upper hand. On the other side of the battle, Jinshui was besieged by 10 Xiantian masters. Her sword was restrained, and the situation wasn't optimistic. Outside Jiatian Pass, in a pavilion more than 20 miles away, Ning Chun and Ruo Shi sat at a stone table, waiting quietly. At this moment, a man in black clothes and a black hat came from afar. Without invitation, he walked into the pavilion and sat down. Are you in a hurry? The man asked. Yes. Ning Chun nodded. 100 Empire competition? The man asked again. Yes, are you also? Ning Chun said lightly. Huh. The man pressed the black hat on his head. His eyes flashed with a cold smile. My age has passed. I'm not qualified. Chapter 422. In a pavilion in the wilderness, 2 people sat opposite each other. One was dressed in red, while the other was dressed in black. Their conversation was as calm as water, but an indescribable atmosphere spread out in the pavilion, making it hard for people to breathe. The man who had suddenly arrived was different from the experts he had seen before. His killing intent was condensed, but not released. It was not targeted, but the bloodiness that had accumulated over many years. "How should I address you?" Ning Chun asked calmly. "Yi Jingdo. Perhaps you can also call me the third sect master of Yu Luo," Yi Jingdo replied. "So it's the third sect master of the Yu Luo life extermination sect. I'm honored to have you here," Ning Chun said without much surprise. "You're too polite. I've also heard of your reputation." "As expected, heroes come from young," Yi Jingdo said calmly. "Third sect master is too kind." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Since third sect master has personally come, it means that Hong Wulei has lost. I didn't expect her to be so impatient in the end. She's indeed a little too impatient. Perhaps in another 10 years, she will succeed." As he spoke, admiration and regret flashed through Yi Jingdo's eyes. In just a few months, Hong Wulei's growth had already amazed him. He had originally wanted to see how far this vengeful seedling could grow. Unfortunately, Hong Wulei had chosen to challenge her in advance, making him unable to convince himself to continue tolerating her. He had killed her parents. Of course, he was very expensive. If he wanted to kill someone, someone had to be able to pay the price. Yi Jingdo tapped his finger on the stone table and said calmly, "I'm very curious about the person who taught her the sword moves. Seeing him today is a pleasant surprise. However, business is business. I wonder if you're interested in Hong Wulei's life." "What's the price?" Ning Chen asked calmly. "Your hands that use the sword." A cold smile flashed through Yi Jingdo's eyes as he replied. "Oh." Ning Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "Third sect master, do you think Hong Wulei is worth this price?" "To me, it's not, but to you it might be worth it," Yi Jingdo replied. "Third sect master's ability to ask for sky-high prices is impressive. I just don't know if your sect has the ability to accept this price." Ning Chen smiled as he said indifferently, "Since he dared to open his mouth, Yu Luo extermination naturally has the appetite to swallow any consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jie's fingers, which were tapping on the stone table, stopped. The aura on his body moved slightly, and his black robe fluttered. A sword that was hidden deep in its scabbard could be vaguely seen. The powerful sword had yet to be revealed, but it made people feel a deep chill. The number one swordsman of Yu Luo's life extermination gate had the guts to do so, but he also had the ability to do so. The stalemate situation was on the verge of breaking out. Ruoshi's mind was clear, and she consciously retreated to the side. Just as the great battle was about to begin, Yi Jingdo suddenly retracted his aura. A cold smile appeared on his face as he stood up and said, "It seems like today is not the time to talk business. When you have the sincerity to talk business, the Yaluo life extermination cult will look for you again. Then I ask Third Sect Master to keep this bargaining chip. Although I don't think Hong Wulei has much value, maybe one day I'll change my mind and pay a visit to your sect," Ning Chun said lightly. "Yi Jia awaits your arrival at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jingdo turned and left. After 2 steps, he disappeared. Ning Chen's eyes looked in the direction of the former's departure. A cold light flickered in his eyes. This person was not easy to deal with. At the very least, his strength was not inferior to Xiao Wuming's, or even stronger. It was rumored that among the 3 sect masters of Yu Luo's life extermination sect, Yi Jingdo's cultivation in the sword was the most unfathomable. Hong Wulei was too impulsive. In the face of such a powerhouse, how could he take the risk to challenge him before his wings were fully developed? On the side, Ruoshi's eyes flashed with worry, but she didn't say anything. She knew that this Yu Luo's life extermination sect was very powerful. She couldn't cause trouble for her young master. "Don't worry, Hong Wulei will be fine for the time being. After the 100 Empire competition is over, I will seriously consider this matter." Ningchen looked at the woman beside him and promised. Although he didn't care too much about Hong Wulei's life or death, he couldn't ignore Ruoshi's feelings. A trip to Yu Luo's life extermination sect would bring a lot of trouble, but it wasn't impossible. "Thank you, young master." Ruo, she said gratefully. Ning Chun smiled gently and said, "It's what I should do. I can't call you young master for nothing. I have to do something." Outside the pavilion, the scorching sun gradually moved to the west. Seeing that another day was about to pass, in the distance, Yin Hongzhu and Jian Shui finally caught up. Both of them seemed to have suffered some injuries. Their breaths were chaotic, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Not bad. Ningchen nodded without leaving a trace. What these two lacked the most was the tempering of real battles. In the future 100 Empire competition, the test would be extremely harsh. Being able to take the first step today was a good thing after all. Yin Hongzhu and Jian Shui caught up and immediately sat down to adjust their breathing, stabilizing the chaotic breaths in their bodies. Ningchen wasn't in a hurry. He patiently waited for the two to wake up before continuing on the road. Fortunately, the two didn't spend too much time. After a quarter of an hour, Yin Hongzhu and Jian Shui woke up one after another, barely suppressing the injuries in their bodies. "Let's go. Before it gets dark, try to get to the nearest city." Ning Chun greeted the two and immediately took Ruo, she to the north. Yin Hongzhu and Jian Shui got up and stepped forward to follow. Late at night, in a strange and desolate place, a strange mountain city was located on top of it. It was strange and magnificent, like a city of immortals in the human world, but also like a city of demons. A cold wind blew, and a black stream of light flashed. A cold, murderous aura came out. Yi Jingdu, dressed in black clothes and a black hat, stepped into the city in front of him. The city of assassins, Yuluo Life Extermination Sect, the most terrible forbidden area in the Southern Tomb. Today, the three sect masters returned and silently walked into a hall. With a rumbling sound, the door of the hall opened. In the dark hall, rows of red candles were lit, illuminating the silent hall. Yi Jingdu walked into the hall. After a few steps, he stopped. "Fengdu, how is it?" At this moment, a beautiful young woman appeared and asked. "Unfathomable, a great enemy." Yi Jingdu replied, "Oh, I've never seen you have such a high evaluation of anyone. It seems that this young man is really not simple." "Interesting." Mei Yingshue's mouth curved into a smile. Fengdu advises his second sister that this person is not easy to deal with. He's not someone you can play with. Be careful not to set yourself on fire. Yi Jingdu lightly said, "Men always have weaknesses. Sometimes, a woman's body can be a better killing weapon than the cold sword in your hand." Mei Yingxue chuckled. "Oh, I've said what I should say. I have no right to interfere with second sister's decision. Take care of yourself." Yi Jingdu raised his hand and pressed the edge of his black hat. Without saying anything more, he walked towards the back of the hall. In the hall, the red candles flickered, reflecting a charming face. Mei Yingshue's eyes flashed with a touch of playfulness as she looked towards the distant north. It had been a long time since she had met someone so worthy of killing. Days without waves were really lonely and unbearable. In the territory of the Migres dynasty, the road to the north was long and far. Half a month later, in the boundless wilderness, the four of them met a caravan that was also heading north. The leader was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He was friendly and hospitable and dragged the four of them along. Ning Chun did not refuse, but he did not expect to cause a lot of trouble for himself. In a caravan, under normal circumstances, it was not allowed to bring a wife or daughter. However, the middle-aged man leading the caravan this time, in addition to delivering goods, also happened to be on the way back to the ancestral home to visit his relatives, so he brought his wife along. The leader's wife, Yao Shi, looked very young, only around 30 years old. She was very charming and did not lose out to Ruo Shi. She was very enthusiastic towards Ning Chun and the others who were traveling along the way, so enthusiastic that it was a little unbearable. In just a few days, the four women had gotten along well with each other, whispering to each other and giggling. After rushing for 3 days, the group arrived at the most prosperous hinterland of the Migres dynasty. The caravan stopped in Elan City to rest temporarily. The night was like water, and the lights were waning. In the room, Hong Yi sat quietly at the table, her eyes looking at the flickering lights. No one knew what she was thinking. It was late at night, and most of the people in the caravan had fallen asleep. After rushing for so many days, everyone was exhausted and went back to their rooms early to rest. Dang, at this moment, the door was knocked, and a charming voice sounded from outside the door. "Young Master Ning, may I come in?" Hearing the voice of the person who came, Ning Chun frowned slightly. This lady, why did she come at this time? With a creak, before the person in the room could answer, Yao Shi had already pushed the door and entered. Her charming face had a gentle smile, and she was wearing a thin red and pink dress, looking very charming. "Sister Ruo, she is asleep, so I was worried that no one would take care of you. I'm not used to it, so I came to ask if you need anything." Yao Shi stepped forward and said softly, "Thank you for your concern, Madam Yao. I was just about to go to sleep. There's nothing I'm not used to. It's getting late, so please go back and rest early." Ningchen wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see that Madam Yao didn't just come to greet him. There was no euphemism in her words, and she directly sent him off. Yao Shi gently laughed and took 2 steps forward. Arriving in front of the young man in front of her, she wrapped her arms around his neck and bowed, saying, "Young master, to keep people 1,000 li away, isn't that too impolite? Also, tell me if I shout right now and say that it was young master who forcefully brought this servant here, who would everyone believe?" With a warm jade in his arms, Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. "Madam, do I look like someone who's afraid of being criticized?" "Heh, if young master isn't afraid of being criticized, then are you not afraid of Sister Ruo?" She misunderstanding. Yao Shi's body leaned closer until her whole body was in his arms. Her soft body pressed against the former's chest as she whispered. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous light flickered in them. "Then what does Madam mean? What should I do?" "A night of pleasure, sharing the joy of being intimate. Speaking of which, young master won't lose out." Yao Shi's red lips stopped next to the former's ear. Chapter 423. As the saying goes, wine is poison to the intestines, and lust is a steel knife to the bone. Ningchen wasn't someone who was easily bewitched by beauty, but this woman definitely wasn't Madame Yao. With a soft and fragrant body in his arms, the seductive fragrance of orchids constantly lingering at the tip of his nose, Ning Chen's eyes grew colder and colder. He was very curious. How could there be such a bold woman in this world? No one could deny Madame Yao's charm. She was at her most mature and beautiful age, charming and charming. Unfortunately, a blockhead like Ning Chen was an example. Heaven knows, if this woman was Ruo Shi, Mu Qingxue, or Man, would a certain someone still be so indifferent? Unfortunately, the women Ning Chen knew either had a cold temperament or a pure heart. None of them would think of using such means to charm others. In the next room, Ruo Shi woke up. Originally, she wanted to see if her young master was asleep. But when she saw the light in his room was on and the door wasn't closed, she was about to knock on the door. However, she suddenly stopped when she heard a voice from inside the room. She could recognize Madame Yao's voice, and of course, she could also recognize her young master's voice. It's already so late. What is Madame Yao doing in her young master's room? Through the gap in the door, she could clearly see the situation inside the room. She didn't know if Madame Yao deliberately didn't close the door or if she forgot. At this moment, Ruo Shi was standing in front of the door, quietly watching the scene in the room. A faint smile flashed across her beautiful face. She knew her young master's temperament better than anyone else. If he was really greedy for beauty, then he wouldn't have quarreled with his eldest grandson in the heavenly mandate palace. There were many beautiful women in this world, but among those she had seen, there were 2 that surpassed everyone. One was Mu Qingxue, and the other was the 9th princess of the Xia kingdom, Xia Xinyu. Needless to say, Mu Qingxue's temperament and appearance were extraordinary. The only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her was the stunning 16-year-old 9th princess of the Xia kingdom. Unfortunately, her young master was a blockhead. When his eldest grandson appointed the marriage, he rejected this marriage that in her eyes was a match made in heaven. Looking at the current situation, she didn't need to think to know that her young master was forced. Because Madame Yao was just an ordinary person, he didn't want to show his skills and only hurt her. Ruoshi's mouth curved into a smile. She didn't intend to push the door open and disturb the young master's good time. Anyway, she can't sleep if she goes back now. Might as well watch the show. Inside the room, Ning-chun could feel Ruoshi's aura outside the door. Seeing that the girl didn't come in to help him, he couldn't help but feel angry and amused. This girl's burden was too big. She was actually laughing at him. "Teacher, please respect yourself." Ning-chun reached out to push Yao Shi away. Just as he was about to get up, his breathing suddenly became sluggish, and his entire body felt weak. "Young master, tonight you are mine." Yao Shi gently smiled. Her arms were soft and boneless, as they wrapped around the former once more. Her entire body leaned forward once more. Her red lips parted slightly, and the fragrance of spring filled the room, causing the fire in one's body to rise rapidly. Poison? Ning-chun felt the unusual changes in the phoenix's body and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was blind this time. Although there were many strange poisons in the world, the ones that could affect an innate rancor could be counted on one's fingers. This Madame Yao obviously came prepared. When did Madame realize that I have martial arts? Or rather, what is Madame's objective? Ning-chun asked indifferently. Does young master have martial arts? His servant really didn't know. If young master is worried about this aphrodisiac, then you can rest assured. As long as young master and this servant have a night of pleasure, this poison will naturally be cured. Outside the room, Ruoshi noticed that the situation inside the room was a bit strange. Not daring to be careless, she immediately pushed the door open and walked in. "Ruoshi, you go out first." Ning-chun's expression changed slightly. With a flip of his palm, he wanted to send Ruoshi out of the room. Unexpectedly, Yao Shi waved her delicate hand and dispersed the former's palm. Her delicate face flashed with a charming smile. "Young master doesn't need to send Sister Ruoshi out. This servant doesn't care if there is one more person to serve young master." So Madame also knows martial arts. To be able to hide it so perfectly, this servant is impressed. Ning-chun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Aside from Fan Ling Yu, who had the Book of Chaos, this was the first time he saw someone who could hide their martial arts aura so flawlessly. "Young master overpraises me. To walk the Jianghu, one must have some ability. However, this servant's performance in bed will make young master even more impressed." Yao Shi reached out to touch the former's handsome face. Her eyes were full of splendor. Such a young master was truly shameful. Countless old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years would die of shame. But for this night, this person was hers. To be honest, she was really reluctant to kill this infatuating young man. Unfortunately, such a young master was too much of a threat. Once he escaped the influence of the aphrodisiac, she wasn't sure she could suppress him. Ning-chun felt the killing intent from Yao Shi at this moment. Flatly, he said, "It seems that after tonight, this servant's life will also be given to Madame. This is the only way. However, before tonight is over, this servant will let young master taste the best taste in the world." Yao Shi smiled, her tone not without regret. "Then before I die, can this servant know Madame's true identity? So I can be a ghost under your skirt?" Ning-chun finally asked. Yao Shi leaned forward and gently said, "Young master, please carefully remember this servant's name. This servant's surname is Mei, and my name is Ing Shui. I am the second sect master of Yu Luo's life extermination gate. Many thanks. This servant will remember. When erecting a monument for Madame, there is no need to replace it with a nameless monument." As he spoke, Ning-chun stood up. Red phoenix flames rose around his body, burning away the strange poison on his body. In the next instant, a red light flashed past. A sword was pointed at his throat. Mei Shui's eyes narrowed. Before she could recover, a strand of hair flew up and quietly scattered. The sword intent penetrated her body, and blood dripped down like plum blossoms in winter. It was dazzling. Whether it was Mei Shui or Mei Shui, it was impossible to tell. She did not understand just what had gone wrong. How could he still have the strength to attack after being poisoned by the aphrodisiac? Within the silent hall of Yu Luo's life extermination gate, a life tablet cracked and fell onto a table. Spiritual energy silently dissipated. In front, a black-clothed man with a black hat looked at the cracked life tablet on the table. His cold face did not change at all. After looking at it for a moment, he turned and left. He had already warned her, but she still insisted on doing it. She could not blame anyone. Bang! The door to the hall closed while the rows of candles were completely extinguished, causing the hall to return to a cold and silent state once more, and there wasn't a trace of aura left. In the inn's room, Ningchen glanced at the lifeless Meng Shui lying on the ground. With a flip of his palm, a phoenix shadow appeared behind him. A red light flashed and temporarily swallowed her into the phoenix's body. Just as the figure of the phoenix disappeared, a familiar fragrance suddenly wafted into his nose from behind. Before he could react, a warm and delicate body leaned close to him and hugged him. "Young master," Ruo Shi's red lips parted slightly. Her eyes gradually blurred and her body temperature continued to rise. Half of her clothes were undone, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Ning Chun, who could deal with Meng Shui indifferently and unmoved, couldn't help but feel his heart sink at this moment. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This is troublesome. He almost forgot about this girl. Although he had the phoenix flames and was not afraid of any strange poison, this girl was not. Worried about hurting Ruo Shi, Ningchen didn't dare to force her away. Reluctantly, he turned around and tried to break free from the former's grasp. The process was very difficult. Ruo Shi's arms were tightly wrapped around him. Every time he broke free, she would hug him again. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. A certain person was not a saint. The cold sweat on his forehead indicated that he was not a gentleman. In fact, Ruo Shi's heart was easier to see than anyone else. As long as she could stay by young master's side, she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to be young master's maid who served tea and water. She didn't want to go one step further. After a long time, Ning Chun reluctantly broke free from Ruo Shi and placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to circulate his energy to help her expel the poison, he didn't expect a pair of arms to wrap around him again. Young master, Ruo Shi's clothes had slipped down most of the time. The skin under her underwear was faintly discernible. It made one's blood boil. Your young master must have owed you in a previous life. Ning Chun smiled bitterly. Once again, he grabbed the entangled arms and broke free. While enduring the torture of his maid, he circulated his energy to expel the poison. The process of expelling the poison was extremely difficult. It took nearly half an hour. It wasn't until dawn broke that Ning Chun barely forced the aphrodisiac out of Ruo Shi's body. His clothes were soaked in sweat. It was more difficult than fighting with the powerhouse of the three disasters. After the aphrodisiac was dispersed, Ruo Shi fell into a deep sleep. Ning Chun used his phoenix energy to adjust her body. After replenishing her vitality, he leaned against the bed and closed his eyes for a short rest. An hour later, the sky outside the door was already bright. It was a pity that Hong Zhu and Jian Shui didn't see Ruo Shi's figure. When they found that Ning Chen's door had not been opened, they immediately understood. Sure enough, it's a pervert. Jian Shui wrinkled her small nose and said, she knew that Ruo Shi would not be able to escape the claws of this pervert. How could there be a man in this world who wasn't lustful? Not to mention, Ruo Shi was a woman who could make any woman's heart flutter. In the room, Ruo Shi woke up. After a short period of confusion, memories came flooding back. Thinking of her performance last night, her face suddenly turned red. When Ruo Shi woke up, Ningchen also felt it and opened his eyes. Seeing the girl's red face, he stood up and couldn't help but smile. Now you know to be shy. Last night, your young master wasn't light. Young master, don't laugh. You go out first, I want to put on my clothes. Ruo Shi's face was very hot. She covered half of her face with the quilt and said, "Oh." Ning Chun no longer teased the girl and turned to walk out the door. Beast. Seeing the former finally willing to come out, Jian Shu whispered softly. Ning Chun didn't care about it. No matter how beastly he wouldn't be a beast to her. Not long after, the door creaked open again. Ruoshi walked out with a red face. When she saw the three people waiting outside the room, her face immediately became redder. Jinshui was surprised. Seeing that the former's virginity was still intact, she couldn't help but glance at Ningchun and spit out 4 words in disdain. Worse than a beast. Chapter 424. Under the plum tree, Ningchun waved his hand and a red light flashed. Meng Shue was sent out of the phoenix's body. Then, with a flip of his palm, the ground in front of him cracked open and swallowed the body of Yu Luo's second master. Hong Zhu and Jian Shui were shocked and didn't understand what was going on. Ruoshi sighed softly and explained what happened last night. The young master sealed his sword for 10 years so that he wouldn't kill anyone. He didn't expect that he wouldn't get what he wanted in the end. The plum tree swayed and rustled. Ningchun stood under the tree and waved his hand to build a new grave. He carved a wooden tablet and placed it in front of the grave. Hopefully, when the plum blossoms bloom next year, the cold plum blossoms reflect the snow. Let's go. Ningchun turned and walked back. He called out to the three and then continued to walk forward. In the divine continent, 10 years had passed. The emperor of the Great Xia had grown up. His political and military skills were not inferior to the sages of the past. He tried his best to govern the country that was greatly damaged by the divine tribulation. Kong Yu and Marquis Anling did their best to assist the emperor in governing the country. The fate of the Great Xia gradually recovered. Above the heavenly mandate palace, purple clouds appeared again. In the north and south, the northern Ming imperial court and the barbarian dynasty had also reached their peak. After the divine tribulation, the divine continent finally survived the most difficult time and showed signs of a new era. In front of the Ascension Valley, figures appeared one after another. They were all comrades who fought against Pluto. Today was the last time they met before parting. Have you decided? Mu Qingxue looked at the red-haired man in front of him and asked. Yes. Luan Fengshan nodded and sighed. There can't be any more wars. Sealing the 2 realms is the best choice. Mu Qingxue didn't say anything else. He looked at the 3 people in front of him and said seriously, See you never. See you never. Daylily and Meng Xuanji showed a nostalgic smile and said goodbye. In the next moment, the yearning blade appeared in Luan Fengshan's hand. Majestic and colorful fate gathered the fate of the entire realm. Today, the passage between the 2 realms would be completely sealed. Daylily walked forward and gathered the spirit energy in 100 miles around her blade. In an instant, an endless stream of energy burst out and entered the space passage in front of them. The energy of the world and the fate of the entire realm poured in. The passage between the 2 realms trembled and gradually disappeared. Let's go. Since the 2 territories were about to be sealed, they could not stay for long. Luan Fengshan called out to the 2 people beside him and walked in. Wang Yu and Meng Xuanji nodded. They took one last look at the beautiful divine land in front of them and followed after him. 3 figures, 1 in front and 2 behind, disappeared into the space channel. The son of the Holy Land who looked up at peace, the flawless Taoist figure that was rarely seen in 1,000 years, and the stunning dream lord of the highest heavens, returned to the 4 poles and stayed away from the disputes of the human world. After the 3 of them entered, the spatial tunnel disappeared. A pure white divine weapon flew back and stabbed into the ground. Please return this saber to him. Many thanks. His final voice reverberated between heaven and earth. A cold wind blew past, dissipating without a sound. Mu Qingxue silently walked forward and pulled out the saber of remembrance. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a sigh. In the blink of an eye, her white clothes scattered and disappeared. In the ruins of desolate city, white light gathered and a beautiful figure walked out. Step by step, she walked to the front of the collapsed sword pool. 10 years had passed, and everything was different. The scenery was still the same, but the people had changed. In front of the sword pool, a figure who had been waiting for a long time appeared. It was Jian Luiying, Jian San, who had been expelled from Desolate City by Mu Bai. He had been guarding Desolate City for 10 years, guarding this final memory. "Where's second senior brother?" asked Mu Qingxue softly. "He left 10 years ago. He said he was on a search for eldest senior brother's unfinished Tao." Jian Luiying sighed. "What about you? Do you still want to stay here?" asked Mu Qingxue. "Yes." Jian Luiying nodded. He looked at the dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls around him, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. He said, "Honored Master said that my temperament is not stable, so it has always been difficult for me to understand the true meaning of the sword. All these years, only here can I settle down and seriously experience the sword that Honored Master taught me." After talking for a short while, Mu Qingxue left. Under the moonlight, her white clothes were whiter than snow. She looked like a fairy from a moon palace as she headed west. Jian Luiying looked at the departing junior sister with a complicated expression. After this farewell, he did not know when they would meet again. He hoped that she would live a happy life. Great Xia Imperial City, Zhiming Manor. Zhiming had left 10 years ago. However, as the only martial Marquis of the previous generation and the teacher of the current emperor of Great Xia, no one dared to disrespect him. After hearing that her eldest grandson had passed away 10 years ago, Mu Qingxue fell silent. She knew that he might not come back. In the imperial city of Great Xia, in the newly built Heavenly Mandate Palace, the former little Qi had now grown into a handsome young man. He wore a dragon robe and looked very heroic and extraordinary. At this moment, a beautiful figure in white appeared out of thin air in the main hall. Looking at the young man on the dragon throne, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. It turned out that it had really been 10 years. Even this little fellow had grown so big. Seeing the woman who suddenly appeared, Xia Qi's body shook. In the next moment, his face was filled with disbelief. He said subconsciously, "Mistress." When he was young, he had seen this ridiculously beautiful woman in the Marquis estate and had a deep impression of her. At that time, because he mistakenly called her master's wife, he was caught by Aunt Shi and beaten for a long time. "Don't learn from your master and talk nonsense." Mu Qingxue reprimanded him lightly. He did not argue with the child and said calmly, "Where's Miss Qing?" 3 years after Master left, Aunt Qing also left. At this point, Xia Qi felt that something was wrong and quickly changed the way he addressed Mu Qingxue. "I don't know where Aunt Qing is now." Mu Qingxue frowned. Had they all left? How was he going to return this saber? The white clothes scattered and disappeared without a trace. Just like when she came, it was so quiet that no one could detect her aura. Xia Qi was shocked again. A beautiful mistress left just like that? In the north of the Migres dynasty, Ning Chen's group, who had been traveling for more than 10 days, arrived at an ancient small city. The autumn rain blurred their vision. The small city, with a long history, was located in a remote area. Although it was not prosperous, the people lived and worked in peace. They worked when the sun rose and rested when the sun set. It was like a paradise that was rarely disturbed by the disputes of the outside world. As soon as Ning Chun walked into the small city, he immediately felt a bone-deep pressure. His expression immediately turned solemn. Xiantian full circle. There was no mistake. Falsehood could not be captured. It was exactly the same feeling when the teacher stood in front of him. If he did not have the body of a phoenix, he might not even be able to detect it. The sound of an old teacher teaching in a private school, the sound of a man swinging a hammer in a blacksmith shop, and the sound of an old monk chanting scriptures in a dilapidated temple. All of them reached Ning Chen's ears. It was difficult to distinguish who was real and who was fake. It was a pity for Hong Zhu. Although Jian Shui's cultivation was higher, she was limited by her physique and strength. She could not sense anything wrong. Ruo, she saw that her young master's expression was a little strange and immediately realized that there might be unknown dangers around. "We can't stay here for long. Let's continue." Ning Chun originally planned to stop and rest for the night, but he changed his mind at this moment and continued to lead the 3 people forward. Ruo, she stopped Ruo, when she was about to ask. She knew that her young master would not make such a decision easily. They were afraid that they were really in danger now. Clang, clang. The sound of forging in the blacksmith shop became louder and louder. The sound of the old monk chanting scriptures in the dilapidated temple also became more and more ear-piercing. The old teacher in the private school was also chanting sage scriptures. Countless sounds echoed in Ning Chen's ears. The city was like a maze. Half an hour later, the four people returned to their original place. They were unable to move half a step forward. Only then did Ruo Shi and Jian Shui realize that something was wrong. It was impossible to get lost in the Xiantian realm. They were obviously trapped in the game of the strong. All forms are falsehoods. If you see that all forms are not true, then you will see the Buddha. At this moment, the ancient city changed. Golden light sprinkled down as the venerable of the world chanted. Buddhist rain fell from the sky, purifying the sins of the world. However, only the four people could hear and see it. Endless phoenix fire rose around Ning Chen's body, protecting the three people around him and resisting the purification of the Buddhist rain. Subhoodie, if you're a kind man or a kind woman, you will recite this scripture. If you are a contemptible person, then you will have sinned in your previous life and will fall into the evil path. Since you are a contemptible person in this world, the sins of your previous life will be eliminated. You will be worthy of Anyutarasamyuk Subhoodie. Subhoodie, if I recite the past, the infinite monk is only a tribulation. Therefore, before the lamp of Buddha, it is worth 84 quadrillion. All the Buddhas of his will have provided for me. If there is someone in the future who can recite this scripture, then the merit gained will not be worth 1 quadrillion of the merit gained by all the Buddhas I have provided for. Subhoodie, if you are a kind man or a kind woman, you will be able to recite this scripture in the future and gain merit. If I speak of it, or if someone hears it, their heart will be in chaos and they will not believe it. Subhoodie, you will know that the scripture is inconceivable and the karma is inconceivable. Buddhist rain, lotuses, golden swastikas rotated around the four people. The incantation became more and more ear-piercing, purifying the sins of knowing destiny. Ruo Shi, Jian Shui and Ruo Shi did not notice it. However, when they saw Ning Chen bleeding from his ears, they were shocked. What happened? Amidst the Brahma rain, the cries of the phoenix rang out, and a huge shadow of the phoenix appeared. The red phoenix fire rose again, resisting the saint power of the purifying Buddha's words with all its might. The ancient city turned into a purgatory. The sound of forging iron in the blacksmith's shop, the chanting of the old monk in the ruined temple, the chanting of the old teacher in the private school. Everything turned into the Buddhist mantra, pressing down from all directions, purifying the evil of the world.